Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Loud Equals Funny episode. Which one is it?
This one is 24.
It's episode that one.
Yeah,
and
Maybe turn
welcome.
up my gain.
We've got a special guest this time. It is from the Angry Video Game Nerd. It's Caddicarus, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm so happy that you got the correct show from there.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you
I
for recognizing my talents. I've been in the background of AVGN from day one,
He's
and
the
no one
couch.
ever gave a fuck.
He was
exactly.
Fred Fucks this whole time, and
Yes.
nobody ever gave him credit for
I was
it. It's
I
great.
was the dude. Whenever James sits on that couch and puts his legs up, I'm the guy kneeling on the floor with his feet on my back. That's me.
Hey, you put the table legs wouldn't hold anymore, so they got to use you as a table. That's why.
You know, that's
absolutely.
That's Britain's lot in life at this point, and unfortunately.
Oh yeah, being a footstool for everybody else. Yeah, yeah. That's
for,
that's pretty much-
for America, I guess. Yeah. Welcome. This is it's nice to have you here. Sorry to begin with just a minute and a half of bullying. But
No, this is why I came on. Thank you so much for having me. I'm very, very happy to be part of. I heard about this podcast like a week ago, and I'm just so glad I get to be part of LolCow Live. I'm very excited about this.
Hell yeah. That's us.
you know,
I hope the podcast goes well for you guys. I
Of
hope it
course.
goes well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I feel like
no,
they
I
stole
mean-
our shtick, but
we don't talk about lolcows nearly as much as like if I ever wind up
Yeah.
making like my own
Oh.
sort of thing, I might want but that's sort of what I do on my stream or
Yeah.
whatever. This is kind of more generally about
I
like
mean, we have our own. I think there's Ian Chong.
oh well yeah no we do
Yeah.
have like our list of Glinner and whatnot, Graham
Yeah,
Linehan
Graham
and,
Linehan, Elon
Oh.
Musk, Ian Mouse, Chong.
Yeah.
yeah
Man.
I mean
Oof.
How do you go
Elon-
from being successful to sabotaging yourself that hard?
Do you know what? Like, there's
many people can do it.
sabotaging yourself, right? There's sabotaging yourself, and then there's double, triple, quadruple, septupling, deck. It's doubling down so hard that it's like, what? Shut the fuck up, you know?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
what? are
Doubling
you
down so
doing,
hard,
you
he
know?
becomes the most divorced man in the British Isles.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I would argue of all time, potentially.
yeah
I mean,
no,
it's a pretty
Elon.
close competition. Yeah,
Elon
yeah.
has like
Elon's been
3
divorced.
divorces.
I think
4.
it's 5.
Yeah, geez, just in terms of people we clown on in episode to episode, we have 2 of the most divorced men ever, Elon and Graham Linehan, so that's beautiful.
That's right. You heard it first. We're racist against divorced people.
He took the kids! Oh.
Took the kids and the Wii U.
Can't
Oh,
believe this.
God.
Yeah.
What is Anthony Birch up to these days?
That's a
I
good
think
question.
Things written in a game
I
recently.
wish I cared.
Oh, God.
But, yeah. Fuck, I don't know where I was going with that. Graham Linehan falling apart.
Graham Linehan is just one of the people we wind up talking about pretty frequently, and yeah, because it's just, it seems
in his
like...
mouth all the
I-
time.
It's hard not to as well. I mean, like, I got stung pretty hard by everything he's been doing purely because he, as a comedy writer, at least back in the day, one of the best. And like, it's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
so fucking sad. It's just a sad state of affairs. And then you get like people trying to like, I saw a couple of months ago, like the press were trying to like catch Matt Berry like off guard. And then like they say, well, what about, how do you feel about this? How do you feel? And then he just goes, yes, it aged. And that's it. It's like that's all he just fucking he just tells it how it is, which is true. It's dated, it's aged, and then he fucking moves on with his time, and then he does vampire shit and B's like the gayest guy on TV, and it's great, and it's it's awesome. So like I just don't get why loads of people can't fucking swallow their pride and do that. You know, it's crazy.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
and to think like he had such a he had a genuinely long career, and then he just fucking tanked it because he's just a cunt.
Well, I mean, one of the ones we did we talked about recently with him was the
Calling
whole
David
thing
Tennant a
with
groomer.
David Tennant, and continuing to double down on that too, just
Yeah.
because he was supporting his child.
Let me find it.
Yeah. He's
Wouldn't it-
constantly just bitching on Twitter.
Yeah, I know. Like, it could be him. It could be a 13-year-old. It could be another YouTuber. It could be XQC. If you're fucking doing this on Twitter all the time, then you're a joke. Like, that's as far as my line is. You know.
Yeah,
I mean, one of my personal lolcows, and I don't know, Caddy, have you ever played the game Diablo before?
I know about it. I haven't played it. It's not strategy isn't really my thing. I get
this
way
guy.
too much shit to work around, and I don't find them relaxing. It's
See,
like with FNAF.
Oh yeah.
You know?
I feel
Caddy,
that way
you are
with
going to
grand
love this.
strategy. I feel that way with those kind of games.
Yeah,
Hmm.
Diablo is, it's never been my biggest cup of tea. I haven't enjoyed the first one and the second one, but I can't play them anymore because of the the incident that happened like 4 years ago and has continued to happen, which is that the composer for Diablo is one of those fucking people
Yeah.
who like
Hold on.
no
First
matter
off, legally
Hang on a
speaking,
sec. Okay, yeah, you have to be vague about this. I don't know what you're referring to, but be vague about it.
Hold on, here's what I'll say. The views and opinions of Deadwing Dork do not reflect Loud Equals Funny LLC.
Oh,
there
the
we
opinions
go.
of
Now you can say it.
opinions of anybody in this podcast besides Caddicarus are the opinions of those people.
Yeah,
You know,
and anything said on this podcast does not reflect the opinions of my employer and God AVGN. It doesn't,
Yeah, of course not.
Rest
no.
in peace, angry video game man.
Yeah, I mean, I would never want to get on Doug Walker's bad side. So, no, no, but if we want to edit around it, okay. The composer for a very big Blizzard action RPG.
Yeah, Matt Ullman.
Well, okay, just say his name then, Bane. Sure,
I thought that'd be
we
funny
were-
to do that. I'm editing this. I'm giving myself a decision.
All right, fine. But yes, the composer for Diablo is fucking crazy, and he's one of those people who will go out of his way. Like, no matter who you are, you could have one follower, you could have thousands of followers, and he will spend his entire day or his entire life. He will still send me emails to this day, like rubbing it in about how he has more guitars than me or something.
No
and-
way.
Oh yeah, it got
flex.
extremely personal to the point where he was like, the whole reason I first made my video talking about him, which was in like 2020, was because he fucking he like made some comments about my dad for some reason, like based on knowing
Jesus.
nothing about it. Yeah, he like knew nothing
Jesus.
about me or anything, but I think I said something and he assumed that I was like a Trump guy, and I guess he was like really anti-Trump to the point where everybody else was like pro-Trump, I guess. And I was just like, no man, you told this guy you wanted to see him alive without his skin. That's just a little crazy.
Yeah, it's like,
And
how
he
can you
was like,
not make fun of that?
you are a Trump supporter and you have daddy issues because you're dead. And I'm like, holy fuck. And yeah. So,
To be honest, I mean, like, I'm curious. Did he ever go below the belt with your hand, or was it all? completely
yeah.
I don't think he knew.
No, he did. He
Oh, he
did.
did?
Because I was like, I think I was just like, fuck you. I have more talent in one hand than your whole body. Fuck you. And he was, I don't know.
Nice.
He said something about, oh yeah, I remember his one quote was, I could inject 500 mg of weed and still be a better composer than you.
Yo, Matt
which-
Ullman inject the weed.
Yeah,
Yep.
420 funny. Yeah. Dude,
Man.
yeah, it was very strange. Just somebody who you would assume, like, again, like Graham Linehan as a person, like, this is a name who's been in big things, who made big things. You would assume that he would be above, like, weird, petty name calling on the internet, but nope, absolutely
Oh
not.
no, they're
Nah,
just
yeah.
like you and me. They're just average
So-
people.
You know what? I don't think it's above or beyond anybody. I quit Facebook back in 2016. That's the last time I showed my face on that
Oh,
fucking
God.
Honestly, smart.
forsaken place.
That's a good year to
And-
quit Facebook, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, that was before that shit kicked off. It was just like, I was just sick of, I was
You just
sick
had
of
good
the,
timing.
you know, like the vapidness. I was just sick of the vapidness and the fakeness. And yeah, like, people often say, especially like kind of the older generation, that social media and, you know, the internet's ruined people and it's made them all evil. No. Because you've got these people that we're talking about right now. They are always those people. The internet has just given them more of a voice. They have always been.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how successful they are, how loved they are. It doesn't matter if they are given access to something that allows them to behave a certain way. They will go nuts with it. And that's honestly what I think. I don't think the internet changes anybody. I mean, it does
Real.
change some people. Like,
It
I'm not
just-
saying
It
I can't make a blanket
elements of
statement.
people, but it doesn't
Yeah,
change
yeah.
their nature and
The core, the core of who they are as a human being. Yeah,
Yeah.
it just amplifies it, you know. So
Yeah, and it can often like shine a light on it. Like, hey, you probably didn't know this guy was a huge prick until he got on Twitter and decided that he really doesn't like Jewish people or something. You know,
Yeah.
whatever.
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I
So,
mentioned there was. I'll just quick. There was a fucking thing like a decade ago where the singer from Disturbed got in like an argument with a woman I was seeing at the time because she wasn't Jewish enough or something.
Fuck! I remember that.
It was like during the Gamergate thing. He was like involved in Gamergate for like one day, and then when he talked to her, he was like, "You're not a proper. You don't follow the Sabbath or whatever." And he always spoke in. He spoke in all caps.
Ooh.
And
No,
within a day,
I do kind of remember this.
He completely left the thing, and it was just a very funny experience. I can't look at. I mean, I can't listen to Disturbed seriously, anyways, at this point. But
I mean,
No.
I've been going through like a massive backlog of music I meant to go through, and I didn't mind 10,000 Fists, but now that's
10,000
things.
Fists.
I used to be a big when I was like 12, 13 or whatever. That was like my jam. But
I mean, their cover of what's that one?
Sound of
from-
Silence.
No, the Video Age
God, that
Confusion.
one. They Land of
Land of
Confusion.
God,
Yeah. That was a good cover. The Sound of Silence one was fucking miserable though.
yeah, that one was rough.
Did he ever once type? "Wah"? Did he ever type that?
No, but you definitely
should've.
got that sense
If he did, he'd
through
be
all of
cooler.
his all caps typing. You definitely picked up on that. You know that.
I get the
vibe.
vibes like from music videos, and now from you saying this, I get the vibe he never left like 12-year-old emo phase. Like he's always just been there, you know.
Well,
Well,
I
I
mean,
just
it's paid
assume-
off for him. He's like, it's
I
gotten
guess
him a lot
so,
of
yeah.
money.
Yeah, I mean,
Hmm.
again with the all caps, I just assume anytime David Draymond is in a room talking with like his uncle or whatever, he's like,
Oh,
Oh my god.
that peak
the
did so.
robot.
That peak did so hard we couldn't even hear
dang.
you.
You know, that's Discord ruining my amazing impression of David Draymond.
Yeah, you got to see if you got any of those.
Do you know what? Actually, it's funnier to imagine that he talks in glitches.
Yeah, you know, that works for me.
So,
make more sense.
real quick before we skyrocket
Yes.
into this fucking ad read. Speaking of Graham Linehan, this is some news that I missed. But
Oh, shit.
last month, a little over a month ago, his agent dropped him because he attacked David Tennant, which is fucking hilarious.
Oh Jesus. Yeah,
I mean,
that fits.
Oh my god.
That fits.
Poor guy.
and meanwhile, David Tennant is about to.
You
come
made me
back
choke.
and-
Oh my god.
Sorry.
No, do you know what? You know what? Okay, I'm reading the headline. The bit that made me laugh is that it's like, oh yeah, the writer criticized blah 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 for wearing a thing that said "leave people alone." Like it wasn't even an aggressive thing. It was just, hey guys, step back. Just like, and then he just loses his shit. It's like, what is wrong with this man?
To be fair, it did say "you absolute freaks" afterwards, but still,
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
well,
like,
that's not,
leave these
well, that's
people alone.
clearly pushing a line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, God, what's
Yeah.
people are fucking nuts. People are nuts.
People will complain about anything, man.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like you want to have your opinions about a thing. I get it, but it's also this is just a guy like supporting his kid. You know, I don't know, man. Just leave him be.
Well, look, the funny thing is that like, I follow David Tennant's wife on Twitter, and he isn't on Twitter.
Right,
Yeah, she's
right.
great. She's fantastic, but he's not on Twitter because he's a fucking
wonder
legend.
why.
Like,
Well, I
yeah,
mean,
well,
The smartest move
like-
you could probably do,
Yeah.
honestly.
exactly. Yeah, if it weren't for contractual obligations and shit, I would be on. And aside from like Instagram, because Instagram just is a friendlier group of people that I associate with on there. But like,
I need
yeah,
to
just in
honestly
general.
I need to do more on Instagram.
I wish I didn't hate it.
yeah, it's one of those things I hear 50-50 about, but then when it comes to Twitter, it's like 80-20 people dislike it.
Yeah,
So-
Twitter's a fucking trash
I mean,
pile.
I basically stopped using Twitter. Like, I remember it was during the riots in 2020, and I wasn't. All I said was, "Listen, just don't." I mean, I get it. But just, people's like people's like mom and pop businesses are being burned down. I just don't see how that's. And people were turning on me like it was like I was saying, like I was going out with a Confederate flag or something in my tweets, and I just, all right, no, I'm good. I don't need to have opinions on Twitter anymore. I think it's fine.
It's specifically Twitter as well. It's specifically Twitter.
It really is.
Yeah,
I got
Twitter's
it's really
not
weird.
good.
I got banned for saying something I thought was
what was it again?
Oh, okay. I'll give the instant response. I say this. You know the lead singer of Lost Prophets?
Oh no!
Yeah,
What did you say?
So here's what I said.
Say?
So there was an article about how he got brutalized in prison, and I may or may not have said, and mind you, I was talking about a Minecraft server in a self-defense situation at this time, YouTube. I was saying, kill him, kill him, kill him, in all caps, just constantly repeating. And you know what?
What's so controversial about that?
Exactly. You know, look, if I'm going out on that one, went out on a high note.
Legitimately, I don't get it, because, like, who is that hurting? He's in jail. It's not like that post is influencing anybody. There's people out there that could say less and, like, cause more shit, you know, and they don't get it.
I will say this is, like, I mean, obviously, I can, like, fucking tinfoil hat as long as I can, but I'm just talking from experience here. Sometimes all you need to do is write certain words and Twitter flags it, and I reckon kill. Because I've sent replies to friends like sarcastically being like, "Oh, thanks, I'm now gonna kill myself." I've said shit like that before. And then Twitter will warn me, "Are you sure you want to post this?" And every time I have hit, "Yeah, I'm sure," it then gets striked like a day later. So I don't know if that's people looking at it and taking it the wrong way and reporting it, or Twitter just playing safe. I don't know, but that's why I don't think. Context doesn't matter. It's
plus
saying the
it got
word.
retweeted a few times, so I'm pretty sure it went around and someone was like,
It's some. Oh, go ahead.
No, that's kind of weird because I get that quite often because I'm a little bit of a rambunctious boy on Twitter. But the only time that's happened to me getting like locked is telling Amazon on an ad to cease their continued existence, which I intended as go out of business.
Yeah, I mean,
so I don't know what's up with that.
I mean, look,
that's a good way of telling somebody to kill themselves.
I was gonna say, like, how can a corporation kill themselves? How does that even work?
No, you just tell that to a person. You should really go out of business, John. That would be
dude. This is a fucking skit in one of my videos. It's like I just have the Amazon HQ and it grows arms and legs, and then it just like puts a gun to its head. Like that's the shit I would do. I would do that shit.
I like it. And the thing is, it's not just Twitter or whatever. Like I every stream now, it seems like I get people saying, "Hey, my super chats aren't going through. Hey, I'm trying to say the name of a video you should check out, but it won't let me. Hey, I didn't even say like penis or anything, but it won't let me say, you know." And sometimes they'll circumvent it, and it'll like I'll realize what it is they're posting, and I'm like, "Oh, why in God's name was this not allowed?" Like, there's no swear words, there's nothing even controversial, it's just, like, two completely innocuous words together, and YouTube won't let it be displayed.
Yeah.
I need to. There was one time. Oh my god, what was it? I don't want to misquote it. It's somewhere on YouTube. I think it's in one of my best of compilations. But somebody when I was streaming on Twitch, and now I stream on YouTube. But when I was streaming on Twitch, I was talking about something, and the chat were responding to me, and then somebody had written something which was automatically flagged by Twitch straight away, and we were like, "Oh shit!" Like I've got ban words. I have got a few things just to keep control of everything, and I'm like, what the fuck did this person say? So live on stream, I'm just looking, and then I unleash because you can choose to put it back into the public chat, and then it becomes the most recent chat. And I wish I could remember what it was, but it's because they said the words black and white in the same text, and like out of context it looked really bad, but in context it was the most perfectly innocent thing in the world. I can't remember what it was. Oh my god, I wish I could remember. It was so fucking funny. Oh my god, I can't remember what it was. I wish I could. I really wish I could.
Yeah, the auto like moderation system they put into a lot of these sites recently just gotten hardcore, and Yeah, I'm really good with making sure certain words are banned. Like when Claw was streaming on Twitch, I went in there and put in
Yes.
every possible slur I could
We
think
were
of.
live, and I was like, I had to stop the stream to marvel at the monolithic list of like swear words and slurs that I'd
Oh,
never even heard of
Yeah,
that Bane
things that
blacklisted.
I
Mm.
spent a lot of time online. I've seen some things, so I just put everything I could remember in there and just
Yeah, you
cleared it out.
gotta.
Yeah, it's a
you
good
gotta
it's a
make
good
sure.
idea.
Oh yeah,
It's a good idea.
If you're
The shit
moderating
Xbox
for
Live
streamers,
person.
yeah, you need somebody who's spent a lot of time playing Halo 2 back in the day.
I mean, I try to keep it like, I don't know, I don't want to go full, you're banned for having an opinion or banned for whatever, but it's like, I don't know, sometimes it is just like, man, do I even want to discuss this thing in general? Because, like, I know the chat's gonna be annoying, and I don't want to have to deal with, the certain type of people that might be brought out because of a type of discussion
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah, I personally, when I'm streaming, I draw the line at like pointless hatred, vitriol, just shit that's got nothing to do with anything. Like, okay, you're clearly here to cause trouble. Get the fuck out. Like, and you don't even address it. You just block them and move on. But yeah, that's kind of because it's like I'm here playing something, having a good time, chatting with people. People are watching me. They're chatting with me. Everyone's having a good time. Get your head out your ass. Stop doing that. Like that's kind of where I draw the line, I suppose. It's like,
Like-
stop being a dick. Just stop. Just fucking stop. And yeah, you can't argue with those kinds of people. If they come into your chat saying something incredibly inflammatory and awful immediately, you ain't negotiating with that. So just fucking get rid of them, like straight away.
Yeah.
There's some people that come into because I used to stream. I don't do it as much anymore. I'm planning on doing it again. But whenever Claw streams, there's some people who come in and I'm like, okay, it's just a slur right out. All right.
Yeah.
So it's just
The
timeout instantly.
the one you really have to look for is just a single N.
Oh yeah, because here's the
you
thing.
know
That
what's
can mean
coming
so
next.
much in context, like in or out of context.
I have really
Oh, wow.
enjoyed recently. I've seen people doing the spelling it one letter at a time
Yes.
with use SER, calling people a user. That's always good.
Yeah,
It's
Oh,
a good
wow.
replacement for the other thing, obviously.
yeah.
There's almost an element of like, respecting the grind, like the effort people fucking go to. Like, what is
Yeah.
wrong with
Yeah.
people, dude?
You heard
It's
it here first.
impressive.
Caddicarus respects the racism grind.
I know, right?
Trying to get 6 people to coordinatedly do
it's-
something at the same time. That's kind
It's
of
almost-
impressive.
It's almost like it's just mind-boggling to me. It just fucking confuses me. Like, because I think that's the problem is, right? Like, we all have lives and we all do shit, and then like I'm in before coming onto this podcast, I was sitting in the living room with my fiance and our middle kid, and it's just like we have a life, and it's like these people either do have that life and just choose to be like that, or they don't have that and this is a better use of their time. I just don't fucking get it. I just don't
It's
understand.
probably a bit of both, honestly.
Well, I mean, even in terms of like, I don't know, one of the things that always pisses me off is people that come into my chat and they think that they like know about YouTube in a way that they clearly don't, and they're like there was one that I got that was like, are you gonna relist this one, or are you just gonna leave it unlisted, lazy streamer? And I'm like, bro, if I was
Oh.
lazy, I would just leave them all unedited and just whatever.
Oh yeah, you take the hits of whatever. You just leave the demonetization. You'd leave the channel standing. Like that's the thing, isn't it? Yeah, like, oh, you're such a lazy streamer. Okay, let's put them all back up. Oh wait, my channel's gone forever now. Great, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah,
Like
exactly. I would love to, like, I just recently I did a Darman Sniper Wolf stream. I'd love to put it public, but the last time I had a Darman related thing public, I got a copyright strike. So,
I wonder who that was from.
Well, it was actually not Darman. It was like a Swedish Darman ripoff, but even
Oh, no.
still.
That sounds
They
like
can't-
him. But
They
that
can't
just
tell
sounds.
themselves apart.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't trust Sniper Wolf or whatever. And like that's the
Yeah.
thing. I got in trouble for fucking K's cooking one time. And even more than that, it's like I take down the streams and I edit them, the parts that are like really interesting or whatever, and put that up, and I don't know. It's just like
Yeah.
people that think they know, and they're like
Yeah.
they come in like pointing fingers. Like, you've never really done this before. You don't really even have a frame of reference. So you go do a stream, please.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny as well because like with like just you bringing up Sniper Wolf quick, it's like when she did what she did to Jack's films, it was like she claimed ignorance on it, right? It was like, oh well, I don't even know what doxing is. How could
if you
how
think
could I
I'm
have done
doxing-
Wouldn't
something?
even know how to spell it.
Yeah. So, which is, and that's all very sweet and innocent and whatever. But then the point is that it still happened, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
like, I wouldn't put it by someone like her if you then did another stream about Sniper Wolf. I wouldn't put it beside her or her sister or one of her team to copyright strike that and then just claim ignorance after the fact. Like, oh, I didn't know this was against TOS. But then the problem is, it's happened to you. You've got the copyright strike, and that fucks with you, So it doesn't matter at that point. Like an apology doesn't even really matter at that point because and then they get everything that they want out of there. So like she wanted his address out there so people could harass on behalf of her, so she didn't get in trouble. And then she just fucking says AI apology, and then says I didn't even know what doxing was.
Jack's
It's like great, well,
film.
it's already happened. It's already happened. So fuck you,
Yeah, the Jack films.
I'd like to point out that for anybody who didn't see the stream I did about her recently, so little update on Sniper Wolf's content. She is actually crediting the creators now in her most recent TikTok videos. However,
Took her long enough.
my theory is that she's doing it because that way, if they try to copyright strike her or something, she can go, well, I credited you. It's not stealing. Smiley face.
Yeah, but then like if someone's tenacious enough to say, hey, this isn't transformative, like then that's the end of that shit,
True.
Yeah, you kind of hope so.
You gotta hope someone will put the pressure on her.
She's delaying the inevitable. Doing that is, okay, that's a fine enough gesture, but she's delaying the inevitable. I think the core root of the problem is that the videos are shit, and like that's basically the idea,
Oh hell nah, bro said the videos are shit.
Bro has a point.
You all fucking said that at the same time.
Well, that brings me actually to there's new Sniper Wolf shit because apparently her entire fucking existence is just stolen from Azzyland.
Yeah, who I did not
which
know
is
that was
Quebblecop's ex. Actually,
Seriously,
male Sniper Wolf's ex was apparently the original Sniper Wolf who she based all of her shit on, and yeah. So
her name is from fucking Metal Gear. Like who cares? Like everything her entire existence is from a test tube. Like who cares? Like
yeah.
Oh man, I don't know. Like I heard that story too, but like I do with any story about any kind of other YouTuber or any kind of drama, it's more a case of I'm just gonna fucking sit. I'm not gonna contribute anything. I've got nothing to add to this situation that would make it better for me or my audience or anyone that follows me. I don't have any points to prove. So I'm just gonna wait and see because I've heard that she did copy this girl. I've heard that this girl has been deliberately making it look like the Sniper Wolf copied her. I don't know what the fuck the truth is. So I'm just gonna sit back and just watch what happens.
There is some beauty in watching a trash fire.
There is.
Absolutely.
I think you're wise to do that because again, Azzyland is apparently like Quebblecop's, I don't know, maybe current girlfriend, but at least ex. I remember that, and Quebblecop is the guy who has replaced his entire personality with an AI now.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah, he's the male sniper. Like he always was kind of the male Sniper Wolf with like shitty gameplay videos and shitty like TikTok reaction stuff. But now, he's got like his little computer version of himself, and I don't know, it's just that whole spiraling fucking chasm of like reaction grift fucking content farm bullshit is I don't know. That's just a whole, I don't know. Everybody involved in that is quite something.
Yeah.
It's just so it's what, like you talking about the wiseness of taking like that stance of sitting the fuck back and not contributing to anything. I kind of had a revelation of that, I suppose, back in 2021, where I realized, and it maybe took me too long to realize, but I did eventually realize that if I was at Disneyland, right, I would rather be sitting right at the back of everybody watching the fireworks from as far away as possible. That way I get to see all the fireworks I get to enjoy them in my own company, in my own space. I am not elbowing people that are fucking waiting hours and hours before the show starts in the actual front of the castle. And I'm not, bullshitting with the loud people that are kind of in the middle. And I'm also not sitting on the fireworks going into the sky and blowing up. I am
Yeah,
not.
that's fair.
I am. Yeah, you don't need That's just obviously my personal view of it. But it's like, yeah, I want to sit back. I don't want to get. I don't want to get close up. It's nasty. It's just messy, and I don't want to be on it either. I don't want to be in the drama. I don't want to be on the drama. But I'm happy to just sit back with my popcorn and my hot dog and just fucking watch it all happen. And then the funny jokes on everybody else. I'm then at the furthest part back away from everyone, so I just get to turn away and leave the park, and everyone else has got to fucking elbow their way out anyway. So, that's how I see it. That's my biggest metaphor, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah,
say,
I mean, I would definitely agree. I always tend to position myself in the, like the people that sit up front in the movies. No, give me like a back seat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, fucking hell, you can't even. I've seen the screenshots of people watching Oppenheimer in the front seat. Like, why would you do that to yourself?
Oh Jesus Christ!
You get the oblong shaped Oppenheimer head.
Yeah, it's like it's watching the whole movie through like the 0.5 wide lens on your iPhone. Like, why would you do that to yourself?
The only reason I could see that is like the last possible seat, but even then, like, jeez.
Just get another screening.
Fine, like, set on the floor. Go higher up and set on the floor.
Yeah, or go another day. Like,
Exactly.
Yeah, wait for it to come to streaming, honestly. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, man.
I do have an article for a film that won't be coming to streaming if you guys want to talk about an article I got here.
Well, I was thinking we go ahead and get the ad read out.
Yeah,
of the
we
way.
gotta do that.
Oh, yeah, gotta make that bank, guys. Come on.
Oh, yes.
Oh yeah.
So,
Caddy, you live in the U.S., right? Of course you do.
I
So
live
you
in
can-
America in a weed legal state, everybody.
Yes. So you'll be able to take advantage of this great deal if you go to cushydreams.com. That's KUSHYDREAMS.com and use code LOUD25. That's LOUD25 at checkout. You'll get 25% off of your order of Cushy Dreams fine products.
yes.
And if you order before December 15th, you'll get a chance to win $150 in product.
Yes, you get two of the CBD Dream and Relax full gram pre-rolls, 2 of the Delta 8 full gram pre-rolls, 2 of the half gram 5-pack of the pre-rolls, and a pack of the Delta 9 Tangerine Gummies, which are fantastic.
Yeah, people, this is we don't have sponts available today, but what we have is an amazing deal, for courtesy of these folks, because you're getting this box, which is more or less the thing that convinced Tristan and Bane here that Cushy Dreams was on the level. It's like the care package that's got all that you need. And you're getting the chance to win a pretty big fucking thing, a big gift thing with that. And yeah, no, you get 25% off your order. You get 25% off. You get the chance to buy 25% more weed with that 25% off.
And hey, if you don't want to spend 25, if you don't want to get 25% more weed, then you can just spend that on some munchies for when you have the weed in your mailbox.
That works too.
But again,
So all the Cushy Dreams products are federally legal, although you have to be in the United States of America, like our friend Caddicarus here.
yes.
And
That's
also you have to
me
be
also.
Of course.
Yes, and you have to be 21 and up. Don't do this if you're 7, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Preferably
If you're 7, I don't know why you're here. Actually.
Yeah, I don't know how you got a hold of this podcast. You may want to call Child Protective Services.
Also, Santa's not real.
Oh.
Damn, you're just gonna do
Really?
that to him.
You kidding?
They had to find out.
But he will be if you smoke weed.
Yes.
Yes, you heard that.
He
You
really
heard it
could
here
be
first,
if he
kids.
smoked some Cushy Dreams.
I mean, hey, speaking of Santa, Christmas is coming up. You got a friend who might want to partake of the city grass.
What is a better
him
stocking
some
stuffer
Cushy
than a
Dreams.
little bit of weed?
Yeah, honestly,
Exactly.
just stuff a blunt in there.
Yeah, so you here's the scenario, folks. You're listening to the podcast. You need to get some, you don't need weed, but you want some weed anyways. You're in the continental US. You're like, you know what? I want to give a little kickback to the boys on the podcast. I want to get myself some weed. I want to get a deal on some weed. I want to enter myself into the possible sweepstakes thing for this gift thing that we're potentially giving away here. Well, we're definitely giving it away, but
Yeah.
you could potentially,
potentially
win it.
win.
So hypothetically, you get your weed, you get your fucking winnings, and then you're suddenly the biggest dick in your friend group, and you just like all of your friends are now getting weed for the holidays. Like it's like 12 days of fucking Christmas, and each day you're giving a different guy at work like, hey, here's a fucking edible. There you go. You have now bought friendship, ladies and gentlemen.
No, you haven't bought it. You've won it.
Well, that's true. You've earned it. That's the yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Who needs a partridge in a pear tree when you can hallucinate it?
Exactly.
Hell yeah, brother. And hey, you know what? If you're not somebody who, partakes of the silly grass, maybe you live outside of the United States or are under 21 but above 18, then if you still want to give us a quick kickback, you can head over to patreon.com/loud equals funny. And you can check out our merch store at loudequalsfunny.shop, I think.
Loudequalsfunny.com/store, I think. Let me make sure.
/store.
Make sure.
/store. So now, do we have the desk pad thing yet? The desk mat?
We have a
one of
couple of them. We have
Actually,
a couple of them.
Okay,
I think
nice,
we have
nice. I should really get one of those myself, honestly.
Yeah, if I didn't already have one, I'd get one too. But I
Okay,
gotta
that
save
didn't
some
redirect
money.
properly, but by the time this is up, it will redirect properly. There's
Hell
a store,
yeah.
there's a store tab on the homepage. It'll take
Yeah,
there. I need to
go
really
to
update the store.
loudequalsfunny.com.
I need to update the store, but I'll do that after the episode because I've been meaning to do that a couple times.
We still have some spooky season paraphernalia up.
Yeah,
You
that's
can
probably,
get
that's probably gonna
yourself,
stay there, but you can always take a look at it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it looks really
'cause
nice.
Who's to say you don't want to wear fucking spooky loud equals spooky merch in like February? You know, the
Exactly.
scariest month, really.
I mean, according to when the last 3 Silent Hill games were released, March is the scariest month. So
Nice.
yeah.
And then, then of course, if you want, you can also get a Switch case, which I think is funny.
Yeah, which I
We
actually
have that. We have that option.
we do.
Yeah,
I do want to buy that and try it and see if it actually looks really nice.
Wow, that's that. Oh, sure.
It's not
Yeah.
the embed isn't happening, but all right. Yeah,
But yeah,
I think it looks funny.
So let
It's
me
cool.
know when you get a PS5 like fucking plate or whatever. You know,
get a
That
skin.
would be nice.
Give me an Xbox 360 controller skin. That's what I need.
Hell yeah.
All right, so I got
Can
something.
Can we get like retro merch, like an old iPhone case for like the iPhone 1 or some shit?
I think we can go back to like the iPhone 8, possibly. I think it's as far back.
That's a
as it
while
goes.
back.
I guess, yeah.
I mean, hey,
Get some fucking fridge magnets, put them on your laptop.
let me actually see if they have. But yeah, no, we're gonna work on that merge store a little bit more soon. But
Yeah.
yeah, so I got an article here about Warner Brothers shelving a movie. This
Oh boy.
this
Okay.
one,
Another one.
they were doing a live action Looney Tunes film called Coyote versus Acme.
Were they really?
I
Yep.
hadn't heard of this.
This is one that I've actually been kind of looking into. They came out with no trailer. It's already been shot and everything.
So,
But
is this like a Space Jam kind of deal?
kind
Like-
of. It was Wile E. Coyote was going to be suing Acme, and John Cena was going to be playing the lawyer for Acme. That it was going to be like a live action hybrid
Jesus
film.
Christ.
So
I
it
mean,
sounds like a follow up to Back in Action,
Kind
Yeah.
of.
which is fine, which is a fine movie. It's
I-
enjoyable.
I love that movie as a
The-
kid, but
Yeah.
John Cena in a starring role does not inspire
I mean,
confidence.
He's done some. He's done some
Peacemaker,
funny
I
roles.
guess.
Yeah, I mean, he was in Fred the movie.
He was in.
That's
He was
true.
in 2 out of 3 of the Fred movies. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Wait, am I
Yeah.
thinking of the right guy? I'm not a wrestling guy. Wait a sec.
You can't
Um,
see me.
Cena, he did.
He's Peacemaker. He's
Yeah, he's
Peacemaker.
Peacemaker.
Yeah.
Tall,
Yeah.
tall, handsome.
Yeah, dude, he's a good actor. He's a good
Yeah,
actor.
is he?
He fucks
Alright.
his Peacemaker. He
I
fucks his
will say this:
Peacemaker.
as Peacemaker, he's funny as shit.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
And
perfect.
season 2
In
of
fact,
that.
have you seen the newest Suicide Squad movie? Have you seen that?
I don't think
no,
you had-
no.
Yeah, I
I
have.
highly highly recommend it. It's
It's a lot
actually
better than the
fucking
first
great.
one. It's a lot
I
better.
I didn't,
know,
even, I didn't even
I
see
s-
the first one. I don't give a shit about superhero movies. I don't give a shit about the
That's
original one. But that was the most fun I'd had in a movie of that kind of caliber for years.
Yeah,
Like, that
No,
was
I'll
so
take
much
that.
fucking fun.
James
I'll
Gunn.
absolutely take that. Yeah, I'll watch it.
James Gunn, even his Marvel films and stuff before, really good director. I've been a fan of his since Slither, which is a really good film.
I remember watching his movie Super back in the day,
Super's
and
fucking great.
I watched it when it was like fairly new, and I didn't understand that it was like a parody or whatever, that it was like a commentary. And so when it gets to spoilers for Super,
Yeah.
when it gets to the part where he starts murdering people violently for justice,
Yeah, I remember.
I was
Fucking
just like,
caving in people's skulls with a wrench.
yeah, I was like looking over at my dad, like, this isn't a superhero movie. This is stupid, and getting upset. And
But-
Oh my god. Completely unrelated. I was sitting just across from Michael Rooker in a plane a couple of months ago,
Holy
which was
fuck.
quite,
oh, nice.
that was quite exciting. And I was overhearing conversation. He was at the same convention that I was at with a couple
Yeah.
of friends of mine, and yeah, no, from overhearing conversations he was having with, he seems like the sweetest guy.
He really
Yeah, I've
seems like a
heard-
nice dude.
Nice.
I've heard good things about him. Yeah, yeah.
Oh man. So that does relate to something I did want to ask you about that I didn't write down, but I'll ask you about it now.
Oh yeah, sure.
So this also relates to conventions, but one, I'm sorry I missed you at Indie PopCon. I actually was planning on going, but something came
Oh
up.
shit! No way. Oh dude, I think
Yep.
I'll be there again. That's a good convention. Good
Oh
fun.
yeah, I haven't been since the first one actually.
Oh, well, it's probably a lot different from then, but
I
yeah,
think so,
it's
but-
good fun.
But yeah, I was planning on going, and then some shit came up, and if I would have known this would be coming up in advance somehow, I would have definitely went. But
Yeah,
So how do you feel about conventions?
they're great fun. They're fucking great fun.
They look fun, and you've been doing a ton of them. You even said that I think 2020's MagFest, that was the one that really kind of inspired you to stick with doing content again.
Jeez, man, you've dug into my past there a little bit.
Hey,
Yeah,
I may or may not have listened to every podcast appearance. I do my due diligence.
Bane,
Yeah, I
you're,
like it.
you're
Nice.
making the rest of us look bad. I didn't do my research.
I watched a couple clips, like Sticky Games Man.
Yeah, I
Oh,
listened I listened to all of them. I had stuff. I had free time. I was like, all right, why not?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I mean, you kind of have a vague idea, but the basic gist was that end of 2019, I was looking for work. Had a 700k sub channel, pulling in 2 million views a month if I was lucky, and okay, you guys know how like December ad rates are,
Yeah.
Christmas ad rates, yeah.
Yeah.
So with 700k subs and 2 million views a month, I made $1,500 in ad revenue on December 2019.
Oh fuck.
So I was like,
Jesus Christ.
and this was back in the days when I wasn't doing 3 videos a week, but I was doing 2 videos a week, which is still
It's still
mental.
a lot.
And
yeah.
and I was slowly killing myself, and I was like, this isn't worth the amount like that, because that sounds like me scoffing. Oh, 1,500. No, like
it's-
for the amount I was putting in, it just wasn't worth the payout, because I
Yeah.
was ruining I was ruining my life, I was ruining my family life, I was ruining everything around me for that. So I started looking for work, and then the head of guest relations at MagFest at the time, who oh no, is she still? No, she isn't anymore. But she reached out after I kind of said to people, yeah, I might stop Caddicarus, I might just keep the videos there, and they're there forever, but I might just stop the show. And then she saw that and was like, hey, I'm a fan, I'm doing guest relations at MagFest, do you want to go out with a bang? We'll fly you out here, we'll do this big old thing, you can do a panel and a signing, and it'll be kind of like your last hurrah to kick off the new decade. And I was like, yeah, okay, that sounds like a good idea. And then there was somebody at my signing who said to me right then and there, I'm just going to be honest with you, I'd like you to sign this, not because I've watched anything you've made in the last few years, but because I'll always cherish the memories you gave me when I liked watching you. And that sounds like it sounds like a backhanded compliment, and it kind of is. And it's like, I wouldn't say that to an actor that I admired or something.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
But it was enough of a kick in the ass for me to be like, so all this time following the fucking quote unquote what you're supposed to do, you're supposed to upload long videos very frequently about trending topics, blah 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 blah. All that shit wasn't working for me, and that moment solidified that to me, because it was almost like, well, yeah, because why doesn't any of that matter when I barely made any money in December, and yet you are here, and I've made enough of an impact on you for you to remember me and want to come and see me, but you haven't watched anything I've done in the last like 3-4 years. Like that's a big thing to kind of hear. And that's when I realized, okay, I've got fuck all to lose. I was shutting the channel down anyway, so I came back from MagFest and then just said, hey, I'm going to do the thing that I've wanted to do for the last 6 years, but I was too scared of losing my momentum and my audience that I'd built. I just want to do dumb shit I just want to do Monty Python, but with video games. That's all I want to do. I've wanted to do that for so many years, but I was terrified to do it because I just figured people would leave and people they'd miss my opinions on fucking Horizon Zero Dawn. Like, so it's like, okay, I just played it safe, and ironically stopping caring and not playing safe anymore and just doing literally what I wanted to do when I wanted to do it, however long the videos were going to be, and not even reviewing the games anymore, just fucking pointing and laughing at them and moving on to the next thing. That was the best thing that I could have possibly done. So yeah, and that's conventions I have to thank for that. So thanks, conventions.
Ah,
Wow.
nice.
That actually reminds me a lot of what Quentin Reviews did, because he was doing, again, long videos about trending topics, and then he just did an iCarly video, and now he's like, gotten bigger again. And I
Yeah,
don't mean
he's
physically.
the he's the iCarly guy. Yeah,
Listen,
he's the
listen,
iCarly guy.
I'm bigger than him. I can make that joke.
No, but yeah, no, I respect that. It does. It takes a lot to admit that also, because you can feel like stubbornly kind of hitting your head against a wall sometimes.
Absolutely. And when I was much more active Twitter user, and then I mean, this is a separate thing, but like COVID happened, and then my eldest stepdaughter at the time was I mean, she still does work in medical stuff, but she was on the front line from day one dealing with giving out people's prescriptions and making sure everybody was still okay. And then to come home and see people that I once knew or liked or was close with poo-pooing the whole situation and talking about, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, it's just a cold, it's just this, it's like, and then my 20-year-old kid would come home and then just collapse on the sofa at 5 p.m. and then wake up the next morning at like fucking 4 a.m. and do it all over again. It just got to me, and I was a heavy Twitter user at the time, and I made that very clear. But then after that, I realized life was too short, and I stopped fucking tweeting about anything ever again. But that's a separate thing. That's a separate thing. But before that, I was an avid. I tweeted about fucking everything, and that was one of the things I like to dunk on. Who doesn't like a good dunk on a corporation? So I dunked on YouTube quite a lot, and I was one of those people that would, oh well, where the subs aren't seeing the videos, and they're telling me that they're not getting the upload notifications. What WTF YouTube? Blah blah blah. And it's so easy to get into a pattern of like blaming YouTube for everything going wrong, and then sometimes you just need to point the mirror at yourself and think, okay, YouTube's not great, but maybe it's me as well. And my case, my channel is the ultimate example of that. It was me. It was partly YouTube, but it was mostly my shit. And now I've changed it. It's like, it's 1-to-1. It's not even the same fucking thing anymore,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I made a point on a stream a little while ago about like, they say when you're trying to build a channel or whatever that you're supposed to do what you said, like multiple videos a week, consistently, keep yourself in the algorithm. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, if Red Letter Media uploaded 2 Best of the Worsts a week, that would be great. Somehow, if they managed to do that, that would be amazing. But for like a lot of channels, that would just be too much, man.
Yeah, it is, and like it's a different climate. It's a different climate. Even I started in fucking 2011, and like, yeah, it was a different climate then, and then it was a different climate in 2013, then 2014, then 2016, then it changes every 6 months, and it's like,
absolutely.
What's the figure? What's the fucking figure? The figure is something like, I'm gonna just Google it just to stop myself looking like an idiot. Oh yeah, there you go.
Hey, you don't need to worry about that here, man.
That don't stop me.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the thing, right? Because I often get stopped by kids and like, well, not teenagers, maybe kids, sometimes kids, or like, because obviously I have a family of my own. I've spoken to parents of other kids who find out what I do, and they're like, oh my god, that's the coolest thing ever, I want to do that, I want to be Mr. Beast. And I have to then talk to them and be like, okay, so here's the figure, guys. All right, 3.7 million videos are uploaded to YouTube every 24 hours. You got to compete with that.
Yep.
And it's like, only a very special handpicked select few nowadays can do everything that you were saying, Claw, about like, you know, the frequent uploads, trending, long videos. The only people that can do that are vloggers, podcasters, and let's players. So technically, if you want to go in and just hope that you get picked out in the as like the not the runt of the litter, then yeah, that's the thing I would suggest doing.
And
but
I don't
but,
want,
yeah.
you know, I don't want to find people where I'm like, oh, you're talking about this thing, let me watch you. I want to find people where I'm like, oh, you talked about this thing, and I want to see you for you. You know,
Exactly.
and
It's
like
all about
you're a person like Frederick Knudsen or something where you upload a video somewhat infrequently now. I mean, much more frequently than him, obviously.
Yeah.
But
Oh, bless
shout
him.
outs to the EVE Online video. It's great.
Fuck,
But,
it was really
yeah,
good.
but
Absolutely.
you upload, you know, somewhat infrequently, but it's like, and it's an event when you do. It's like, there's a new Caddicarus video. You gotta sit down and watch it. It's like an hour or something long. You know, it's like a new Best of the Worst or something, which is high praise from me. I want you to know.
Very nice.
Thank you, man. Means a lot.
It's no problem. It's like it's a thing where I'm like, that day I'm gonna you know, make time to watch it, or like maybe the next day or whatever. But it's
you know, the ironic thing though is that like there is that like special secret formula of, you know, getting success on YouTube and everything, but like you were saying, it's about the individual that people tune in to watch, not necessarily the fact that you are doing daily hour-long Fortnite gameplay. It's not as simple as that. But the funniest thing about this whole situation is that when I was doing 3 videos a week and then 2 videos a week, so when I was uploading every fucking week 2 to 3 videos a week that were decent lengths and would pull in arguably sometimes more views than what I pull in now on a monthly basis, despite that, and like my most recent video about scary games being the 3rd video I've done this year, 3 like that's what I've gone from 3 a week to 3 a year, right?
Wow.
And yet despite that, the earnings and the return and the shit I've managed to do and invest into my other aspects of my career and things I've been able to pay for, it's honest to God 30 to 40 times what it was before from
Holy
that
fuck.
less of an
Well,
up.
it's like, and
It's
those
and it's
videos-
like yeah, but so it's like it's not necessarily just as simple. It's not a one size fits all solution, you know. It's you have to find your little corner nowadays. You have to find your little niche. You have to corner it out, and you just need to be happy with what you do. And if people fucking want to watch you do it, then you've nailed it. You know, that's success at that point.
Yeah, and what you've got is like evergreen shit too. Like if you're talking about a new release each week, you know what? You little tangent. YouTube's actually been doing a little better lately, like this year, about showing me small channels that have like, you know, 20 views or something. But they're actually they used to be just kind of random shotgun approach, and I'd see like embroidery or something. But now I'm actually seeing stuff from like channels that are like, oh, this is something I want to watch, and it's got like 100 views on it, and it's a small channel. So they're actually getting better about that. But they've also been doing this thing where they'll show me more stuff from my watch later now that I like put in there years ago.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing
no way.
stuff. I'm seeing stuff in there. Oh yeah, no, that's been all over my phone and my like PC.
I still get every once in a while. I privated I watch later the video from Battlefield 3, and I still get that popping up all the fucking time, and it's the same video.
Yeah, exactly. It's stuff, and I'm getting stuff, and sometimes I'm like, oh wow, that's interesting. I forgot to see that one. But a lot of the time, it's stuff where I'm like, oh, it's like Wooly and Pat talking about a game that came out 5 years ago. Like, I'm not going to watch, you know, I mean, you know, respect to Wooly and Pat, but it's like, I'm not going to watch, you know, super relevant stuff that's just about news or whatever, or about the new released game or something that's from, you know, several years ago. Whereas if it is like a thing, you know, like Wacky World of Skateboarding games, something like that,
it just exists forever, you know.
It's going to be 10 years from now you still watch it, 20 years.
Sometimes you just want to watch a funny video about some PS1 accessories.
Exactly.
Absolutely. But yeah, that's the funny thing, right? Because like I was doing technically what all of my YouTube reps around me at the time were telling me in the mid to late 2010s, and it's just funny because then now in hindsight, I'm looking back and I'm like, okay, so every week I would get a 20-minute review of a brand new trending game out. But it's like, yeah, they did well for what they were, but why would someone watch me talk about the latest Call of Duty when Angry Joe already exists for that purpose?
Yeah.
You know,
or zero
so it-
punctuation or fucking.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the thing. We're like, it's not just about the personality at that point. It's about like, well, okay, people like you for you, and those are the people that will watch whatever you do, no matter what. But unless you're pulling, Markiplier numbers, where you can literally play anything and guarantee millions of views, and then if it turns out to be Marvel Spider-Man 2 on PS5, oh my god, you're making bank at that point because people are going to watch, and you've got that millions of people base that you've built up over the years that will watch anything you do anyway. But obviously I'm not anywhere close to that. So when you look at like, oh yeah, edited, written, VO'd fucking things I was doing all on my, it was just unsustainable and it wasn't working. And that's the hardest truth to swallow for a lot of new people, I suppose. What I would say to anybody when they ask for advice is make sure that you are enjoying it. It's a hobby. If it kicks off, fucking great, keep at it, and then maybe you'll get paid for it. But you need to make sure that all the time you're spending making the thing you want to make, you're enjoying it, and then you won't get bitter if you look back and think, oh shit, I didn't make any money doing that. As long as you like, everyone's got hobbies, everyone plays an instrument, everybody does that. I don't feel like when I play fucking drums that I'm wasting my time, or playing any other video game I'm wasting my time. And if you don't feel like you're doing that with making a video for YouTube, then that's all that matters. And if it kicks off, keep the momentum going if you want to, and if not, then who cares? You enjoyed doing it, you didn't waste your time.
Yeah, just do what you want. Like,
Yeah.
I stream every like Wednesday, I think, because like Halo Master Chief Collection has these challenges, and I would just like do those so I can unlock new like armor and stuff. Just decided to stream that because I liked it.
Yeah,
It's fun. I don't give a
Also,
fuck about viewers. I just do it.
yeah. Well, also from like when I was trying to keep everything afloat before everything kind of crumbled at the end of 2019, you start looking at everything that you do in terms of that hobby, like specifically whether it be video games, watching a movie, like everything becomes monetizable, and that's a miserable existence. Like it doesn't even
enjoying anything anymore.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
So like so when the channel for me started getting attention again, and it got, well, it didn't get attention again. It fucking exploded out of any fucking peak I ever had up until 2020. So like that was when that started happening again. I then started kind of vowing to myself, you know what? This is why the review shit was kind of ruining my life a little bit, because ultimately I want what I play to be enjoyable and good, but why do I need to pick it the fuck apart as I'm playing it? I just need to sit and enjoy it. I just want to enjoy shit, That's all I want to do.
It's nice for you that you can turn off the part of your brain that AVGNs the game
Oh.
while you're playing it, because I have
don't
trouble
worry.
with that.
Don't worry, like I do still do that. Like fucking I've been playing games recently where I have just stopped because I was like, you know what? I'm not fucking feeling this, and I know why I'm not feeling this, but I don't feel the need to soldier on for my journalistic integrity. I don't need to do that. I just fucking stop,
Yeah.
See, I play a bad game to completion still.
Oh man, I feel
I
sorry.
mean,
Look
Well,
what
okay, I
happened,
play a lot
Bane.
of different games.
Now
so-
one of your top 10 games is fucking Marvel.
Okay, hold on.
Marvel
Avengers.
Avengers. Yeah.
Of this generation, PS5, I should say, because I played a fuck ton of it, and I got my hours.
You
worth,
can
yes.
qualify it as much as you
And it
want.
was
That
fun.
doesn't
I
make
played
it
it
better
for
that
Hulk,
it's
and I
on
got
your
the
top
beat
10
shit.
list. You also like the new Call of Duty. Shut up, Ben.
I like
Go
the
sit in
zombies.
corner.
I like the zombies.
Agreeable grunt.
Well, that actually that does lead me to a question for later, but
Well, we are on. We've kind of started the question segment. I don't know if we want to continue with questions, like with other questions or anything, or.
I got another quick one if you guys don't want anything for a second.
Sure.
Yeah,
go
sure.
ahead.
Okay, so how do you feel now that Crash is out of Bobby Kotick's hands?
So okay. So this actually, funnily enough, this links in to how I was gonna kind of carry on with what I was saying before the subject changed, but this actually links. No, you're good. This links perfectly into what I was gonna say, which was alongside, just turning off the critique part of my brain for when it's needed, when I need it or when I don't. But like, also what I've decided to do, I don't watch reveals. I don't watch trailers for anything anymore, because I want to have. I'm trying to reawaken, I suppose. I'm pushing 30 in June, and I'm like, I want to reawaken why I like the things that I like. And when it comes to new movies coming out or new games specifically, it's like all I had when I was a kid were occasional magazines if I had the pocket money for it, demo discs, and like I walked into a shop one day and oh my god, it's on the shelf, it's there, it's new, oh my god, it came out, right? And so for me personally, I'm not saying this as a blanket statement, but for me personally, surrounding myself in every new gameplay announcement and every new mechanic announcement or story announcement of every fucking microcosm of the thing, it's like I've played the game before I've even picked it up, you know? And I prefer to just be fucking surprised by everything, whether it be a good or a bad surprise. Because if I can tell you right now, I'm on the final level of Mario Wonder, and I've loved it. I've adored it. I've loved it. But I can tell you, me from 6 years ago, I would have been nitpicking, I would have been doing shit, and I would have been there watching every single fucking little trailer coming out and listening to the voice acting and Charles Martinet isn't Mario anymore. And all of that would distract me. But now I'm like, oh my god, new Mario game good, and I fucking have loved every minute of it, you know? And it does change how you approach certain things. But yeah, so going into the Crash thing, it's almost like I don't give a fuck here or there, because like, and it sounds funny because I'm the Crash guy, but it's like the old games are always going to be there. Yeah. Insane Trilogy I fucking adore, despite what other people have to say. And I can see what they're talking about with the mechanical differences or the visual differences. I can see it, but it's like,
I think it's good.
Yeah, it's like I'll still fucking play it.
The hitbox is slightly different. Oh, it's worthless now.
Dude, don't even get me started on the jump arc physics. Don't even get me started.
Admittedly, I was like, hang on, wait, this is different, but I still like it.
But that's the thing, right? Like, it's different, and it's like even if I thought it was shit, it doesn't matter because the old thing still exists. And I felt the same way with Final Fantasy. I felt the same thing with FF7 remake. Loads of people I knew that love FF7 were like, some that were like, oh, it's good. Some were like, it's fucking trash, play the original. And here I am like, I never played the original. I fucking think this game's great. Now I'm gonna go back to the original. Maybe I'll like it as much, maybe I won't. I don't know. But the point is that it's different. It's like when they remake a movie. Why does people want everything to be the fucking same? If you're gonna redo or reboot, fucking make it different, you know?
See, I would give anything for a Final Fantasy VIII remake, but I know that will never happen. So
probably, I think it would. I think
not on the same level as the 7 remakes, though, I think.
No, I would say 6 or 9 comes first, but yeah.
I know.
No, I mean, I would say you're right generally, and but then there's things that I do love where I like the Wheel of Time show that came out a few years ago, which was it's just one of those things, basically, I mean, some parts of it were good. I liked the music and there were some good casting decisions and stuff, but a lot of it was not good. And it was just one of those like kind of horror stories of like, man, you really took this great thing and just misinterpreted a lot of it and like, you know, poorly executed a lot of things that could have been done well.
100%, yeah.
It is kind of just like a disappointment I have in that regard of like, oh man, there's this thing that I should love, but I really don't want to like recommend this to people who've never like engaged with this before or something like that.
Absolutely, you know? and it does that obviously, like, I don't want to make myself holier than thou. It's more just a question of like, like I completely agree with you, and like there are things where I have played them or like reboots of things or remakes, and I'm like, you know what, this kind of goes against the whole point of why I even liked the original. You can go too different. You can go different for the worst, but it's like you were just saying about like having an element of disappointment and not recommend. I had that with fucking Bayonetta 3. Bayonetta 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. And I didn't get on with 3. And you know the funny thing? I couldn't fucking tell you why. I've got vague ideas, but I just didn't click with it. And here I am like, oh, if this was 2017, I'd have to make a video because it's a brand new trending game. What the fuck am I going to say? I don't know. Like, I can tell you why I didn't massively, and I enjoyed it, but I didn't love the God of War most recent one because it was like, okay, I see what they're doing, but like,
I mean, specifically Ragnarok or the 2 new ones?
No. I haven't played Ragnarok yet. It's on my playlist. I do want to try it, but yeah, the original reboot. And I was like,
here's the thing. I'll say this: I did not like it at first, and they can back it up, but I do think weirdly it's the frame rate. I think it's a frame rate because when you play it on PS5, because it's got a like a PS5 upgrade to get it 60 frames.
Oh, okay.
It plays really well with that.
Well, there's the thing
Yeah.
though. The thing with me, it was more a case of I was going into something like I had an idea of what it was going to be, right? I thought it was like, oh, okay, so God of War is kind of Devil May Cry. It's that era. I fucking love old school God of War.
Yeah.
God of War 3 is excellent. Love that shit.
Oh yeah.
And then here comes this more mature, down to earth. Oh, Kratos is way fucking cooler as a character. This is great. Oh, he's got a kid. He had a wife. This is really fucking cool. It's going to be kind of Last of Us inspired. It's going to be more plot heavy. Okay, that's great. Why the hell can't I jump whenever I want to anymore?
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah, for me,
And then
Kratos got a little bottom heavy, you know.
yeah,
A little-
me, I
Yeah,
just prefer
it's
the character action kind of vibe that the first 3 had going on.
Yeah, and it's like it's
Yeah.
and then, like if I was like I was expecting the character action, but just over the shoulder. So I was expecting a little bit more awareness of the environment and shit, like a little bit, maybe a bit more of a wider angle or something. But it was it just I thought it was two ideologies that were clashing. I don't think you can have Devil May Cry and Last of Us and smash them together.
Yeah,
you know,
you really can't.
Not
yeah,
really,
and
no.
that's the thing. It's like, but that doesn't mean I didn't enjoy the story or the character. It's just like I would just rather play the old school God of War. So I can articulate that. I can't articulate Bayonetta 3 at all. I just played it for fucking 3 hours, and I was like, no, this isn't for me. I don't know what it was. I just fucking didn't feel it.
For me, it's
Right,
the Resident Evil 3 remake.
Yeah.
Because,
Well,
like,
there's a lot of good reasons for that one.
I'm the well, yeah. For me, the thing that I have the reason for is the Resident Evil 3 remake. Because like,
Well, in a good or a bad way?
in a bad way.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
love
interesting.
I love the original Resident Evil 3. It's my favorite of the PS1 trilogy, which
Yeah.
I know that's controversial, but I just really like it. I like Jill. I like Nemesis being able to follow you around, which is a new thing for the fixed camera games. I love that they made it slightly more actionized, but not really too far. And then the remake comes along, and it has great gameplay. Don't get me wrong, because it's Resident Evil 2 remake gameplay with like extra features.
And it's way quicker. I played it back to back maybe 4 times in a row on like every difficulty. It's such a fun, fast game to play.
Yeah.
See, I would agree with that if they didn't have to cut areas out of the game to do that.
True.
Because
Yeah, I
they
don't like
cut
that part.
the interior of the clock tower, the park, and the factory, and only really replaced it with a copy of the nest from Resident Evil 2 remake.
Literally named Nest 2.
Yeah. Which if they just replace those things with new things, or even just like shorten them, like, you know, cut out the fluff, that'd be great. But just cutting them out entirely, especially the clock tower, because that's like the most iconic part of the original game besides the Raccoon City streets.
Yeah.
Which
If they'd just
was
done
already done in 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, if they had just done that, I would have liked it better probably.
That was essentially the biggest Rush game of Rush game. Like
Yeah.
possibility back then, but
It's a shame.
Absolutely.
But also,
Yeah.
I mean, there's always the original. We just
Yeah,
play that.
exactly. And to be honest, like I would argue in the original, Nemesis is way more of a threat. I don't think in the remake he's anywhere near
Yeah,
as
you can
much
just
of
toss a
threat.
grenade and he's down.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
so
then he
it's like-
drops a case you can pick up.
Yay!
Yeah. In fact, actually, like I can say this, and I'm sure that you could relate to this. I only died once in the first playthrough I did, and it was against the fucking rolling donut.
Oh god, yeah, you're right.
I didn't die to that part, but I did die with the circling.
Oh wait, no,
nemesis
there's
and the
there's also the hyper stupid like one hit kill lickers in
Oh,
that bit. But like aside from that, yeah. But yeah, no, going like looping back very vaguely to the original point. Yeah, like when it comes to Crash and shit, it's like I'm more just a case of I don't place expectation on much anymore. I'm more like
Yeah.
I would rather be surprised for good or for bad rather than have any expectation at all. Because if something happens with Crash in the future and it's up my street, awesome, fantastic. But if I don't expect anything to happen whatsoever, then I'm not disappointed because that's what happened when Crash Team Rumble came out.
I was
couldn't give a fuck.
gonna ask about
Yeah,
Ew.
and that's the funniest thing. Everyone was asking me to stream it and make a video, and it's like, guys, I don't care for that kind of game. Why would I
Yeah.
play it? Like, it's just all I'm gonna be doing is not enjoying it and being unfair to the team that made it, who clearly do know that kind of game and like it. I'm just being an asshole at that point, you know.
I
But
mean,
because
I've
I wasn't
tried
expecting it.
but it's all right. That's all I'd say.
Okay, fair. So it's like it's okay, and that's awesome. I'm glad it's not.
Probably all right for someone who does like that kind of game.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. Yeah, it's like
Probably
so,
should have been free to play.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, like, because I wasn't expecting it and I had no expectations of a new Crash game or anything, it was like, oh, okay, new Crash game came out. Ah, shit, team-based battle royale. Okay, not my thing. Cool, no big deal. And then I just move on, you know. Yeah, I've mellowed out a lot over the last fucking like 3 or 4 years. Yeah, I'd say maybe 2 or 3 years. Yeah.
Honestly, respect. I feel it.
The caddy that would shoot video games is long gone.
Oh no, I set them on fire now.
Hey.
Oh well, no, hey, it's
I mean,
less malicious.
that's about
It's
better.
less
No,
you,
No,
more
do you know
like-
what it is? Okay, here's the difference, right? It's not it's not the caddy that would shoot a video game. It's the caddy that would performatively shoot a video game. Now it's the caddy that will actually set shit on fire. Like, that's the difference. No fake shit anymore. No fake shit anymore.
Hell
Things
yeah.
going down.
Yeah,
I
man.
do always admire how you are willing to go out, at least seemingly in public or like in your yard or wherever, and just wearing the most ridiculous like trash bags and shit. It's very fearless. You know.
Oh man,
where's your Oscar?
Filming the fucking Jesus video. I can't imagine. I can't imagine myself doing anything like that ever again. That was mortifying in multiple times. Yeah.
It's a one-time thing. Just gotta get it out of the system, you know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sometimes you got to dress up as Jesus outside a church and do a duck walk with a Guitar Hero controller. Sometimes you just got to do that.
It'd be like that.
Yeah, it's a bucket list thing for me too.
Yes, I recommend it. It's yeah.
Honestly, I have wanted to, whenever we finally do get, because we're planning on all getting together sometime soon and doing something. And
At some point.
Yeah.
I've got a few ideas of shit I think we could do.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna like grind on some kind of modern art sculpture on skateboards. We're definitely gonna make sure we do that.
I will learn
Oh
how
my
to
God,
skateboard.
yeah. Don't give me ideas, man. Don't give me ideas.
Hey, you know, Tony Hawk's
That's
Pro
a
Skater.
free one for you.
Just don't break anything, you know.
The problem is that if I did something like that, then everyone would just think I was just Stop Oil, and then that would just ruin my rep. You know,
Oh God, yeah. Stop Oil has been doing a lot of crazy shit lately, haven't they?
It's almost to the point of like, hang on, did I write this or not? Like, I throw soup at the Mona Lisa. I do that shit.
Like, I would try
I'd do
that for
that
a bit.
I'd do that without the cameras on me. I just do it.
Yeah,
For the
yeah, just do because it's funny. Yeah, exactly. Oh man,
I wonder what the Mona Lisa's favorite soup is.
I go with
Chunky.
a good bisque.
She looks like a clam chowder girl to me.
I can see that.
That seems like an insult. You don't
Yeah.
say that about a woman.
Yeah.
Don't
Seems
call
like
her
a bit of an
clam
old.
chowder
She seems.
girl.
Yeah, she seems like an old bay girl. You know what I mean?
Oh shit. So
I guess getting the questions.
yes.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah,
Well,
go
I
for it.
have a question that isn't on the list. I need to know what the fuck you were thinking. With this tweet right here, I'll read it out for our lovely listeners.
Oh,
Retweeting the fetish game that we talked about last episode, where you are a little itty bitty policeman tasked to escape from giant female police officers. Caddy retweeted
oh
this saying,
man.
"I'm not getting this game for the reasons you think. I just want to be a little policeman."
There you go. So there you go. You've answered my question.
That's
It's
the
because of
I
the,
don't think
it's
no, I
because
don't think that's
it's
accurate.
because of the way you said the second line. That's why. I just want to be a little policeman like that.
Yes,
I just
for the viewing, the listening audience, it is Policemun with a U. So yeah.
yes,
yeah,
it is. It is. I made a joke ages ago, and I got a lot of people upset, but then they were like, "Oh fuck, don't do that ever again." I said, by the way, everybody, Miles Morales isn't Spider-Man. He's Spider-Man, just like Peter.
Ooh.
And it's like, but I did that with like a paragraph of space in between the beginning and the end. So everyone thought I was a raging racist. It's like, no, he's Spider-Man. He's Spider-Man. Yeah, policeman is just a funny fucking word. It's hilarious.
There's Spider-Man.
I should have put the
plural.
policeman in the thumbnail. Fuck.
Hey, there's always
it's
time to
funny.
add.
True.
Yeah, just throw a tiny, tiny little policeman down in the bottom. Policeman.
Yeah.
down in the
See, this
bottom.
reminds me of the game Mr. Mosquito.
Oh
Yeah,
god.
that's what I think. I responded to somebody and said, like, these kinds of games have existed from the beginning of time. You have
Yeah.
Mr. Mosquito, even Katamari to an extent, if you want to get technical about it.
Yeah.
Well, there is a Katamari does have a bit of a. The king is kind of fucking fabulous. So
The King
Yes.
is Freddie
You
Mercury.
can definitely see the print of his dick
Yeah.
on his.
Yes, you
The King is
can. Yes,
literally Freddie Mercury.
the king.
Sure
the king
is.
is the king is bulging. The prince is tiny, and he vores everything in a big ball. Like
Yeah.
it's everything. It's everything all at once. Everything all at once.
God,
In fact, actually, there's a PlayStation 1 game called No One Can Stop Mr. Domino, and I didn't realize this until
I remember that video.
yeah. Oh yeah, I did a video about it. I forgot about that shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, like so I didn't realize until people started talking to me after it was after I made that video. Now that I can't remember making the video, but yeah, people were saying to me afterwards, "Hey, did you not notice when you did this thing in the game there was this young girl in there and her nose started bleeding like shit, like fucking spouting like a tap?" And I was like,
Jeez.
"No." Well, and at that point I didn't know what that meant, and now I know isn't it a turning on thing? Are they turned on?
It's like,
when
it's
their
like
nose-
yeah, it's like a Japanese pervy thing.
yeah. So then
supposedly when
yeah.
you get aroused in Japan, you get a nosebleed. That's
Right.
the trope. But I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know
so-
where that
Yeah.
came from.
But that's the thing, right? So now that just makes me think, okay, so even in the 90s, they were making games where you control tiny little inanimate objects that cause women's noses to bleed. Like,
Yeah.
these weird fucking games have been around forever, and I had this, and it's just a really funny idea to play that game and just be like, yes, I'm a little policeman, and that's it. That's literally all I get from it. That's honest. That's the literal only thing I get from it.
This is just funny because it reminds me of there's a number of channels that kind of have that same feeling of like they're very overtly like a giantess vor channel, but they're
Yeah.
they're kind of not like they don't say it directly, so it's just fun animations of cartoon characters, but they all follow the same theme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, there's even this one that there's this new thing that I'm probably going to be talking. By the time this is out, I will have talked about it on stream. But it's this channel people were mentioning in the Milk Barn chat. It is this Japanese animation channel that is ostensibly for kids, but all of the animations are basically normalizing sex with adults. So super awesome.
No.
Super awesome.
Oh. I think,
Yeah.
dude, I think we need to call the policeman.
I think we might need to.
An army
Well, I have
of
him here on
tiny
my
policemen.
I have him right here on my clipboard. We can
Oh
bring
my
him in.
God.
Bring him in
It'll be like,
anytime we need him.
In Sonic Superstars, when you
there
do
he
your
is!
shadow clone
There he
attack, you just get hundreds of tiny policemen filling your screen.
It's just like for such a a position of authority and power. It's just funny how policeman is the word for it. It's just so fucking funny to me, and it's not even. I haven't done anything to the word. That's how you
That's just
say
a
it.
word.
It's just a word. Like, oh yeah, it's the police. What do you do for a
We
living? I'm a
don't-
policeman.
we
It's
don't
just
really
fucking
say-
funny.
We don't really say
No, you say
policeman
cop,
over
don't you? You
here,
say
yeah.
cop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Copper or something
Cop.
like that. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
pigs.
Yeah.
Pigs are coming.
I do prefer policeman though. That's much better.
It's
got
just
a
it
good
just
ring to it's very jaunty.
yeah, it is.
Very
It's very
formal.
much like 1920s. Like, oh, they're gonna knock you over the noggin with their little bat. It's just fucking brilliant.
Take you up to the pokey.
Yes, they will. They will.
Oh man. We got any more questions?
Yes. So this question is from Bees with Chainsaws. Follow him on Twitter. Why did you murder my family? Sad face.
Wow, Caddy, why did you murder their family?
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I have a family, and there can only be room for one.
It's Highlander rules. I get it. I'm with
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
So
Okay.
if anybody out there who has a family, you're on the list.
You're on the list. You're on the list. And my next, Daddy of 5 is on that fucking list, man.
Hell yeah.
Oh god.
Gotta go after him first.
I wonder what he's up to these days. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I wonder what fucking Mike Martin's up to.
I'll tell you what he's up to. He must be now what, Daddy of 2?
Ah, God, I would be surprised if it's Daddy
Ending
Vinny.
at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. His life, his existence is now just a countdown of how many Daddy ofs he is before he loses everything.
Down to 0. Apparently,
There was a
Eventually, he will be he will be Daddy at Zero.
there was a
Daddy o
frickin-
Daddy o none. Daddy o none.
there was a lady, I forget her name, but she was famous for hitting her kids with a wooden spoon on a video and a bunch of other horrible shit, and people were calling her Mommy03. I talked about her years ago, but I don't remember whatever happened to her either. Hopefully nothing good,
Hopefully, yeah.
good. Yeah.
Hopefully, she got hit with a big wooden spoon.
The wooden spoon of justice, yeah.
Mm.
so I went to Wikipedia. I guess he is still uploading stuff to YouTube.
Mm.
He's getting like 5,000 to 6,000 views, which
More than
good
I
for
would
what he used-
expect.
Not good for what he
So
used to make.
We are the kids, but not the kids anymore. We're now the
uh,
Martin family.
Yeah, apparently it's
Interesting.
one of them, Jake Martin, who has the channel. It's a Keemstar loophole, but
Okay, so yeah, the second
Yeah.
video, the most recent second video they uploaded, Dad plays OG Fortnite. Yeah, I don't need to look at this.
God, it's
Policemun.
weird knowing they're still on.
Oh wait, what's it say in the description? Our parents were wrongfully accused of things they did not do. It was on fucking video, you munters. What are you talking about? Oh my god! I need to find. Wait. Where's the
Yeah.
Where's the rest of the description? Where is it? They made.
Yeah,
They
here.
made for the best choices that they could all make for us at the time. Okay.
Sure.
Oh,
He-
man,
he's-
Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
Making spaghetti with his kid. Oh, I'm making. Oh, he's making weird mystery spaghetti with margarine. Oh, it looks disgusting. It
Oh,
looks like
don't say that.
4chan spaghetti.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that.
That is
Oh.
hilarious.
Dad plays OG.
How
wow, I gotta
weird.
look at this.
How weird.
Well, thank God he's still around to make horrible spaghetti. But other than that, Jesus Christ, he does still have kids. Oh God.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
like, if that's what he's doing, if that's what he's doing, like, they're talking about, like, oh, they made the best choices they made for us at the time. Yeah, and even today, he's giving you fucking margarine spaghetti. So, like,
3 weeks.
Yeah, he might-
ago, there's one with they're locked in a thing, and it says kids get locked up at the pumpkin farm. Damn.
Well, there's one here just titled "Committing Terrorist Acts in CS2." It is just random Arabic, and it's like that's racist.
Yeah.
oh
God,
man.
there's rap
Oh
music
yeah, it
too.
is.
Yeah.
But in fairness though, walk to end Alzheimer's disease. Now we're all
Yeah.
we're all
Yeah,
ourselves
that's
now. We're all
got
the bad
more
guys now.
views.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, I do feel pretty bad about saying what I said now.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? You know what? If somebody goes around smacking their kids around the head enough, of course you'd support a cause like that.
I mean, yeah, that will give them Alzheimer's.
Mm.
Early onset, yeah.
I mean, it can't do anything positive.
Oh, he did. It's just okay. This is fucking great. This is like old school 2007. This is taking me right back. So we've got a video from a month ago. Lost in the woods with 5 kids. It's got like the clickbait thumb, and he's screaming in the thumbnail. It says "help" in big capital letters. Immediate next upload. Don't leave me. And he's cuddling up with an old dog. It's like the whiplash. It's so good. Oh, hang on.
Totally
Sure,
just
Wait a
the other
second.
direction.
Is one of the kids is a musician now?
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
they've got
Really?
rap videos and shit. There's a bunch of them. And
Oh man.
and then there's
I
an
won't-
hour
okay.
long Daddy
So
Fight
interesting.
Closed.
Yeah.
I won't name names. But in the city that I live, there is an infamous ex-YouTuber that lives here, and he's got a
Okay.
reputation literally everywhere I've ever been. Whenever someone recognizes me, if I'm in a restaurant or something, or like someone asks me what I do if I like take my car to a garage or something, and I say, "Oh yeah, I do." I don't say I'm a YouTuber. I make videos on YouTube. That's what I say. so I
I
say that,
production
and then
company.
You gotta
Yes,
do the
yes.
Chris Ray gunplay. You gotta call yourself an editor.
Yeah.
yes, an editor.
right.
Yes. So I kind of explain that, and then immediately they kind of their eyes slightly roll, or they kind of like oh okay. And the reason for that is because there is an infamous one that lives here, and it's probably the only other big YouTube. Well, I say big, not big at all. I can link in the chat so you can see. But they live here, and they have got the worst reputation for just being the snobbiest, brattiest, rich kid, like fucking like the kind of person that would go into a McDonald's with 2 security guards. right?
Oh, Jesus.
No.
And and this guy was doing this when they were 15 years old.
Oh god.
Seriously.
And
Jesus.
why this is making me think of this guy is because they started off as a teenager doing rap videos that went viral. So now I'm thinking these kids are teenagers now. They're going down a dark path. They're going down a dark
They're
path.
gonna become the worst people to deal with in like.
You know, if there's any
2.5
consolation, they've been on a dark path for a while, so at least there's that.
I mean,
Yeah, they're not making any significant life alterations. They're just going keep on going.
Yeah.
What a horror story, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Well, you know, if you're gonna kill anybody's family, don't kill the family, but you know, I mean, he's still got kids.
Yeah,
so,
he-
you know.
you still got time for him.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
this guy. Okay.
I've never heard.
Oh,
of this person.
do you? So this is the funny thing, like decent amount of subscribers, decent like following on Instagram and everything, but then look at the fucking view counts. No one gives a shit.
Most
one
I'm
cares.
not going to choose the most recent video just in case, because you know I don't want this guy's
Oh,
name to
good
be
God.
out there
Yeah.
if you don't. But like a recent video from like a couple months ago,
Wow.
over 1 million subscribers, 5,000 views.
Yeah,
Almost 2
Well,
million.
You say over one, like I'm just over. I'm not even 1.1k.
Yeah,
no,
he is
1.1k,
he's a
1.1 m
sizable-
yet.
1.8,
Yeah,
roughly.
he's
Sizable
1.8.
number.
And
above
yeah,
Yeah,
like
he's
6 years
closer
ago,
to
9 years
2.
ago, like I'm looking
Yeah,
back.
so
here.
great.
This person was getting millions of views, and now a month ago they're getting 3,000.
I'm trying to see when it-
This is
Yeah.
I'm trying to see.
It's
this
because,
ties
I
back
think-
into like people coming to your channel for fucking like the stupid bullshit like algorithm prank videos and whatever the hell, and instead
Well,
of like
yeah.
who the person is, you know.
Yeah.
See,
and at the time as well, like this was obviously you can see it was like 6-7 years ago. So we're talking not even 10 minutes long, and the guy is a lot younger, so it was kind of Bieber explosion era. So
Yeah, I
it does
can
make
see
sense,
that.
and none of this would matter if the guy didn't have the fucking most trash toxic reputation in our city. No one likes this guy. Nobody.
Yeah,
and it's
I'm-
just like it's incredible. It's incredible.
I'm trying to find back here when it like fully starts to dip, but yeah, like 2 or 3 years ago, it's like suddenly 20K, and then just
Part of the reason for that is because he started kind of flipping into couple vlogging. So they became a power couple, a YouTube power couple, and then the dude very, very publicly and stupidly cheated on her, and yeah. So here we are. Here we
I
are.
mean, the thing is, it's like, yeah, you got god. This
That's
kind
right.
And they say we don't have any good exports.
hey, you guys got some bangers.
The thing is, I like whenever a channel, whenever a video I'm watching does something like what we're doing now and going, well, I'm not going to name names, and then there's like, we've dropped a few hints, but no more necessary.
Yeah,
But
we've done
people
everything
can
but
speculate
names.
now. There you go. Have
Okay,
fun.
yeah, maybe like I don't know, maybe when you come to the edit, maybe like I don't know, bleep out the view counts because yeah, I don't. We live in a small
sure.
city. I don't want this getting out.
Yeah.
I mean, but you know, there's more of a. I mean, it's possible. I'll bleep a few counts.
Yeah,
We'll just go ahead and say his name. It's Boogie298.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, this guy probably didn't spend $200,000 on escorts.
Ethan Ralph.
Oh.
He doesn't look the type, but he does look like the type to put 700 grand in crypto.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Does look the type.
So, Caddy, you
Oh.
said something about you
I'm sorry.
you say we don't have good imports. That reminds me of something.
Yeah.
So, around 2013, I subscribed to 2 British YouTubers.
Oh, no.
Did you? Oh, no.
One of them
no.
was Caddicarus, who is cool
Yeah.
and good. The other
Cool
one
Icarus.
is yes. The other one is Vote Saxon 07.
Yay!
Okay.
So,
I'm
you're
sorry.
not aware.
Oh, yeah, please.
Oh.
No. Do I not want to know? Do I not know?
No,
wanna
you
know?
wanna
He
know.
doesn't
No.
know. Oh god. Oh no.
He's not a sex weirdo, which is saying something.
Well,
See,
But I'm,
maybe a little bit.
but I'm close enough to him that you subscribe to both of us at the
Well,
same
no,
time.
no, not that way.
Different types of content. So, Vote
Interesting.
Saxon 07 was.
Please link. Please.
He
link.
might. Okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and link. He is a Doctor Who. He's kind of a just general collectible YouTuber.
Mainly
Okay.
Doctor Who, but yeah, a lot of different.
I found him from Doctor Who stuff. I was like really big into Doctor Who around 2013, and I've kind of come back to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he did like, you know, collectible reviews. He would do his own like modifications. Cool. Cool and good. December 18th of last year, he allegedly killed his pregnant girlfriend.
Really?
Yo, yeah.
Allegedly.
And by allegedly, Tristan means that there's literally video footage of him walking out of his apartment and taking every step of the way to her apartment, and
Yeah.
it took and the timeline is directly like lined
That's
up.
not even the worst
Allegedly.
part too. But real quick, the opinions expressed by me and my co-host, unless literally coming out of Caddicarus's mouth, are the opinions of those who say them. They are not the
Yes.
opinions of Caddicarus.
So, anyways, that guy
So
murdered his girlfriend.
Yeah, he absolutely did. He
Oh.
absolutely
Yeah.
did.
Okay,
And,
so
the-
I just went onto Twitter to see if this guy followed me. Luckily, I'm safe. But
Okay. So
I'm just looking at like he talked about some maybe his nan or someone. He posted a picture of his nan and said 9 years ago I lost you today. Cherish the women in your lives, and every comment is cherish them in the way you do.
Yeah,
Oh,
he was doing a lot of
So-
that kind of like that
If you-
last year was the worst year of my life, but this
Yeah.
year will be better. And yeah,
yeah, I'm sure it was. But the funny thing is, if you go on his YouTube page and you see that Violet Night Christmas gaming live stream, you'll notice that was on the same day as the killing. He faked that live stream,
Yeah, what
so he would have an
started it
alibi.
a week earlier, and
this
it was
isn't
whole
a legend.
fucking thing.
This isn't a legend. It is admitted. This isn't alleged. It is admitted by him.
so he said outright, "I
Well,
faked this stream."
He said
No,
it
no,
after
he-
he was called out.
When he was caught, yeah, when he was he
was like-
recorded it like a week earlier, and then
He
he
was like,
went.
yeah, but you know that doesn't mean that I went there.
Yeah, and he went live, and his whole thing was, "Oh, I can't look at the chat while I'm live." But then people have noted that he was like fucking. Well, one thing is he was like saying the victim's name in the stream and being very murdery and like.
Oh my god!
He was playing.
Yeah,
It
he
was
was
called
playing,
Violent Night,
well, he's playing Grand Theft Auto Vice City on
Yeah.
stream, quote unquote.
and he
and
just kept
the,
like screaming about like beating that bitch to death and.
The Matt Pat thumbnail thing is just
Yeah.
it's putting out some bangers right now.
We-
Oh my god! Like I'm just oh my
That's
god!
good. It says I'm scared for those at home.
I love the film theory, the film theory logo.
Oh yeah, we have I have a Mr. Beast thumbnail fire, and he's got a fucking Matt Pat
Oh,
fire.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is interesting. So when was this supposed alleged thing? When did it happen?
It happened December
December
18th or the 15th.
And it wasn't the 19th, or yeah, maybe
Interesting,
18th,
because I'm just going through his Twitter and there's a post here. He met with somebody that I am friends with and posted about it and said, "Nice meeting you again." And that was
Sure.
January 26th.
Yes, so
And
he
but it's
was-
a quote tweet. It's a quote tweet, and it says this post is unavailable on the quote tweet. So clearly, this person, this is fucking
Big.
hell.
Yeah.
rough. But yeah, he
He was still because he killed her allegedly.
he was arrested back in February, March.
It took like a month or two. So
He was
actually has a
initially
few
arrested.
videos. He has a few on his channel after the alleged
Yeah,
murder.
yeah.
Well, murder, but he allegedly did.
God
Theoretically.
damn, man.
Yeah.
There was one thing I was hoping not to happen on this podcast, and that was to come off of it with the Deadwing Dork stink.
I'm so sorry.
I couldn't avoid it.
You're
You
gonna get it no
God.
matter what.
This is my new hyperfixation now. Christ almighty, I'm gonna have to look into this.
Well, I have
Yeah,
a whole
no,
video
there's-
about it. Yeah,
there's
there's
news.
been some. Oh, is there?
Yes, there's news. Let me
wow.
real quick look and see if there's any new news.
While you do
Yeah.
that, do you want me to cover something
Steven.
temporarily, real quick?
No, I'm just searching up news on
Okay.
Google.
Let me just say,
Sort of most recent.
I did do a video like shortly after this was all revealed, and then there's been a few other ones from like that chapter and such. There's definitely been some. There's a really good one from I think his name is Spaceman Scott, who
Yes.
Yeah.
apparently he was a very big fan of the channel and was actually influenced to become a YouTuber because of Vote Sax in '07. So he has a retrospective on being a fan of the channel and how the news has kind of impacted him. So yeah, there's definitely some
Oh
videos
man.
to check out about
Yeah.
this scenario. It's fascinating. I mean, watching that stream, it's like 6 hours long, and just every like movement of his fucking face muscles is says volumes. You
He
know,
does a lot of weird
Yeah.
shit with his face.
He also
yeah.
is very touchy with his yelling. He exclaims that he will kill you all, quote unquote, with fire.
Yeah.
Very hinged man.
Well, there was
So,
also
man.
the one part where he
Said the
at the
victim's name.
well, I said the victim's name at the time of the night when she would have been
Ah.
like he would have been there and killing her in her apartment, according to the
Oh
timeline.
man.
Well,
God
no,
almighty.
that's not the only thing. There's also
See, Claude didn't
I-
really finish,
okay,
but
sorry.
I wasn't done. That was at the time when that happened on the recorded live stream. He had it all planned out allegedly had it all planned out how long it would take him to get over there, and he had a thing show up that was James Bond, No Time to Die, at like the exact time that he would have probably been arriving there and killing her. And it was like a funny little accident. Ooh, I didn't mean to show that, but then it was
ooh, woo, I accidentally hit my stream deck. Ooh.
funny. No Time to Die. Yeah. Oh,
Insane.
Wow,
Perfect.
guys! Oh my god! A new special guest of this podcast has just walked into my office. Everybody, say hello to the policeman.
oh shit,
Hello, policeman.
He's here. He's here, and he doesn't approve of this
No,
at
he's
all.
not happy. No.
I don't
I'm
think
just
he
looking
would.
at this. I just found the post of 2022 was the worst year of my life. You'll never know the levels of suffering, loss, and cruelty I was subjected. I'm reading this right. Why? Like it? Obviously, I've just found out about this. I'm not going to tread on any toes. I'm not, alleged, whatever. But
Yeah.
how? If you were innocent, if I was in this guy's position and I was innocent, the last thing I would do is make a post like that and then post an artsy wide-angle black and white photo to go with it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the last I would. It would be plain fucking. When I let people know I'm in the fucking hospital over chest pains, I just post blank text.
Yeah.
Like this is, like I don't know.
A little bit
Like,
over dramatic. Yeah.
His
So-
own hubris.
So a quick
And then like
update.
there's one like every comment replying to this is negative aside from one, and I will read it now. No matter what, all of us fans love and support you, Stephen, whether you know it or not. You and Anthony and all your videos and hilarity have helped so many of us with depression and bad times. Never underestimate how much impact you have on both have.
When was this posted?
That was December 31st, 2022.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
That was the day that was posted.
Oh,
didn't know.
boy.
So quick update
Oh.
on this.
Yes.
So we've been following the case for quite a while, basically since he was arrested.
Yeah.
I remember fondly back on the days where we thought that this case would be done by August 1st.
Oh, we this
Yeah.
was so open and
This has
shut in
been
our minds.
this has been another Chris Chan-esque situation
Yeah.
where they kept pushing it fucking back, and it's like,
I hope
holy
it doesn't
fuck,
end the
how
same way.
This is such
Oh,
a
God.
slam fucking dunk. Like
So,
the net's on the floor. It's a slam dunk.
the guy was
So-
bugging the victim's parents' apartment to see if they thought he was guilty, but I'm sure he didn't do
insane shit.
anything.
Oh,
so,
what the heck?
so
guys, there is an alternate dimension somewhere where this guy is on your podcast and I killed someone.
You know,
it's actually this universe.
Whoa.
Very, yes.
Turns out 5 years later,
Surprise
all the
twist,
charges been
ladies and
dropped.
gentlemen.
You killed that guy's whole family.
Yeah,
Can't believe
Oh,
Yeah,
that was
that's true.
them.
exactly.
Oh, okay. I shouldn't joke. This is awful. But then no one
Oh,
knows
no.
if they,
You're
look.
you're
If they
fine.
if he's been
This
if
trial's
he's
been
been arrested and then what? They couldn't find anything on it.
no.
I don't-
They found several things. Like
They've
they
just been
they have
pushing the-
gloves.
case back, I think.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, they have
trying
gloves. The knife was one in her own house, but they found the gloves that he was wearing, and they have like faint bits of blood on them. They have CCTV footage of someone who matches his build going from his house to like a some kind of stop, and then testimony from a taxi driver saying that he took someone from the neighborhood where Steven lives to the neighborhood where Natalie lives. or the city, I think.
Oh man.
Sorry, I'm
And
out of
then-
I'm a little bit big.
So when people say, fuck the police and ACAB, yeah, like what are you gonna who are you gonna call when they give up? Not them. I feel
Yeah.
like what the
Yeah.
oh man.
So
Another fun fact about this guy being a scumbag that I only learned from that Spaceman Scott video. There was a huge rally for Natalie. I think Natalie McNally.
Yes. Yeah.
There was a huge rally for her and end violence against women and all that sort of thing. He showed up, and he was seen in one of the crowds, just like standing there ominously, like Slender Man, in the midst of all of these people.
I shouldn't
I don't
laugh.
remember that from the
God
video.
Almighty. God
Yeah.
Almighty.
I laugh because it helps with the pain. So an
Honestly,
update on
yeah.
this. I've been trying to get out for the past couple minutes.
Sorry,
It's all
but
good,
you
it's all
can't
good, it's all
drop
good.
this. You can't
This-
drop this bombshell.
I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. So an update on this. Last we heard, the trial was set to be around December 1st, and now, from the Belfast Telegraph, he's North Irish.
Oh, okay.
You say that like it now makes so much sense.
I was gonna say.
he also used to work for the Belfast Telegraph.
Guys,
But,
have you ever listened to a band called Stump before?
I've heard of-
I feel like I know what
I
what
have
kind
a
of
Stump?
music
Okay,
they play.
sorry, I'm going right off subject, but they're Northern Irish, and if you listen to their music, it adds up pretty fucking well. Stump are one of my favorite bands of all time. They're one of Mike Patton from Faith No More. He based most of Mr. Bungle on Stump, and you can hear it.
Oh.
Like Stump is one of the original kind of like experimental, like we are incredible musicians, but we're not going to play anything conventionally kind of bands. They're incredible, but they're Northern Irish and they sound fucking mental. And this does kind of add up. Yeah.
I'll give him a listen. So,
Ah.
from the Belfast Telegraph, case against Natalie McNally murder accused not likely in Crown Court before New Year.
Oh, it's a bad update.
So it's going to be over a year since he allegedly killed this woman. That he's going to be fucking.
I mean, at least he's in jail while this is happening.
Yeah, he isn't like free on bail or something.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he's in prison right now.
Yeah, he was
Well, he's-
denied bail.
I think he's in jail, not prison, so I don't know what it's not like a full prison, but yeah, it's something. It's like police custody.
I don't mass it. All I do know is that unless I'm completely mistaken, like in the at least in England, I don't think bail is a thing that exists. I don't.
Well,
know.
there was
I
an
don't
article
think you
from-
can pay to get people out. I don't. I could be completely wrong about that. Don't take my word for it.
There
but
was
I
an
think-
article from a while back that states that he was denied bail.
Okay, so that you can then. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. Wow, that's crazy. I mean, it says here that it would take some time for the papers to be prepared, so they probably have the most Loctite down case on this
Yeah,
guy.
I'm
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 I'm gonna
hoping
make sure there's no chance at all of some kind of defense.
they are
you know?
reviewing every single frame of that 6-hour live stream. It takes a day to do it.
They might have
Yeah.
to. Fuck.
Thank
Wait
God
a
he
second.
didn't
days,
Wait.
do
Wait, I think sorry, if you've said this already, I wasn't listening because I was reading the insanity on Twitter, but was this lady, she was pregnant?
Yep.
Yes. Yes, she was. She
Oh,
was pregnant with his
yeah.
child.
it. Was it
Okay, that's
confirmed
that's
as
just
his
that's just
child?
made my blood run cold. Fucking god.
Yeah.
Oh
It was
man.
confirmed to be his child then?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because there was I remember it early on. I don't think it was confirmed immediately because there was some thought that maybe it was like someone else's and he, killed her because of that. But I think it was like, well. Also, apparently, another fun Stephen McCullough fact. Apparently, his fucking parents and like fucking pets have also died mysteriously in the last.
No, not
decade.
mysteriously. Not mysteriously.
Is that not? There was something
Yeah,
about
they-
that in the other video that I saw.
No,
That, like,
I'm
people
pretty
were
sure
kind
both
of
of his
reviewing
parents.
it.
I'm pretty sure both of his parents died of cancer.
Yeah,
not
I'm
sure
I'm
about his
just
dog,
alright.
but
Yeah, I'm just looking. So it says here that the third. It says they adjourned the case to the 3rd of November, so it should have already happened.
Yeah,
well, that's the
mean,
most recent news.
I guess-
Yes,
I guess
it's
it's another
apparently
August
happened, and
news.
the prosecuting lawyer doesn't sound whatsoever like nervous. Like they sound like they've got this in the bag. So we
Yeah.
can only hope. We can only hope.
Yeah,
We've
here's
been
hoping.
giving them shit for how long it's taking, but I mean, if it is legitimately, if it is taking this long, they have got to have some like mountains on mountains of papers on them.
Do you know what's really okay? Again, funny is not the word. I can't just I can't think of any. I can't think of any other word
You
to
can
say.
funny.
You're good.
Ironic.
I
Yes, that I just went down to the bottom of. I went to the bottom of the page of that story, and this was the first result of related stories. I put it in the chat.
Oh God, let me see this here.
Oh man, the retiring of a legend. So I'll go ahead and read the headline while everyone's
The
reading.
headline is all you need. The headline is all you need.
I'm retiring from hunting pedophiles, says man who wrote "nonce" on Perv's car. What a legend! I hope
Hell
he enjoys
yeah.
his retirement.
So
Get a golden parachute, mother. He looks like Mike Ehrmantraut too.
He
so-
does.
That's a bit.
Jesus, that
Oh,
what a legend.
man. What
We
a
should probably
crazy
continue with
night.
some questions.
man.
Yeah, how much of this is going to be usable?
All of it. We're full send here, man.
Yeah,
Oh man.
we don't
We
cut
did
anything out unless there's a slur.
Yeah.
We did an ad, which hasn't happened yet. We did an
Yeah.
ad read for Cushy Dreams at one point that was all about Osama bin Laden. So you know,
Yep.
Oh,
I only had to
I'm
trim
so
two
glad.
things out of that, and they still kept us on.
I'm so glad that I get to put said the words Osama bin Laden in an official ad read on my tombstone.
Yep.
yeah.
God Almighty. Okay. Yeah. Questions. Let's distract
I
for a second.
have a question here from Moxie6216 on
Oh
YouTube.
boy.
They just ask, what are your thoughts on building a PC, Caddy? And
Wouldn't you like to know?
I'll add to that. How's the PC going at this point in time?
Fucking okay. So I mean,
Oh, boy.
obviously, meme question. Obviously, the video exists. That's how I feel about building a PC. It fucking sucks. But do you? Okay, so this is kind of. I think I might have said this once or twice on other podcasts. Maybe I can't think, but there is an update to the story, right? So
Ooh.
basically, what it ended up being after all of that I went through in this video of me trying to get a PC to work properly, what it turned out to be was that in the BIOS settings for the CPU, which is a Ryzen one, if in the BIOS settings, there is a setting called Performance Boost Override, and it was flicked to on, right? When this setting is flicked on, if the CPU gets even vaguely hot, it shuts down out of safety, right?
Holy shit.
Yep.
So basically what was going on was that because there was no pattern to the shutting down or anything, it was just like you could load, but there was a slight pattern in the sense of it would sometimes shut down if you loaded Chrome or if you did something. Basically anything that caused a spike in the CPU would then click it off.
What a
And
stupid setting.
And all I had to do, I had to do was turn that setting off, and I've never had a problem again.
Honestly,
Right.
I'm kind of surprised it wasn't something like ridiculously dumb. Like one time.
Well, I mean, it's kind of
it's
dumb,
dumb,
but
it's
in
not
my
like,
defense, yeah, it's
not like
in
I
my
put the
defense
RAM
though.
in backwards or something.
No, it wasn't anything like that. No, it was setting. That was all. But no, it's
Yeah.
Single fucking
what was
setting.
funny about it though was that like I had gone through the BIOS as you would when you're trying to troubleshoot a PC.
Yeah.
I knew that menu like the back of my hand. The problem is that the performance boost override setting was deep within a menu, which if you clicked on that menu, a big warning screen flashed up and said, please do not go any further unless you are an expert at computers. You might damage your computer forever beyond repair.
Holy
So
shit.
whenever I went to that menu, I just went, oh shit, I'm not going there. And I just ignored it. So I went back.
Like a
So
normal person.
yes, exactly. And so then one day it was just like, well, the computer doesn't fucking work anyway. What settings could I potentially be missing? I think I was in a forum and somebody said, oh yeah, it's because it has something to do with NVIDIA graphics cards and Ryzen processors. That's apparently something that they just do when they see each other. It's a bad compatibility thing. And Yeah, so they said, "Hey, have you checked Performance Boost Override?" And they were like, "Oh my god, it's fixed all my problems, thank you." And then I was like, "Okay, do you know what? I'm going to ignore the warning." Turned it on, and I've been using that PC for years. It's my gaming PC. It's perfect. I've never had a problem with it since. So yeah, one fucking setting after all of that.
Wow.
Yeah,
What
And
a
have you,
stupid setting.
no, because I
Well,
Yeah.
I had that
imagining
same
the setting-
issue. I have that
I'm
same
imagining
issue.
the setting works for like if there's
I mean,
not
I
a
guess
bug
so.
with it or whatever, or like a conflict. He said so.
So some
I
of the
would
newer
assume-
Yeah.
some of the newer motherboards ship with that off. So
Mm.
I can tell you this
Yeah,
because I
and
had
this-
a similar issue when I first got mine. Then when I got my new one, it was just off by default. So I
I
didn't.
was
Yeah.
I was gonna ask if you've upgraded the PC at all, or added anything new to it, or changed anything.
Honestly, I haven't needed to because it's running a 3090, so I've been able to keep up with all the I was able to play Elden Ring at 4K 60 FPS, no fucking problems at all.
Oh, sweet.
So yeah, so it's it's just my I separate work from pleasure. So my work is my where I am right now. I'm in my office. I'm at my desk. This is my MacBook I'm using right now. But then the PC is purely gaming. It's pure because you can't game on a Mac. It's just fucking ridiculous. You can't do it.
You're
you
starting
have, like,
to
a
now.
separate-
We're starting to
You
now.
have,
Yeah.
like
Hideo
a step-
Kojima is gonna fix it. Everybody, he'll fix all of it.
Well, yeah, Whoopi Goldberg can't play Diablo 4 on her Mac, so she needs to start a campaign for. I don't know if you saw that. She had a
I
whole
did see
thing
it.
where
Oh no way!
She
I saw that.
she's
I
got,
might bring
like,
it
a-
up on one of these.
She bought a PC version of Diablo 4, and she was like, "I can't play
Well,
my Diablo
Yeah, you
on
can
my
you can
Mac."
play Diablo 3 like just fine.
Yeah, no,
You know what? I'm just for the sake of the lols, I'm gonna open up my Steam on my Mac and see
Oh,
out of my whole collection what is compatible, what can actually play on this MacBook. Let's have a quick look.
I wonder if
a
I
decent
can.
amount.
I wonder if I can see because I've got some that
I would assume like the Valve stuff would be if you
the
have
Valve
that.
stuff would, except for CS2 because they haven't done. They had one for Counter-Strike Global Offensive, but they didn't do anything for Counter-Strike 2 when that came out. I can't even
Okay,
see.
so I'm in my library. Let's have a look. See. So, out of 406 games, 88 are playable,
I mean, hey,
which is more than I
That's
Yeah.
more than I
probably.
thought. It's more than I. Well, okay, Untitled Goose Game is playable. That's all that fucking matters.
that actually.
Yeah.
Oh shit! So I can play the first Tomb Raider reboot. That's pretty good.
I think you can play all three of them.
I can play System Shock 2, the original one. I can play Meat Boy. I can play Sleeping Dogs Definitive Edition. That's pretty sick.
That is pretty sick.
Witcher 2. I can play Vampire Survivors. Yeah, it's all right. It's not the Psychonauts 2. That's impressive. That's a new game.
Yeah, I'm trying,
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if the newest release. It says that Baldur's Gate 3 can play on Mac. So
Oh, Salt and Sanctuary can play. That's pretty cool.
Liza P.
Hades
So-
can play. Okay, it's not as bad as Gungeon. Enter the Gungeon can play. That's also very important. Hollow Knight can
yeah.
play. Dead Cells can play. Cult of the Lamb. Yeah, it's a lot of indie games, but that's
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, that
some of the
makes
best.
sense.
Wow, that's impressive. Oh, Alien Isolation. Fuck. Wow, that's cool.
Oh yeah.
Oh fuck yes! I need to play
So
that. again.
you have like a separate editing PC or editing Mac, I guess. Then for
Oh,
stuff
man,
like
I mean,
that, like work
how much
work
ti-
computer.
Yeah, how much time have you guys got for me to just fucking ramble
Oh.
for a sec?
I
Go
know
for
you
it.
used to use Vegas, and I know how much pain you feel.
Oh man, I know, right?
Yeah.
Thing is though, if you're starting editing and you need something to go to a certain bay with pirates in it to get started,
Yeah.
I would say that I would still recommend Vegas. I think
Vegas
it's
is a
really
great
beginner.
starter.
Yeah, I think it's a really, really good beginner. Like I say beginner, but like I knew that program inside out, and I was able to do some crazy shit with it. But yeah, like for the idea of cutting and splitting and just the editing, it's really solid, really
Yeah.
solid, no complaints. But for fucking 2.5 hour long 4K 60 FPS videos, it wasn't happening.
You
So-
know what I'd love?
yeah.
There's some things where if you tried rendering it, it would just stop rendering halfway through, but wouldn't tell you until it was supposedly
Yeah.
done.
Yeah,
Because that's happened to this podcast 3 times.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
You know, my favorite ones is when it's like, oh yeah, you're 57% done, and then you come back an hour later and it says it's 57% done because it doesn't. So it crashes, but it doesn't actually crash. It just stays. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically what happened is that 2020 resurged my channel. I was still using Vegas at that point, and then in 2021. The new MacBooks were coming out, and I have never been a Mac person in my life. I've never seen the appeal. It's too expensive.
Yeah.
I've been using an iPhone since like 2016, but aside from that, I've been very anti-Apple just for the principle of the thing, you know, it's the principle of the thing. And so and then one day I was able, because I was making decent money, so I was able to hire my cameraman to come back, Ollie. So I was able to pay for his time, and he came over in 2021 when at the time the M1 Max chip had just come out, which was a big deal in the Apple sphere, and I didn't know anything about it. I was like, what the fuck is, like, what's the big deal? He's an Apple guy, and he was losing his mind. And I was like, fine, whatever. I have an Apple store in my city, so he was like, can we go and see if they've got one, and I can just fuck around with Final Cut for a second just to see how powerful it is. I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. So we go into the shop, and there's one there, and he opens up Final Cut, which is Apple's proprietary editing software. You can use Premiere, but I've tried both, and Premiere fucking sucks on Mac.
Premiere
so
fucking
don't
blows on Mac.
So yeah, don't use that. But I was on, so I went, he looked up on Final Cut, and he opened up a new project, and that in itself took maybe 10 seconds at most, which was impressive. And I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. So he opens up this project, and then there's a load of like test clips and like demo clips, and he found a massive load. He found like 8 4K 60 frames per second clips, and he dragged them all. They were all different clips, and he dragged them all into his timeline on this demo MacBook that had the M1 Max in it. And then he dragged one after the other, and he had 8 layers of 4K 60 FPS footage. And then he shrunk them all so that they were all playing at the same time, all on the screen. He then went to full screen, hit spacebar, and it played in 4K 60 FPS from the preview window in full screen.
Yeah.
Immediately. Wow. Fucking immediately. No stuttering, no crashing, no lag, no nothing.
Yeah,
and
that is fucking wild. Holy shit.
Yeah, I know. And then I started kind of seeing red, and I'm like, this is cool. Okay. And then it was like other shit. Like he then started render. He then like fucking just it grew the project just artificially, just kept on copying, pasting it, and then made it like, I think it was like 5 minutes long. Yeah. And then he did a test render. He did a test render in full resolution, MP4, 4K 60 FPS. It took 3.5 minutes to render.
What?
Yeah.
And then I'm here like, okay, so this is pretty cool. Oh, hang on a second. It's a fucking laptop.
Yeah, it's just a MacBook.
It's a MacBook. So I'm just like, okay, I need this now. And so I got it in 2021, and relearning editing with Final Cut as a Vegas baby was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. But now I'm in it. I can't imagine doing it any other way because it is just fucking flawless. The preview window is original res, original everything. It never lags. It has, ever since 2021 for me, it's crashed 3 times total.
Oh yeah.
And I can tell you that because it's a big event when it crashes,
right?
Because it's like it never fucking crashes.
Because on like Premiere, that'll happen frequently enough that you wouldn't be able to count it.
Premiere, if it doesn't
for me,
crash,
that happened.
That'd be hilarious.
For me, that happened editing a like 2.5 minute trailer for our fucking Morrowind server.
I mean, I have a computer that's like it's people joke that my computer's really bad because I have trouble running some things like on stream. But like my computer is able to run like Baldur's Gate 3 at ultra settings. I'm able to run stuff reasonably well. And yet in my fucking Premiere thing, I'm trying to edit my video that I'm doing now where I'm talking about season 1 and 2 of Seinfeld. And I've got footage that I recorded just from my webcam. It's not like it's even 4K 60 or anything. It's just like, I think it's just 1080p, and it's not even that good quality. But this fucking thing, I think what it is, too, is I add some color filters onto it. I have like a color grading thing preset that I add to it. And that's what it is that pushes it over the edge, where it'll just start like it'll stop previewing, it'll crash. I'll start rendering it to make it like go a little better, and then it'll crash while I'm rendering it. and I'm like, man, I can play like modern games that just came out, and this is fucking a problem for me. This like shitty webcam footage.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It's I don't know the technicalities, but it has something to do with how processors work with video graphics. I have no fucking clue. But yeah, like with Vegas, if I dropped and dragged one 4K clip in Vegas, it would just crash. Even with a 3090, it just wouldn't work. Even if it was built for 4K, which it told me it was.
Dude, 1080p, it's like Vegas is still kind of
and you have to be in like and you have to be in like draft quality to make sure it doesn't lag, right?
Oh, like a quarter. Like quarter,
exactly.
Quarter, it's bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I have to like set it for not the quarter when I'm like, oh, what am I looking at on the screen?
I can't actually tell the pixels I'm looking into.
I'll put the quality down so low that I'll actually like fuck up what I'm seeing, and I'll finish the video and be like, oh, you can see like that's overlapping with this because I couldn't fucking see it because Premiere sucks. And when I first started my channel, I was doing this shit on the worst laptop ever, so that was even compounding.
Oh yeah, dude, your computer when you first started it was
the worst.
I'm surprised it ran.
The one thing I will say though, I have to say this, I pirated Premiere for years, and it was always a problem. And then I can't believe it worked when I said, you know what, fine, I'll pay them money and maybe it'll be better, and it did. It actually hasn't been crashing as much since then, and it's usually it's still got problems, but like same computer and everything. I had it fucking crashing every like 5 minutes. I think they build something into it that's like copy protection that kind of I don't know, memory leaks it or something like that. But yeah, if anybody out there is like editing, I've seen a lot of people where they're like, why would I pay money for it if it's bad? It's like, no, it does actually I don't know.
It has
maybe
some
I'm just
benefits.
crazy.
It has some
maybe I'm crazy.
Possibly,
I've heard more bad things about specifically Adobe from people who pay for it.
I mean, nobody wants to give Adobe money.
Yeah,
if you watch Noodle's video like from 6 months ago, called "How I Made My First Animated Short," like half of the video, well, a third of the video is about how just the entire project was sabotaged by Adobe just being Adobe.
Yeah. You know what? One of the biggest, bitterest pills. Like the Mac OS isn't. It's getting better now because they're trying to integrate it more with how phones work, which sounds like Windows 8 tried doing that. Yeah, but Apple are Apple and they know what they're fucking doing. So it's like it's getting better. It's still an OS I'm not completely okay with. It's still got quirks that I'm not. I prefer PC as a whole. But like one of the biggest pills the bitterest pills I had to swallow was that on my PC when I edited with Vegas, all my image editing was done with Paint.net, which is
let's go,
dude. Paint.net is phenomenal. I fucking love it, and it opens and
great.
Yeah, it opens and it's able to edit Photoshop files. So now they haven't got a version of it for Mac, so I had to get Photoshop, and it's the worst piece of fucking shit. I hate it. I hate it so much.
We gotta go get the Paint.net developers. We gotta get them.
I know.
You might have to bring a laptop in, just like, all right, fuck it.
Either that or like see if you can find a Windows emulator for Mac.
You can do that.
They exist.
Parallels.
They exist. Oh yeah, I tried. I got so bad. When I started using Final Cut, I got on so badly with it. I actually got an emulator for Windows 10, so I could try and get. And you know the funny thing, it worked. It just wasn't perfect, and it wasn't as smooth and as fucking flawless as. So I was like, do you know what? Yeah. I think I'm just gonna have to bite it and just learn Final Cut, and I'm glad I did. But yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
See, I'm slowly learning Final Cut myself for whenever we finally get to the point where we're doing video.
Yeah.
And Final Cut's interesting because I got it super cheap because I know somebody with a college discount, so I use their college discount.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah, there's a bundle with that and Logic and a few others for only $300. I was like, yeah, fuck, why wouldn't I?
Logic's the music one, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the one that I know that like fucking, really, top of the line music producers are using that. And, it's only available on Mac, and I've been wanting to switch over to that to Mac specifically.
All I will say is that there is a reason whenever you see like interviews with musicians or rappers or producers or Rick
They
Rubin or
tend
anybody,
to prefer Mac, yeah.
there's always an Apple logo somewhere on their fucking desk, and there's a reason for it. For purely creative shit or like stuff that what we do, it can't be beat. But then for anything else, go PC. You know, it's kind of like that.
See,
what are your thoughts on? Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I suggest the Mac Mini though, because it's super cheap. I think the starting one is like 600, but the one with like 10 cores is like 1200, 1300, I think.
Yeah, that's the only thing is that like because they recently released, they've just announced the M3 Mac, and I'm on the M2, so I gave my old M1, which I did all of 2021 in. I gave that to my eldest, but now I'm on an M2, which is it's just fucking criminal.
It's so much faster.
It's like okay, I'm recording this audio right now on Final Cut, and when I come around to rendering it as a WAV, it will be done when I hit enter. It will just be finished.
Nice.
It's criminal. But what's the best thing about it though, like for me, is that like, okay, oh great, it's a laptop. That's cool. I don't really want to work on a laptop. And then Ollie, my cameraman's like, oh, you don't need to. And then he starts sending me all these links, and I'm like, well, what's all this shit? So underneath my desk right now is a docking station.
Oh yeah.
And this docking station is connected to two Apple Studio 32-inch 5K monitors that I'm looking at right now.
Holy shit.
It's connected to a THX Logitech speaker system. It's connected to my microphone that I'm using. It's connected to everything that I would need for a computer to work, essentially, as a desktop computer.
Yeah.
But all I need to do is plug one cable into my MacBook, and it all works.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for those who want a demonstration. For those who want a demonstration of how that works, check out the making of Caddicarus videos.
Yes, absolutely. There you go. I think I was going to say, did I show that off? But it's fucking so like when I want to stream or something and I want to use fucking Streamlabs or whatever from my Mac, I just unplug the one USB cable. And then it's like, okay, now I can take work wherever the fuck I am. I edited, actually, in my Crash Bandicoot merchandise video. I did film in the States for that video. I edited about 6 to 7 minutes of that video on the plane.
Holy shit.
Because it was completely fucking doable. It was like, I had like 5 hours of full power battery on it. And I was able to edit like that massive behemoth of a video, at least 6-7 minutes of it. It's almost unreal. But then it does come with a price because my MacBook is like, I think I paid like $7,000 for it. It's not cheap.
Yeah.
But
you do get what you pay for though.
A, you get what you pay for, and B, if I hadn't invested into that, I wouldn't be getting the returns. So like, as far as I'm concerned, it's a worthwhile investment. But like, obviously, if I'm just like, oh hey, you're just starting out on YouTube, great, get a fucking loan for a MacBook Pro M2 Max. Yeah, don't do that.
Like,
but
start with what you got. Start with what you got.
Well, my first videos were done on a laptop. My first videos were done on a fucking HP Pavilion or something, like a 200-pound one. So yeah,
man, I love the off-brand, like not the off-brand, but like the brand PCs, like HP, Asus, and all that. It's like they've got some amazing ones, and they've got like the dog shit ones, and I always have the dog shit ones.
I have an HP Pavilion desktop, and it's lasted 5 years. I can't run shit, but it's lasted 5 years.
I forget. I think I have an HP laptop. I think it's HP. It's the one that I used to use that I started the channel with. Yeah. And at this point, it can hardly run a fucking PDF or like an EPUB book. Like it's on. And yet I can run like Neverwinter Nights 2 on there, no problem. It's really weird sometimes. I don't know.
My old laptop, the screen's broken, but I just use it as like a media PC in my living room.
I was gonna ask.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Yeah.
I was gonna ask. What have you ever tried Linux?
No, I haven't.
Linux is too much of a pain in the ass.
Okay. If I have to get technical, I wanted to see how Resident Evil 5 ran on the Steam Deck. Yeah. So. But the problem with that, I'm sure, I don't know if you've played RE5 on Steam, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, you have to. They updated it recently, but you have to replace the Windows Live DLL.
Yes,
Yep.
you replace it with something else, and then it just bypasses it and boots
Oh, was
immediately.
it
and it's
games for
perfect.
Windows
And then
Live?
Yes.
it runs perfectly.
And
Resident
then it
Evil
runs
5
perfectly.
Yeah, Resident Evil 5 on my old laptop, the really shitty one, that ran better than the Resident Evil 4 HD version.
It's
Wow.
crazy, isn't it? But what's
Yeah.
funny is that that's the closest to Linux I've done because Steam Deck is Linux. So I
Yeah.
had to. You had to go to desktop mode, and then you have to like figure out how to copy and paste and install DLL files, and that was horrible.
Yeah,
but like
that
once
instantly
it was
just
done,
sounds
it was
like a
done.
nightmare.
Yeah. No, thank you. And you're doing it on like a tiny little touch screen, and like, ugh, no, thank you. No, thank you.
I think it was this exact laptop even that I had that the was originally Windows. The hard drive died, and then for a while I was stuck using Mint on a USB, which is like it's supposedly Mint is the most user-friendly Linux version that is like out there. And
Ubuntu's pretty good too.
It's pretty
Ubuntu also, but Mint is supposed to be like the closest to like Windows Easy, Windows Simple. And even still, basically any fucking thing you wanted to do, it was like, okay, go find a thing, compile it, open your and I'm just, oh god. And yeah, no, it's not worth it. It's interesting to use it, but it's I don't know. I mean, I guess depending on what your needs are, I people can like customize it really hard, but I'm never gonna be one of those.
Yeah, I used to use Linux on my brother's old laptop, and I remember specifically. This is why I'm never using Linux, by the way. For like, maybe if I get a Steam Deck, sure, but for like a main
Yeah.
driver PC, never using Linux because I tore my hair out, almost literally, trying to run fucking RuneScape,
Oh
a
god.
browser game.
Yeah.
I think for me, what did I can't remember exactly what it was I was trying to do. I think I was just trying to find my files. I think that was all I was trying to do.
Oh no!
And yet it still was saying you have to go to the command screen and activate the file opener. And it's like, what am I doing?
Yeah,
Like,
that's rough.
yeah, can't I just click on it? Can't I just double click and open it? Like, I don't get it.
Should be
But then
easy.
yeah, people that are into it though swear by it. So it's like, I maybe I'm missing something. I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's got a high skill floor, but also
Yes.
a really, really
Yes.
high skill ceiling.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll continue with some questions.
Sure.
So I got one from Arfisto Rolio, who I posted a little tweet saying, "Hey, if you have questions for Caddicarus, send them in." I got two, which is more responses than I usually get on Twitter.
Yeah.
Hell
So
yeah.
this guy made an account just to answer this, by the way.
Oh, bless. Okay.
So favorite lolcows or type of people online that Claw looks at? Question mark.
So now, okay. So
Yes.
I've been speaking. I've only been speaking with Claw very, very recently, even to the point where I haven't even called him Claw yet. So that's that's the second time I've called him Claw. So there you go.
Yes.
Yes.
It's
I think-
it's surreal to hear it. Thank you.
I was gonna say I figured we're on that level. I wasn't sure. I was
yeah,
kind of
Sure,
feeling it
no,
out.
absolutely.
But yeah, so it's not from an aspect of like hate or anything. It's purely fascination and purely
Yeah.
just as a human psychology discovery kind of thing. And sometimes I do genuinely really enjoy, and I will say that about everything you've been doing with Super Origami Kingdom has been phenomenal. I love it.
Yeah,
it's
been quite something.
But that's the thing. Like, I unironically really enjoy it because, like, I think you said in one of your streams, you don't get this kind of video anymore anywhere aside from these kinds of people.
It's a really
and it's-
special niche. Yeah.
I remember
Yeah,
when I
and it's-
fucking found that guy.
Tristan
Yeah,
is
like-
the reason we all he has the one we all thank for Dogs Eating Dogs 6. He came to me with he said like, I found the most unhinged Family Guy video, and
It's
that
brilliant.
was just the tip
was
of the
like-
fucking iceberg. It's
Yeah,
unbelievable.
it was like at the end of March. I was just like in my bed scrolling through Twitter, and then I just see this video
It's like what
of
the
someone just screaming about Family Guy. Oh,
And for some reason, Paper Mario was involved. Yeah.
yeah. And the
It's
minute
just
I saw
so
that, I
good.
was like, yeah, I have to send this to Claw.
And what's
Yeah.
interesting as well is that, like, in those streams that I've seen of you talking about some of the videos they've done, like there's the thing where like there's just little things like I'm pretty sure, I could be completely wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure that when they start doing the listicles of shitty actors, shitty writing, shitty this, shitty that, and then they have that pause and then go shitty everything. Like I am almost certain that is a soundbite from an old video of mine. I could be completely wrong, but it's things like that because I see elements of like I was going that direction, like unironically going that direction,
There's
and
a
it's
lot
like
of, yeah,
yeah,
you
and
see a
it's
little
like
bit of yourself in them. Yeah.
the tiniest little bit, and I just find it fascinating how it's like this is almost like it could have been me if I just had the no self-awareness and I just like doubled down on being angry about everything for no reason, and it's just I love it. So yeah, that's the cool stuff. The other one as well, which I often find myself talking about or to like most of my friends and then showing them every possible video and every possible lore thing is DSP. I love
Oh
DSP.
yeah,
Oh, of course.
DSP is
There's
a
a
classic.
new Turkey Tom video talking about DS. It's called like 10 years of failure or something like
I think
that.
so.
Oh man,
yeah.
okay.
That's accurate.
Yeah, it's oh, yeah, he's another case of fascination, just pure like from a psychological standpoint, you know, just
You can't
Yeah.
help but look at him and wonder, how did all of this happen?
Well, we need
Yeah.
a DS with like the guy that made the Boogie documentary that everyone's talking about. We need that.
Yeah,
for
I saw that.
DSP.
Yeah.
That was a good video. That was a fucking good video.
Still haven't watched it, but yeah,
We
I've
we
heard
got to
good
get
things.
Boogie on.
Yeah, at some point.
Yeah,
Holy fuck.
you mentioned cinematic Venom one time in the super
Yes.
chat that you sent me.
Yeah.
I actually just looked at him again on stream recently, and he is so he left YouTube. We realized what happened. He like canceled himself basically.
Oh,
Like
boy.
Yeah.
he got popular with his change the channel thing, and then people made fun of him for his Lord of the Rings review that was really terrible. And he just kept calling Frodo gay. And then he just like canceled himself with this weird documentary about himself and about how horrible he was and about all of the weird diss tracks he made about his like girlfriend to try to be like Eminem or whatever.
Very interesting.
And after
That's
like
and yeah. Hmm.
after like a month he came back or something. It was like 4 weeks, and he did this whole fucking 5-minute montage of him sitting in a car like lip syncing to Bo Burnham songs about being sad and changing and stuff. And now he's back, and
What
he
the fuck?
he swears he's not egotistical and up his own ass anymore. I don't know. It's he's a very special individual.
See, that's another. I think because I know what you're referring to is because I super chatted you ages ago and was like, oh yeah, I think they could be distant like D6 and that like
yes,
both cinematic
'Cause
Venom
they're-
could be distant cousins. Like I don't know. And
they're
I
both
think-
like rejects from Nostalgia Critic kind of feeling, you know.
Yeah, and it's funny because back in the day, my first ever Caddicarus video about a video game, that was a normal boots audition back in the day, and I was
Yeah.
rejected from
wow.
that.
Oh,
So
yeah.
Damn.
so it's almost like, and now I'm very very good friends with all the guys, and it's just a funny fucking la la, you know. But it's just
Yeah.
it's so funny because it's like so much of it I can almost point the mirror at, but it's like it's Black Mirror. It's a distorted mirror
Yeah.
of where things could have been,
Well,
or
This
You
is an
know,
alternate
it's just-
universe, like you're in a Twilight Zone moment, like
We've had alternate universe vote Saxon 07, and now cinematic Venom. No, it's so
Yeah.
funny that you say that because one of the things in that stream, he had this whole video about the change the channel document, and as we've been covering over the last year on my channel, a lot of that was kind of bullshit. The change the channel document was kind of filled with a lot of very questionable stuff that was kind of just like some of it was just straight up lies, like confirmed lies, and he basically went into it like a lot of people did, just kind of assuming that it was all true. But he did it and it became very obvious quickly. Like, he would just essentially say outright verbatim, he would say like, Yeah, I tried to get into Channel Awesome like a decade ago, but Rob denied me. Rob Walker denied me. So I bet you guys are sad you didn't pick me up before. Now I'm your worst enemy. And then he made a whole rap song, a 10-minute diss track to Channel Awesome about
Well, I remember
exactly that.
Yeah, he did a 90-minute because that's one of the Change the Channel videos I saw. It was his
That was
video.
his big video, yeah.
Yeah. I remember that, yeah. But the only thing I know about that document was Fred, God bless him, reading it in a stream, and he read the whole thing word for word for like 6.5 hours. And yeah, it was. I mean, obviously, it was just him reading it and just kind of informing people and everything. But like Linkara ended up in that stream watching him read it and stuff, and it was like that was an interesting little slice of internet history.
It was a really interesting time, yeah.
And period, yeah.
And yeah, no, he the whole fucking video he made, just like it was again a 10-minute diss track where he just doubles down the whole time on I am just bitter and I'm making this video because you guys wouldn't let me in to the group and be a cool kid at Channel Awesome, so now I'm like making a thing about you. He's a very interesting individual. Shout outs to Cinematic Venom. I'm happy about your comeback. British lol cows everywhere. Rise up with Cinematic Venom.
I just bring them with me. I'm sorry, like I can't help it. They followed me in.
Dogs eat it. Vote Saxon counts, I guess, a little bit. I also want to add the guy, the old British man who dresses in a diaper, and he calls himself Gole Bebe, and he dresses up in blackface. That's my favorite British look.
Oh my god!
Funny blackface.
Lovely. He also duets little kids on TikTok or whatever, and does. And
wait, I think I've seen this.
Oh, guy. That guy! I fucking know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, he's actually surprisingly well known. Yes.
Yeah, in TikTok circles. Yeah, absolutely.
You gotta keep an eye.
It's funny because lots of it's not. I don't even intend to, but it's interesting because like they're older now, but my youngest is 13 and my middle kid is 16, and it's like they have obviously been growing up with the internet from like day one. As their earliest memories are like shit they've seen online, which is really weird to think. But yeah, so like I've had to be not extra vigilant. Like I just kind of see news about people, but like I'm always letting them know, hey, you know that person you liked watching? Turns out they're a pedophile, you know. And then like they're like, oh,
what a way to learn.
Shit.
Yeah,
It comes up to you and says, hey, you know that guy you like?
Yeah. It's honest to God, especially with YouTubers, it all seems to be like every other week. It's just fucking amazing. It happens frequently, and it's just really, it's just strange. And that's one of those people where it's like, oh yeah, I know you guys are on TikTok. Watch out for this guy. You know, it was just like, oh man, yeah.
Yeah, I like TikTok alone just kind of weirds me out with some people on there.
Mm-hmm.
But it's people in general. I think you always got to be a little worrisome.
Well, and the worst thing, too, is you find something like the Dogs Eating Dogs 6 Super Origami Kingdom people, and you think that it's all well and good, and they're all fun and games, and then it turns out that one of them is, like, getting fan art, sexy fan art done of his underage fans, or whatever. And that guy is then featured in one of Dogs Eating Dogs 6's videos with one of the victims, allegedly.
Fucking user.
It sounds like a sketch. It just sounds like
it sounds like
the never-ending comedy of life. Yes,
it sounds like a bit.
Yeah, Cinematic Venom is an interesting one. Yeah, no, Cinematic Venom's an interesting one because, like, specifically with him, it's this, like, I see the skits and I'm like, this is exactly what I used to do, and it was like I mean,
he's considerably worse than you.
I mean, I appreciate. Oh no, I appreciate it. You don't have to be nice on my behalf. But what I'm saying is
I didn't love your older videos with the skits, but like his are
I still watch them.
His are especially awful. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just that whole idea of like I'm gonna have an ongoing story and multiple characters that have relationships with each other, and now I'm like, this is so fucking dumb. Oh my god, everybody, look over there, it's my cousin Leg, and it's just a fucking leg.
Yeah, and you
Like-
also can't go too hard in being like rolling your eyes at it, and then you're like Phalus, who just constantly every video is like, oh, this thing that I wrote into the video is so stupid, guys. Why did I write it in? And like, okay, well, just
you gotta play it
the
straight
way.
to you gotta play it straight
like
somehow.
right down the middle a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, you
balance.
kind of gotta do the weird thing, but not acknowledge that it's a weird thing. You know, that's how I kind of that's my new way of approaching things, I suppose. Which is what a lot of I think there's a term for it. It's called like anarchy comedy or something. It was like alternative anarchy comedy from the mid '80s in the UK. Loads of my inspirations come from that. And it's just that whole kind of, this is a weird fucking ridiculous, bizarre, over the top, stupid, shitty thing that's happening, and we're just never going to address it ever again. You know, it's just I love that kind of stuff. Comedy. Yeah, very funny. I love it.
Like a grenade goes off, and we're just going to go back to what we were doing. Okay.
Yeah.
I always enjoyed the Monty Python sketch of self-defense. What to do if he attacks you with fruit? You release the tiger. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, it's like well, actually, they've said this in multiple interviews. Whenever they were asked, like when they were all still alive, when they were asked to get together and come up with their all-time favorite sketches, they all had different ideas of what their favorite sketches from Flying Circus were, but they every single one of them had number one be the same one, and that was the fish slapping dance.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That is their all of the Pythons. That's their all-time favorite sketch, and it's like it's not my favorite. It's not my favorite, but as somebody that enjoys that kind of comedy and likes writing that stuff and performing it, I completely fucking understand why they would have fond memories of doing that and writing it and everything. It's just gold, absolutely gold.
Speaking of British comedy, real quick, this is just a question to store in my memory for later, but have you seen /watch/ are a fan of Red Dwarf?
Oh, that is such a weird thing that you say that. My fiance Karis, it's one of her favorite shows of all time, and she's been rewatching it on BBC iPlayer. Weirdly, like recently, like in the last couple of weeks, she's still going through it. So that's weird that you bring it up.
All right, I have a news story later for that.
Okay, so I have phased in and out of it, and I don't. It's not the worst. I just don't get it. I don't find it very funny, and I don't know why. That's don't think.
I've been meaning to look into it myself. So yeah,
there's
loads of things. It's not about disliking though, because Danny John Jules' Cat is fucking flawless casting, and the casting's great, the acting's good. I don't know what it is. There's something about it that just puts me off. And yet I can watch Blackadder or anything like that, and I just don't think twice about it. But with Red Dwarf, I can never get into it, and I don't know why that is.
Is it
the laugh track?
I was gonna say the sci-fi, but
no, the sci-fi. I mean, you can do funny sci-fi. I mean, there's Hugh Laurie did a comedy show recently called Avenue 5, which is surprisingly underrated, and I do highly recommend anyone watch it. It's a very funny show. But like, I do think sci-fi and comedy works, and it's not the laugh track either, but the things I'm inspired by, the anarchy comedy of the mid '80s, all of that was laugh tracked. All of it was, and Blackadder's laugh tracked. Like all that.
That's one of the ones I have to watch. I really want to. It's just
definitely. I mean, ignore season 1. You don't need season 1. Season 2, 3, and 4. Absolutely perfect. But yeah, Faulty Towers is another one where it's like laugh tracks there, but it's fucking some of the most flawless comedy ever put to TV.
Love Faulty Towers. I like Faulty Towers more than a lot of the actual Monty Python stuff I've seen.
Lots of people do. Yeah, lots of people do. It's because and this isn't me saying anything about the American way of doing things, because like there's been incredible American comedy, and Always Sunny's one of my favorites. The US Office is fucking great, as well as the UK one. That Brooklyn Nine-Nine, stuff like that I really find funny. But with Faulty Towers, it was like, we have 12 episodes of ideas, we're not fucking milking it. And I like that about British series, is that they don't overdo it in any sense.
Life on Mars didn't extend for several seasons.
You'll get like a 6-episode season. sometimes.
Yeah.
And
Have you guys?
like-
Have any of
Yeah.
you guys seen the Toast of London? Have any of you seen the Toast of London?
I have not.
No.
No, not really.
Fucking hell. Okay.
It's going
Whenever
on the
anyone
list.
talks to me, Jesus Christ, when anyone ever talks to me about comedy or any shows that like are some of my favorites that I can recommend anybody, it's
Yeah.
it's not going to be for everyone based on just the kind of comedy it is, but it is genuinely one of the funniest shows. It's actually made me cry laughing. I fucking adore that show. And it's one of those rare shows that, like, okay, they just did a season 4 and they filmed it over COVID and they set it in America and it wasn't very good. But the first 3 seasons, it's like season 1 is brilliant, season 2 is even more brilliant, and then season 3 is somehow better than the other 2. It's like it just keeps getting better and it never has any kind of low moments. It's so
Nice.
good. And if you
What
like
was
Matt
it called
Berry,
again?
Matt Berry's the main character. So if you like Matt
Nice.
Berry, then it's the Toast of London. It's called. It's
Toast of
and it's just
London.
and I remember the trailers for it back in the day when it came out on Channel 4 back in this country, and it was like it was such an unassuming show that no one they didn't know how to advertise it, or they said, oh, it's a comedy, but it's also a kind of not a sitcom, it's kind of a drama, and it's like it's not at all. It's fucking absurdity. But it's like
main character's name is Stephen Toast.
yeah.
I mean, hey, that's a damn good name.
There was another character named Clem Fandango. I also want to
Yeah.
point out that when I look it up on Google, it says people also search for Joey, the Friends spin-off.
Yep.
I'm not sure
Yeah,
why that's
sure.
on there. I have a feeling the show is
Interesting.
not similar, but
No, it's not in the slight. I reckon the reason for that is because Joey is a side character that I think people want a Clem Fandango side series, but that would kill the whole fucking point. So
I see.
I don't think they should. And I'd like to think the writers know better than to not, because it's Graham Linehan. It's not Graham Linehan. He didn't write it, but it's Arthur Matthews, who was his writing partner during Father Ted, which is also one of the funniest shows ever written.
Oh, yes.
But yeah.
Yeah.
So Arthur Matthews is the kind of unsung hero of Father Ted, and he has been doing comedy ever since Father Ted ended, and while Graham Linehan's been losing his fucking nappies on Twitter.
He's been
So,
off his
like-
board.
Nice.
Yeah,
He came
so,
out on
yeah.
top.
So yeah, Matt Berry and Arthur Matthews, half of the team behind Father Ted, they wrote this sitcom, and no one seems to have heard of it. No one watched it. It's very cult, but it's so fucking funny.
You see, I noticed that I ended up watching a lot of Channel 4 stuff. But anything that came from the UK really was Channel 4 for me.
Yes.
I ended up seeing. My favorite thing that I ever saw was Garth Marenghi's Dark Place.
Oh, fucking classic, man.
It is-
That is
I think you showed me that years ago.
I have. I show it to everyone. It's one of my
Yeah.
favorite. And Matthew Holness, who he also did a really weird, like, out of comedy turn for a horror film.
Possum, right?
Yes, and Possum is one of, like, the most fucking horrifying. I'm afraid of spiders, so it's like, all right, this is already gonna fuck me up, and it was really good.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I do want to watch it, but yeah, no. Dark Places. Yeah. It's one of, we had so many. I think the thing with Channel 4, BBC was like loads of good stuff came out of the BBC for comedy, but Channel 4 had no limits. They had no worry. They just did. Like they even kind of advertise Channel 4 on TV nowadays with embracing being weird and just being yourself, which I appreciate, because they've never taken an idea too weird away. They've always tried, which I appreciate that.
Nice.
Definitely, yeah.
The extent of my British TV knowledge, well, TV and movies. Doctor Who.
Yep.
Love Doctor
Yeah.
Who. Speaking of which, listeners, stay tuned. November 23rd, we're doing a Doctor Who hyperfixations. It's gonna be great.
Hell yeah.
Great.
Red Dwarf, Whitnell and I, which is fantastic.
Oh, one of my favorite fucking movies of all
It's
time. man.
so good. It's so good. Everybody,
Of course,
everybody
he's the
listening,
fucking farmer.
everybody listening, watch Whitnell and I. WITHNAIL or
Yeah.
NALL.
Oh,
And
weirdly, the Doctor's in it. Weirdly.
yeah, 2. If you count like extended universe stuff.
Oh,
yeah.
I suppose
Yeah,
you're
Richard
right.
E. Grant played 2 separate Doctors.
Oh, I did. You know what? I completely forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, he also played
Yeah.
the Great Intelligence. But
Oh.
and then there's Bottom.
Oh man. Okay. Have you seen the young ones? No,
that's on the list.
Okay. Okay, so Young Ones is basically prototype bottom. Arguably, I'd say it was a better series because it's only 2 series and but that is one of the biggest inspirations for what I do. And now that you know bottom, I think you could kind of see the parallels of what I find funny and what bottom kind of does. Yeah, so that's the mid to late 80s anarchy comedy. Rick Mayall is a fucking genius. Adrian Edmondson's a genius. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, like the world was not ready for him with Drop Dead Fred, and that's fine.
I watched Drop Dead Fred when I was a little kid. Now I enjoyed it because it was silly, but as I got older, I kind of liked that thing.
You kind of got to with him. You have to let him go off the handle, otherwise it's just not as funny. If you Hollywoodify him, it doesn't quite work. Did you know he was supposed to be in the Harry Potter movies? He was supposed to be Peeves.
Even filmed some scenes. They were all cut.
And then he was interviewed about it, and he was asked, "Well, how do you feel about not being in it?" And he was like, "Well, they gave me a fuckload of money, and I ran away." It's like, okay,
he didn't like the movie, so hey, win-win for him.
Oh my god,
win-win-win for him. Honestly, posthumously, because of J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Speaking of Graham Linehan, J.K. Rowling.
Oh boy.
It's funny because your list for British TV is like very different from me and my dad used to watch a lot of TV shows together, and a lot of what we watched was like Life on Mars, Misfits.
Good
was
show.
One that we really
That's another one on my list.
Misfits was good. Misfits was a good show.
Misfits was a thing was. Yo, go on.
It's a really interesting show because it's like it was 5 seasons, but it like the cast basically totally changed after like. Gradually, but by like the 4th season, it was
completely different.
Essentially a completely different cast and different show, but it was still pretty good. It was just like, I don't know, you wind up liking the first characters
Claude.
Or whatever.
Yeah, Claude, do you know who was in the first season of Misfits?
Who?
Ramsay
Bolton. Yeah. I once I said it, I was because I'm looking at it on Google now. I'm like, yeah, no, it's him, right? Yeah.
There he is.
Oh man.
Yeah, that show has that was a good one. There's one that I mentioned to people. Nobody really knows about it. It's the show Hustle.
I don't know Hustle.
That name rings a bell.
You don't know Hustle, and you're British.
Wait a second.
It ran for like 6 seasons.
I know everybody in this series. I never watched it.
Yeah, that's it's got a bunch of big names. I know one of the guys in it is the main guy from the Blowjob Stone episode Love and Monsters from Doctor Who.
That episode is so underrated. You're gonna hear all about that.
Yeah, no, it's a great show. It's about con artists and stuff. It went longer than a lot of British shows did. It was like 6 seasons.
Oh my god,
long.
Yeah. 8 series. 8 series.
8 series, yeah. Wow. And I forgot you guys call them series. That's right.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
It's because I think the reason I was trying to think about why that was. I think the reason is because the reason for the season. I think the season thing is literally because when Americans or whatever, when they commission shows, it's almost like there is a winter season and then there is a summer season. With us, with us, it's more like it's a series because it's done whenever the fuck it's done. I guess.
Well, and usually like American television is more like winter. There's gonna be more
traditionally
shows. Typically,
it was like a lot of the shows like in 2004. House and Lost and a lot of the big shows would come out in like September and then go until like March or something and then have like a summer break. So yeah, it was seasonal. That makes sense. I never thought about it that way.
Yeah, I mean that's a guess anyway. But hey, another British show where the cast changes every season. Skins. Skins is phenomenal as well.
I never watched Skins. Yeah.
Don't watch the American one. Don't watch the American one.
What I was going to say was I have seen a little bit of the American one.
I'm aware that the American one is bad. Yeah.
So to the audience, same with Red Dwarf. Don't watch the American
In-Betweeners.
There was an American one.
There's an American one.
There was a single episode and it was awful.
There was a fucking American Life on Mars too,
there was supposed to be an American Space that was embarrassingly bad. There was supposed to be an American IT Crowd with, what's his name? Joel McHale and Richard Iowati.
No.
Still Richard Iowati. But
Community's fantastic,
Yeah,
but he is.
but he
I'm
is.
guessing he's
not
Roy.
Roy.
I'm guessing he's
completely
Roy. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
No.
there was
They got Richard Iowati back though because they couldn't find anyone to replace him. Because
Nobody can do Lost.
There was a video I saw recently about everybody's favorite Chibnall. What is it called? Broadchurch.
Yeah, yeah.
There was an American. I think I might have mentioned it on the podcast too. There was an
Grace
American remake of Broadchurch, Grace Point. It had David Tennant in it, but the rest of the cast was American actors. David Tennant, I think, was a different character than the Broadchurch character.
Well, no, he was playing the same character, just a different name.
Character. Oh,
That's weird.
Okay.
Does he do an accent?
Yes, he does.
And it's okay.
He does a good one. He does a decent one. He does a decent American accent.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
for the entirety of Doctor Who, he was putting on an accent, which I found strange.
Do you know, oh god, this is a
Oh
weird.
God, I
fucking-
forgot about that. Yeah, he is.
Here's
more
another,
Scottish,
like,
yeah.
Another like underground show no one really talked about, but it's one of my favorites, and it's weirdly linked into everything we've just been talking about.
Oh,
weirdly,
shit.
it's a show called Episodes, and it was
Yeah, with Matt LeBlanc, right?
weirdly enough, Joey from Friends. Yeah,
Oh,
but it's
I heard about
it's a
that.
show. Yeah, it's a show about a successful British comedy writing duo that get a Hollywood deal, and it's the struggles that they have in trying to Americanify a British show.
Nice.
And it's like, so the British version of their show they write has I can't remember the dude's name off the top of my head, but Vernon Dursley from Harry Potter. So he plays the main character of their show.
Richard Griffith.
Thank you. Yes. So Richard Griffith plays the main character of the show that they wrote, and then they pitch it to these Americans, and they're like, "Yeah, no, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Let's get Matt LeBlanc." So then Matt LeBlanc becomes Richard Griffith, and it's like, it's really good.
Oh,
it's
right,
really
yeah,
good.
it's Matt LeBlanc as himself. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good show. It's a good show, and Tasman Grieg's in it, who is fantastic, and she was great in Friday Night Dinner and Black Books and all sorts of other things. So yeah.
Man, I'm trying to find all the... Because there's so many, like, different American spin-offs of things. Like, what is this one here? Because they have some of the IT crowd scripts. They're real bad.
There was going to be one for Doctor Who if the movie was successful over here.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the Ninth
Oh
Doctor.
yeah, that didn't work.
Yeah, the redesign of the Daleks looked like fucking spiders.
Oh, good God. Well, never mind. I was going to say
was
it might have been
awful.
okay, but because we know that Paul McGann was pretty good as the Doctor.
Paul McGann's great. I love him. But the Doctor was the Master's brother, and like his father was named Ulysses, and he was actually half human. It was very strange.
Yeah, we didn't need that.
Okay, so this is even funnier than I thought it would be before. They've tried 3 times to make an American version of the IT crowd, and it's failed horribly all 3 times.
Yeah.
Why is there a text parser when it's fucking clock text? What?
Yeah.
Computers don't display like that.
It's fine. But yeah, no.
Oh, so
3 tries, and wow. How many times do you have to
man.
try to realize it's not gonna work?
yeah, that's crazy, man. And you know what? Talking about IT crowd and the first series before Douglas Renham gets involved, Matt Berry, but
Yep.
fucking Chris Morris. I don't know if anyone's seen the Day to Day. Fucking
Oh
absolute
yes.
gold, absolute gold,
It's fucking
absolute
great.
gold. Yeah,
The
it's one of those
Day-to-Day
things.
is-
You can find it. You can't stream it anywhere for some reason, but every episode's on YouTube. I think they only did 6. They only did 6, and it's so fucking perfect.
What's it called again?
If you like it,
Oh, the Day to Day.
The Day to Day. It's funny even from like the logo, like the way the logo like morphs and like spins around and shit. It's so there's so many subtle gags,
I love this shit. The other news related thing I can remember was I think Ghostwatch. I feel like
oh my god, you've gone completely off the rails there, geez.
Yeah,
Ghostwatch.
So, someone's uploaded that to YouTube before, and I've seen that. That is
Genuinely
Ghostwatch?
one of the genuinely it's annoying because it's one of those things. It's almost like Blair Witch where you kind of have to take it within context, but that is genuinely fantastic.
I wonder
Like
if it's still on
if
YouTube
you look
anymore.
Yeah, I think you can stream it. You can stream it. But yeah, the basic idea being that like, oh yeah, we're gonna have a live broadcast, a special one-off Halloween broadcast of a ghost show, and they got all of at the time the most trustworthy, respectable people on British TV to present this fake ghost story, but they played it completely straight, and then it turns out that the people that they're following, they might have been faking it, and then it turns out they weren't faking it, and then the whole studio at the very end gets taken over, and then the host gets taken over, and then it just stops. And you have to take it into context of it coming out in the 90s on TV and being sold as a live broadcast of a ghost show.
Yeah,
like no one knew it was fake. And
this was
it's
like
so good.
This was like 6 years before Blair Witch.
Yeah.
And it's fucking wild, and it's also really good as a watch too.
It's a good watch, yeah, because it's got that kind of low budget Guerrilla Cam news like story kind of look to it. It's kind of what's it, Cloverfieldy kind of thing. It's but it doesn't look as clean. It's
found footage before found footage became a thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's available to purchase on everything, I believe. Let me see here. It's like $10 standard, $12 high def. Yeah, it's on YouTube to rent. I'll recommend that.
I've heard about that before.
Yes.
I hate to cut off the British TV questions.
We are kind of running on time.
Yeah, we're almost at 3 hours, which is crazy because usually around this time we get tired.
You're good.
But
it's been fun.
Yeah, it's been very fun. But let's get through a few more of these questions, and then we can just talk about whatever.
Sure.
Claw, read out Exiled Postman's question. It's funny.
Sure. I have an important question here. It reads as follows. Imagine that you're on a flight, and halfway through it, you look out the window and see a little guy with a hammer beating the shit out of the wing. He notices you and does the "I'm watching you" motion with his free hand, then goes back to hammering away at the plane's wing. What do you do? Might I remind you, you are under oath.
Yes, we'll be writing this down. In fact, let me go get my pen.
You know what? Jan will be very upset if you do not answer truthfully.
Well, I'm raising my hand. It's fine. But luckily, I have a Bible on my desk for occasions such as this.
Just
it's fine.
occasion.
My hand is on it. Yeah. Do you know what? I'm actually going to answer this seriously. I think in that situation, because I know a lot of people ask these questions. It's like, what would you do if a plane was land on your head? Like, well, but. I'm actually going to say this is a situation that could happen, and what would I do? I would tell the pilot. I think that's what I would do.
You're not going to be on his side. He did the "I'm watching you" motion. He could do some real serious damage to you.
Yeah, but he's also doing damage to the plane, and that's the priority at that moment.
That's true. Yeah.
And I don't know what the pilot, even if it's a case of, I would say he could tip the plane over, but if the guy is able to hammer and use his free hand to do the "I'm watching you," he's stuck to the plane somehow.
He's got some black magic going on. You could do loop-de-loops, and I think he'd still be clinging to that. Yeah.
But I don't know. It was definitely, it'll be the air crew's responsibility first and foremost. But we cannot let the rest of the passengers know. If it's just between me and the little gremlin on the wing, while I'm watching you, it's just between us. Then I'll sell him out.
He does know that you're watching him.
He didn't, he did the "I'm watching you." That doesn't mean he didn't say anything with that motion about not telling the pilot or whatever.
No,
he
didn't.
Fine.
He didn't. And realistically, what's he gonna do outside on the plane wing to me? Because he'd have to break one of the windows to get in, and at that point, we're all dead.
Well, what if he already knows? What if he knows about your he knows about you? You're on the plane. He has the manifest, and he's like, "Oh, I'm coming. It's that YouTube guy."
Shit.
It's a one-on-one.
He found the one angry gamer traitors to America list. Fuck. Okay, well, what are we gonna do now? That changes everything.
Oh God, I forgot who else was on there, or I'd make a funny reference, but it was like a bunch of fucking people who shouldn't be on there. Like, oh Jesus Christ!
I'm a
real throwback.
Oh, I'm a traitor to America, all right. Yeah, YMS was there. That was one of them. Yeah,
I mean, he is Canadian.
He is Canadian. Yeah.
Yeah, you could. I mean, by being Canadian, you're already a traitor to America by default.
How can you be a traitor to a country you're not from?
Very carefully. I mean, technically,
with boxing gloves on. That's the answer.
All right, I pulled up. I
don't know what I do. I don't know what I'd do with the gremlin because the fact that he can stay on the wing with 2 hands off of the wing, I don't want to fuck with that guy. I'll just, it's not my problem anymore. I'll just tell the flight crew. They'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
So I pulled up that list you're talking about. I'm going to read off a few of the funnier ones.
Is it still there? Is it like an actual working link, or is it someone archived it?
Yeah, someone copied it.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say that would be embarrassing if it was still actually there. Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
I'm not sure if it's still up, but someone definitely did copy it. So 343 Industries (parentheses Halo developer) traitor.
That's just true. That's fair.
Yeah, that is kind of true.
Yeah. Activision Blizzard (parentheses Winnie the Flu's minion).
What
Traitor.
the fuck? What the fuck?
What? Oh, just China.
Yeah, that's so.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus
Oh
Christ.
What the fuck?
Anime Expo (parentheses convention) traitor.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't get that one, but okay.
Bank of America.
But hang on, how's that one a
parent-
traitor?
Parentheses allowed to steal 45 billion from the U.S. Treasury. Traitor?
Well, I mean, clearly they're not as bad as Caddicarus, but yeah, they should be on.
Yeah, I know. I mean, the fact I can do as much damage as I did and being 6,000 miles away is incredible.
Look, here's
can't
Bank of
fucking
America,
believe
and
this.
then there's you above Bank of America. So, yeah.
Ben and
Wow.
Jerry's (parentheses ice cream) traitor.
You know what?
As
Makes
opposed
sense.
to just Ben and Jerry, just the brothers.
Ben
Yeah.
separately,
Wouldn't it
Jerry
be,
separately.
I was gonna say, it'd be funny if it was just one or the other.
Ben of Jerry's fame.
Yeah, Ben is fine. Jerry is the problem. How many flavors is it? Half
Yeah.
of them are bad. You can't have half of them.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! This reminds me of the time where it was like the first Magfest post COVID, and they had a load of exposures, which you'd probably imagine they would, and
Yeah.
they had to legally post a list. I need to re-find it, but it because I can't find it anywhere. But they had to legally post this list of like, hey, if you had any contact with this group of people, this party, this room, they all have tested positive, and it was all shit like, if any of you went to room 347, aka the come over to our come bathroom party,
Okay, so
then you
every
probably
convention is
have
an orgy.
COVID.
It's like you might have other things at that
Yeah,
at that party.
But you also probably have COVID, yeah.
Yeah, every convention is like an orgy fest somewhere.
I found a couple more. PlayStation double trader. Pokemon
Double?
trade. Yeah, I don't know how they
Double secret
double.
probation trader.
Because of The Last of Us 2, I would assume.
Wasn't this before?
I-
This was 3 years ago. I forgot how
3 years
far
ago,
back.
then it would 2020 was Last of Us Part 2.
Around there.
It literally
Well, I
right
mean,
around
however-
May.
However long
Pornhub.
ago
Pornhub.
it came out, I only just finished the fucking game, so like it could have been out 3 years ago. It's
Could
a
have been.
3-year-old game.
It still looks good.
Yeah.
All right,
It
so
does look
on to the celebrities.
Okay.
Oh boy.
I don't see you on the list. Huh. What a shame.
Control F.
Wait,
Is
Wait, we don't see-
It's,
Is it-
it's alphabetized.
are you looking for Deadwing? Sorry.
Oh no. I'm looking for you.
Oh, I mean, you can control F that bitch. I am
I
there,
guess- I guess.
definitely.
Just keep looking.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
It's under your name, Jim Caddick.
Yeah, Jim Caddick. Yeah,
Ah.
probably. Yeah.
Yeah, Jim Caddick. You're a traitor.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry-
we
sorry,
can't
guys.
be seen.
Yeah.
We can't be seen consorting with you.
Your passport
Oh.
will be taken. You will be
What if
detained.
Chris
Oh.
Reagan's
I mean, you're not even going to be able to order Cushy Dreams products anymore
Yes.
as an American citizen, so
Oh.
that's the real shame.
Ooh,
No.
Oh,
Chris,
no.
Chris Raygun. Chris Raygun.
Yeah.
Insincere traitor. He gets
Damn.
the extra
Oh.
tag.
You're just
Insincere.
harsh.
That's
Insincere traitor.
weird.
So,
word.
so someone who made a joke. What's an
I
insincere
think
traitor?
that means he's like a grifter. Like he
I
doesn't.
I
Like,
guess
that's
believe what he
what
he's
says.
never
Oh,
been a fucking
okay.
grifter.
No, well, one angry gamer is. I don't know if he's a grifter. He's just insane.
That man is genuinely like lock that dude's doors and keep him inside, kind of like kooky. One angry gamer.
All right. Yeah, one angry gamer definitely.
God,
the hell?
haven't thought about that name in a while, but
Insane list.
Yeah. And all because people
Should've
said,
checked if Yahtzee-
hey, maybe the police shouldn't randomly step on black people's necks. Maybe.
yeah.
That's all. Honest to God, that's all it was. It was the Black Lives Matter movement stuff.
Oh,
It was
that's
like,
what it was.
Yeah,
Shit.
yeah,
that
honest
dude-
to God, honest to God.
Yeah,
Jesus.
One Angry Gamer is like. Let me see if I can find his
Insane.
website again.
I gotta see if Yahtzee Crowshaw's on here.
He's probably talked about him. We haven't talked about that.
No, but Young Ye is on there.
Well, arguably.
Wow, yeah,
Well-
One Angry Gamer's website is like broken as shit now. But it's still here, so
Yeah,
that's
not-
something.
I can't believe it, guys. Tyler Ninja Blevins is a weak traitor.
A weak traitor.
Tyler
yeah,
Fortnite
weak.
Blevins. You're telling me.
We can't be Blevins heads anymore.
Damn it.
Also, Scott the Waz is a flimsy traitor. Ooh.
Ohioan
Oh.
traitor.
Is he
Oh
talking
Not
like
my boy.
physically?
Not
really
my boy.
Like physically?
I enjoy the qualifications on some of these, flimsy trader. That's really good.
Oh my god. Justin Bieber, misguided traitor.
Oh,
doesn't
they can win him
understand.
back.
Yeah.
Ah,
Finally, after years of work, the rightoids can say baby, 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 ooh again. They can
Oh,
really
oh,
do it.
God.
I'm excited for them.
God. Misguided. So they're saying what? Like they just got to put a white cone hat on him, and he's immediately part of the cause. Like what
I
are they
guess
talking
so.
about? He's just misguided. Just guide him.
Put it
to-
on him,
just
he'll be
guide-
like, oh, right. That's what I've been
There's-
missing in my
There's
life.
something very funny about the idea of him like walking out of his mansion, and then someone's put like a Looney Tunes wooden sign outside his house with an arrow says Duke Grand Wizard this way, and he just fucking follows it. Like he's not misguided anymore. We've guided him. Like, oh my God.
Here, there are four really funny ones back to back.
Oh,
Jim
yeah?
Sterling, traitor.
Uh-huh.
God,
Okay.
oh Stephanie Sterling, I can't believe this. I can't believe she's left wing. I can't believe it.
Hmm.
J.K.
You know-
Rowling, revisionist storyteller, traitor.
I mean,
Oh.
that is
I agree
technically
with revisionist
true.
storyteller.
Yeah.
That's a
but
very
also-
funny thing I mentioned before, how that she used to be hated by the right for like making Hermione black or whatever, but then she just
And, like-
went hard into the trans stuff, and now
And they're like, oh my god, I love J.K. Rowling now.
oh my God.
And then John Cena.
Oh, boy.
Oh no!
I can't believe it. I wonder how he even saw it.
But he's Peacemaker. He's Peacemaker. He's
he
not a
can't be
He's
traitor.
making peace.
Didn't
the
he
funny
announce the death of Osama bin Laden before the president did?
He did. Said that we
He
have.
can't be a
he said that we
traitor.
have. Oh God, I gotta find the quote again. It's like bad.
Yeah,
It's admittedly
because
a badass
he-
quote.
It's because it was on like kid-friendly TV, so he couldn't say they killed. It was like, we have ceased to exist, Osama bin Laden
Yeah.
or something.
Well, let
Oh
me,
my!
We have,
Oh my
Let me find it here.
Matt Pat from Game Theory, traitor.
that's just a theory.
Theoretical traitor.
Yes.
Let's see.
Okay.
Oh no,
Okay.
Sonic Fox is a furry traitor.
We
a
have
furry traitor.
we have
What, as
caught
in he's a
and
traitor to
compromised.
furries or
we have
Guess
caught and
so.
compromised to a permanent end. Osama bin Laden.
compromise to a
To
permanent
To a
end.
permanent
end.
end.
Oh, I'm gonna use that.
I have never heard that
Compromise
before.
yourself to a
Oh.
permanent end.
Compromise to a permanent end. Incredible. Incredible.
God, yeah, I mean, I want all celebrity deaths to be announced by John Cena.
I mean, I think I prefer "Ladies and Gentlemen, We Got Him," but that is pretty good.
It's pretty good.
It's
Yeah.
just it's the fact that it's on fucking wrestling. It's incredible. It's incredible. America's like, if I don't know, the UK did meth. I love it.
Oh yeah. I mean,
That's accurate.
you got to go
yeah.
to some of our more white trash areas to really see it, but it's great.
Yeah, Bane and I were gonna go to a Juggalo convention.
Yep,
at
the
one
Gathering
point,
of the
Gathering
Juggalos.
of the yes.
Oh, good luck with that.
Yeah.
I wonder where they're having it
That
this
brings
year.
some
Honestly,
Fago as a peace offering.
Thank you. I need the luck for that. Yeah, I don't think I could get through it.
You have the claw. You'll be fine with self defense.
True.
No, I mean, like,
Okay,
I've grown up with juggalos. I know how to speak to them.
Same, actually.
Is that you saying your parents are juggalos? Are they, do they do
No,
the
my
makeup and
cousins
everything?
are.
How embarrassing.
Yep.
One of my sister's friends was, and I think my sister was for a short time too.
Yeah, I got a couple cousins that are still juggalos in their 40s. So,
Oh, good God.
yeah, they're living the best life. But, yeah, it's happening in Ohio next year. Or, no, this is this year. They haven't updated it. Fuck. Never mind.
Funny Gen Z Ohio joke. Insert
What is-
here.
What is the British equivalent of a juggalo? Is there one?
Chav.
Boris Johnson.
Oh, that too.
Just him. Just him.
Yeah, I
Just,
can see it.
just
one.
him. The king of the
He's
juggalos.
the entire circus, yeah.
I would say probably I don't know, fox hunters probably.
I'm gonna need some context on that one, but alright.
Yeah.
No, just the whole idea of just wearing everything so literally on your sleeve. It's like
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how insane or depraved the juggalo community gets to. I don't know if they're nice or not.
They can get a little wild. I'll send you some stuff.
Well, see, for many years now, the country has tried to ban fox hunting for sport.
Yeah.
Which but the thing is, like, you think, like, if I said to you fox hunting for sport, you'd probably imagine, you know, rough and tough gruff guys going into a forest with some rifles. No, what it is, it's a load of like nonces in uniforms that wear stupid hats and stupid uniforms that ride horses and have
God.
like the I don't know, the Cerberuses of hell full of greyhounds and shit, and they go all out and destroy the countryside in a group of like 20 of them while blowing trumpets to kill one fox, and they kill it.
Into this.
Shit.
It was the Fox and the Hound, right?
Yeah, kind of, but it's not. No, that's you're thinking Mary Poppins.
Right.
So imagine that, but like way bloodier, way nastier. They don't give a fuck about public property. They just fucking go wherever they want because they're rich, and if you have to dress up and bring an instrument with you to mangle a fox just for the fucking sake of it, there's something wrong with you.
That sounds like
we've been trying to ban that. Yeah,
honestly,
so there you go.
it sounds like a cult.
Yeah, it is. It's fucking weird. Rich British people are a special breed. They're a very special breed.
They're definitely a special type of breed.
I mean, speaking of breeds, I'm looking at this picture. All of the pictures of them are like they're all the same guy, essentially dressed in a red shirt and a red blazer thing with a little black cap, and they all have like a fucking parade of dogs behind them.
Yes, it's honestly it's theatrical, and that's why it's so fucking disgusting and weird. It's just like, why go to that level?
It's like it's like some kind of sacrificial fucking ceremony thing. It's weird.
Yeah, it's like Gary's mod mixed with like Dante's Inferno. It's like what am I looking at?
Oh fuck. Yeah, no.
Okay, this is completely unrelated. But going back to I'm not talking about. I think Claw, you're a prog rock guy, right?
I was actually going to ask. Somebody had my question. Another question. Somebody asked. Who was it here? Hang on. Somebody asked. Alan Sampson 4212 asked, "What is Caddy's music takes on prog rock?"
By the way, patron.
Thank you for bringing it up.
I will get to that in a second. But okay, are you into old school Genesis?
I've heard some that I like. Yeah, I know what I like, and I like what I know.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, so sadly this isn't. I was just getting a feel for. Do you know Jesus He Knows Me? When this is a later Genesis song.
No.
Fuck. Okay, it's a banger. It's not from one of their better albums post Phil Collins singing, but it's a great one. And the only reason I asked is because this popped up for me in my feed a couple of weeks ago, and it is genuinely one of the best things I've ever seen.
Oh.
But you need to know the song. You need to know the song.
I see DSP.
Oh, it's a DSP one. All right.
I love those.
Well, I'll listen to it and maybe I'll show it to the stream sometime. Thank you for that. Because I'll listen to the original and then I'll check that one out. Yeah. Anything DSP related like that looks fun.
Okay, so yeah, prog rock. Prog rock's fucking ace. I love prog rock. I don't know enough of it. But I do like, I mean, Rush are my favorite band of all time ever. So
Yay, Canadians, we did something.
yeah,
You
man.
did it.
Yeah,
man.
it won't make
And
your
when-
country exist. Don't get on your high horse about it.
And I'm not
Wow.
one of those. I'm not one of those fair weather like 2112 moving pictures. No, I'm there from like fucking the big okay, maybe not the beginning, but I'm there from the start up until Clockwork Angels and everything in between. The synthy shit in the 80s, everything. Like prog just means to me you're not scared to experiment and just do whatever the fuck you want, and I really like that. It's almost punk
Yeah.
in a way. I like that. I really like that. That draws me to certain kinds of music.
I agree. Like people often pigeonhole. I'm actually not a big Rush fan. I mean, I don't dislike them, but like I am more of the, moving pictures 2112 type of guy.
Oh yeah,
but,
yeah, and that's a
uh,
great place to start. But some of it, like some of the shit, the fucking Natural Science is my favorite song that they ever did. You know that one?
No, I don't.
Okay, so that's off Permanent Waves, which is the album they did just before Moving Pictures. Wait a second. I'll just stick it in the chat so that
Yeah, go for it.
you must hear. It's like one of the best prog rock songs ever fucking written. It's incredible. But
Nice.
yeah,
Thanks. I'll check it out after.
it's the same album with Spirit of Radio on it, if you know that track.
I do. Yeah, that one.
So yeah, same album, but it's like it's bridging the gap between commercial and I'm still weirdo nerd prog rock kind of shit. you know?
Right. Well, that's one of
Nice.
my favorite things. Like, people often like scoff at progressive rock, but like, okay, Bohemian Rhapsody, most popular song of all time. It's progressive
Absolutely
rock.
prog. Absolutely prog. Yeah.
And,
a
then,
lot of really good Queen songs are prog rock. Like basically
well, they
everything
started
before.
yeah.
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 First two
Oh god,
albums,
listen to I was gonna say Queen
Yeah.
1 and Queen 2 are just like
Queen 2 is one
like
of my favorite albums of all time. Straight
yeah,
up.
Queen 2 is fantastic. My favorite is Sheer Heart Attack, but still
That
like
one's
it's like
good. Yeah.
yeah, it's just
I think
it's
my
just all this
favorite's-
yeah.
My favorite's still News of the World. I really like, Sleeping on the Sidewalk, My Melancholy Blues, It's Late, bangers. But also, 39.
Yeah.
Based, the Prophet
39.
song. Weird, but I love it. Innuendo is straight up one of the best songs that they have ever made.
Yeah.
Is that the one with the Spanish guitar intro?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Such
know
a
the
good
one.
song.
Oh yeah.
Queen is
Great.
an interesting band for that too, because you say that like prog just means it's like being punk. It's like just kind of throwing away expectations of what
Yeah.
the genre should be. Like a lot of people pigeonhole it as okay, there's going to be synth solos and weird time
like
signatures and whatever.
18 minutes, like
Oh,
mega ballads.
And there's a
It
lot
can
of that,
be.
and I like
Yeah.
that, and that's something that draws me to it, but it doesn't need to be that. And you get a lot of stuff like the Beatles is progressive rock. A lot of their later stuff, they would do like a 10-minute song that's just weird fucking effects and shit, and they would stuff
Yeah.
like that. And then you get newer stuff that's like it doesn't have that kind of synthy element, but maybe it's more like I mean, I don't know, industrial rock or whatever.
Yeah, you got
it's-
like fucking Dream Theater and Tool and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, Tool. I mean, yeah, no, and then of course all the subgenres of like progressive metal and stuff like that too. And just like thinking about like again, people make fun of the genre as like nerd music, but then I guess it's still technically nerd music, but what's a fucking banger that nobody ever complains about is like every Nobuo Uematsu boss fight theme from FF7 that is just like stolen from a Yes song or something like
Nice.
that. Where it's
Oh
just
yeah,
a
100%.
like so many of the old JRPG songs like that are basically just like half of the Chrono Trigger soundtrack, and the Kingdom Trial song is just the trial from Pink Floyd's The Wall. It's great. Yeah, no, I definitely my favorite genre. It's interesting to hear that it's something you like too. So that's
Oh, 100%. I love one of my favorite artists of all time is Mike Oldfield. Not just Tubular Bells, just like
oh yeah,
Armageddon is incredible. Even the poppier stuff that he did. Like there's an album he did called Crises, which is full of like it's mostly singles, but then that's where I don't know if you know the track Moonlight Shadow, that it came from that album. And that's very very radio friendly, but it's also there's so many tracks on that with weird time signatures and weird vocal lines, and it's just I love that shit.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's such a varied genre in a way. We're both talking about it and we're both fans of the genre, but we're both mentioning stuff that the other person doesn't necessarily know because I don't know that song actually. I know Mike Oldfield a bit, especially because he did the fucking nuclear song. That was
Standing.
yeah, and that was a great song that
Yeah.
I love
Good
that
album.
immediately because that was
Yeah, good
essentially
album.
just it. I never heard the rest of that album actually. Come to think
It's
of
a
it,
good
but-
album. It's safe, but it's a very good album. It's just it's a bit dad rock, but it's really
Yeah.
solidly constructed. It's very safe, very solidly constructed. It's mostly like nuclear, but just the whole album. It's
Oh,
good
yeah.
stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean that one always stood out as like a bit of a throwback to Epitaph from King Crimson from their first
King
album.
Crimson the Goats.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting to talk about that stuff. We were thinking about maybe talking about music on an episode at some point. So yeah, no.
I'm down for that. I grew up with music. I know people know me as funny, stupid game man, but like, oh, gamer man.
Caddicarus,
Hell
the
yeah.
game master.
Oh, boy.
oh no. I hope that King Ollie isn't watching.
Oh, no.
He even said he was gay.
We're going to disappoint him.
But yeah, no, like people know me for the game stuff, and it's like, yeah, no, I grew up with an extremely musical family. My aunts and uncles are all full blood Irish, and so I grew up with the Pogues and all sorts of great shit.
Cool.
Yeah, I've obsessed with music. I love it.
Well, speaking of,
I
let me
mean-
ask you. Oh, go ahead.
I mean, I was just gonna say, hey, if we do hyperfixations, open invite on just
Oh,
music.
I'm down.
Oh, yeah,
I'm down.
Open invite
Absolutely.
Hell
anytime
yeah.
back.
Oh yeah. frankly.
Ah, thank
I-
you.
Yeah.
I was gonna say one thing also about music. What's your thoughts on the new Beatles song?
Love it.
Yeah,
still
I know
haven't listened-
Bane.
I still haven't listened to
It's
it.
not like it's like one of those things where like if you want to pick it apart as like a song, it's like okay, it's not the best Beatles song. It's
Oh,
for what
yeah,
it's
maybe.
it's what it is, what it stands for. It's the same as anything. It's contextual. It's like when you listen to an album from someone like fucking hell. I'm one of my so Rush are my favorite band of all time. My second favorite band are Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed.
Oh, interesting.
I love fucking Nick Cave.
Very good taste.
Both. I love fucking him, and I love him as
Nice.
well.
Ooh,
So
Congrats.
I
Scoop.
Hell yeah.
How good is he in
yeah,
bed?
like and well, I mean he's sad.
He's got
That's
some
all I
pretty
can tell
bad
you.
seed. I
Yeah.
can probably.
Yeah.
He's a very sad man, but that's a fascinating character in the sense of he's got a couple of hits here and there. A few people know him for fucking Red Right Hand from Scream.
Scream
that-
or
and that's-
Peaky
and-
Blinders.
Yeah, Scream or Peaky Blinders. So it's like, and yeah, that is probably his most not overplayed. It's an incredible song.
Yeah.
I could hear it a million times and not get sick of it. But every album sounds different.
That's the one.
and, like,
That's one everyone knows, but he's got so much.
Yes. Yeah, and he's done some again, like not even progressive, but like almost like just noise rock kind of shit. And
Oh,
like
yeah.
he's done other projects like Grinder Man, where it's like mostly just like over sexual frustrated growling and shit. And it's really cool shit. But the most
Kinda
recent
Tom
album he
Waitsy
did.
or something.
Yeah, kind of. But one of the most recent albums he did was something called Ghost Teen, and it's an album that he made. It was like, I don't know, 2 years ago, and it was written and performed in response to him dealing with the death of his 15-year-old kid.
Oh shit.
Wow.
So that, and it's like, so you listen to that because Anthony Fantano did a review of it when it came out,
Yeah.
and people got a little bit upset with him for not liking it as much as his other albums, and that's fine. Who cares? Whatever. But you have to listen to it with the mindset of this is a guy grieving and trying to fucking piece together and understand what it is to lose
So it's
your
like
kid.
It's like a Black Star kind of situation.
Oh yes, and Black
Yeah.
Star's incredible for exactly the same reason. It's like it's the same idea. It's just like instead of someone knowing that they're gonna die and here are my rambling like deathbed thoughts, it's instead like, hey God, what the fuck have you done? Why did you do this? And like it's genuinely heartbreaking. It's just so powerful, but you have to listen to it in the right context, which is I guess is how a lot of classical music was written back in the classical era and the romantic era and stuff. So yeah.
Fun fact, one thing I know is that there was a song from that album that was used in the Justice League when Aquaman is going slow motion and jumping into the water.
Yes.
And
Really?
I remember Gabe when we were watching it was like, that's from such a powerful album. Why would they use that song?
Wait,
What
which
the
track
fuck?
was it? Which track was
I'm
it?
not sure. I think it was from the Zack
sure you can
Snyder
find it.
cut.
Let
though,
me take a
specifically.
look.
But
That's incredible.
I think Zack Snyder actually went through a similar thing actually, so maybe there's some connection there. So I don't know.
Yeah,
But it was a little bit of an interesting choice.
Yeah, there were some tragic family circumstances behind him. Well, one of the reasons he left the original Justice League, finishing that up. But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, no, I haven't gotten into Nick Cave though. I've definitely both him and Rush are bands that are like or artists that are like kind of on the list, you know.
Nick Cave is so fucking fascinating because there's so many places you can start, and then you discover more and more like out of the spectrum of where he started and what he's best known for, because then you end up with like his first ever commercial band, which is, I'll just find one track just for the sake of wait a second. Have you ever heard of The Birthday Party?
No.
Okay, Jesus. Okay, fucking hell. Okay, yeah. I mean, I've had a few.
Oh, by the way, I do have the two songs that were used in. There are two different songs. There was Distant Sky and There Is a Kingdom.
Okay, so There Is a King. Distant Sky is from Skeleton Tree, which is he had finished that album and then his son died and he rewrote the lyrics. Ghost Teen was purely an expression of his grief, whereas Skeleton Tree was kind of, I can't release the album as it is now. I need to rework some of the words. So it's still kind of yeah. It's a beautiful song, but yeah, I don't know what it's doing in Justice League. I don't know what.
Yeah,
I think it's because Aquaman has a kingdom, so there is a kingdom.
There Is a Kingdom is from that's from the Boatman's Call, and that's like he was dealing with a failing relationship when he made that album. So that's not as bad, but like still. Right. But yeah, so then what you end up, this is the last album that the Birthday Party did before Nick Cave moved on with the Bad Seeds, and this is like, it's not for everybody, but it's like, it's almost like, you know, when people are like metalheads are like, oh, this is like, this goes so hard, man, this goes so hard, and you're like, okay, yeah, this shit goes hard. It doesn't have to sound, like massively produced, you know what I mean? It's just like, if you just listen to it max volume, it's just like, it's just fucking raw. It's raw.
I love the cover art here.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, it's just so, and but then you listen to, you know, Distant Sky and everything else that Nick Cave is best, and it's like, it's not even the same guy, but it's like, it's so interesting.
Yeah.
Are you go ahead.
No, go ahead.
All right. Are you a thrash metal guy, Caddy?
I'm getting very, very slowly into it. I say it's funny because I grew up with a very musical family, but sadly my dad is where I got most of my musical taste from, but I don't get on with my dad. Haven't spoken to him for over 10 years now. Not been good. And yeah, it's weird because now in hindsight I can look back and think, actually, I got maybe some of the bands that he liked from it, but I don't think I got the same taste because his taste was very like, one example, when he was with my mum still, she really liked Queen and he hates Queen with a passion. But instead of just being normal about it and being like, okay, can you just play it when I'm not here or whatever? It was like, can you remove that album from the shelf? I don't want to see it. Yeah, so he was that kind of person. He was incredibly judgmental and nasty about like what he thinks is good and what. So it's annoying because a lot of this shit I did catch from him, but not everything. And yeah. So with thrash, that's one particular thing because when I was a teenager, the first metal band I ever got into, and I still adore them to this day, is System of a Down. Fucking love.
Yes.
One of those. One of the rare bands. Every album's a banger. I could skip a couple from Steal This Album, but every other track of every other album, not a single skip, nowhere.
I'm sorry to inform you that that's apparently also Sniper Wolf's favorite band.
Wow.
Well, you know what?
Hey, a broken clock can be right twice a day, man.
Yeah,
absolutely. And also, you know, she takes her name from one of the best PS1 games ever.
There you go. Yeah. Cool mind. I'm actually playing through MGS2 now. So
broken clock twice a day.
Absolutely. System of a Down and Metal Gear Solid. That's it.
I have a band/album recommendation. I posted it in chat. It's Earth Boiling Dystopia by Scythe Lord. Now, those of you in the know, trademark.
I'm in the know, yeah.
Yeah, this is a Vine Sauce Joel's band. He has it with Frank, a friend from Florida, and banger album.
Oh, nice one.
Quite good.
The only track that is just kind of like not 10 out of 10 great is Comedy and Blood. and like it's still really good. It's just not like perfect.
Yeah.
It
yeah,
has
like,
to go between Rod of Asclepius and Just a Memory, and then the other is right after it. It didn't stand a chance.
I'm adding this shit. I'm adding this shit to my.
It's fantastic. I also recommend Red Vox, which is Vinny's band.
Red Vox. I'm a big fan of the first couple albums, and I just recently, because they just put out the double album version of Visions and Afterthoughts,
Nice.
and so I just noticed that was released, and I listened to it for the first time as well as the 2020 album, and man,
It's
Vinny
weird you say that. Yeah,
a really really talented musician.
yeah.
And so is
we were
Mike.
talking
Mike
about
is
it.
an expert
Yeah,
drummer.
Mike does drums on Joel's jokey stuff too. Not Scytheford, Vark Skeletor. Which, by the way, if you're into some comedy metal, skeleton metal, 1, 2, 3, and X.
Nice.
Really good stuff.
Nice one. Yeah, no, I was just gonna say I'm weirdly talking about Vinny because I was talking to him like a couple of days ago, and he was sending me demo recordings of what he was working on. So yeah, really good shit, really good shit, really good shit. But yeah, going back to the like whatever the Beatles song, yeah, I like it. You have to look at it. You purely have to look at it from like because I think it adds to the effect if you watch the video with it as well. I don't think it works as well separately.
Yeah.
But it's just yeah.
Because I heard it was like an AI Beatles song. I thought they just got some guy.
I know.
Sound like John Lennon.
That's what Bane said. Like
they marketed it so fucking poorly. I'm sorry, that's not my fault.
I guess maybe they did.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I thought it was exactly the same thing because
everyone's like they're dragging out the corpses. They're fucking
Because the first I even heard about it, I follow a guy on YouTube. What's his name? His name is Elliot Roberts, and he's a kind of a Beatles focused commentary channel. Talks about like Beatles related movies and stuff like that, album rankings. And he mentioned it, and I didn't even know the song existed. So I got it kind of put into context first, and then I watched the short thing that they did, and then I listened to it. And yeah, no, you can feel that it's like a song that's like 50 years in the fucking making or whatever. They got apparently voice samples from all four of them singing together in the 60s. And then John's recording from like the 70s or 80s. You've got George playing guitar from the 90s. And then you've got modern piano piece. I've seen people complaining that the piano sounds too 2023. And I'm like, but it was finished in 2023.
Yeah.
It should sound a little bit like it's from 2023, shouldn't it?
Yeah, of course it should. It doesn't sound like any of the other, like in terms of like the production, it doesn't sound like any of the other Beatles albums anyway. It's like
no, but it has that string shit from fucking George Martin's son, who like, and it sounds really fitting for it too. Yeah, and there's just little instrumental things even, and people point out a lot of the vocal stuff with John or whatever, but just like little instrumental things where I'm like, oh yeah, that's the ending from this song or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, of course it's like I Am the Walrus, like it's so there's so many little flourishes. Yeah. It's like Yeah,
people give Ringo shit for not being like a super talented, but he's fucking consistent, man. You don't give Ringo shit.
Yeah, so good. And like I've been drumming since I was 11. It's my jam. I'm a drummer, and like just seeing fucking Ringo behind the kit in his 80s, it's like, oh fucking hell. Like it hits me. Yeah, honestly, yeah. He's the man. Ringo is the man. Ringo is the man. I have yet to find they often call it the Ringo test. When I was learning, I get to say when I was learning, loads of kids when I was at school were learning drums from people that would just, they'd come in with a music book and they'd just put it up on a music stand and be like, hey, that note means hit that drum, that note means hit that drum, play this. And they'd just keep going over and over until you get it right, which is not how drums work in the slightest. And what was funny is that there were loads of people that I grew up around that learned like that, but then they developed their own style and became, I don't know, like death metal drummers, like thrashing on double bass pedals and all sorts of silly stuff like that. But then if you were to say, hey, here's a day in the life, play that, they could never fucking do it. it sounds ridiculous, but it's like sometimes the easiest shit is the hardest to get the feel for, and just Ringo just did it. He just did it. He just did it. And
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
I was even mentioning on the Wall. We rewatched the Wall on stream recently. The nostalgia critic.
yeah.
The Wall.
yes,
I was about
I
to
was
ask.
there. I was
Yes,
watching.
he
Oh,
was.
you mean
You
the
were
best
there.
Wall, yeah.
The Wall. Yes. And there was
Yes.
a part. There was a part.
Roger Waters? Who are you talking about?
Who? Yeah.
Yeah.
Early on, I think it was the Another Brick in the Wall parody. There's a part where there's the solo from, I think it's Rob Scallion, and it's just this really like wanky guitar thing. Yeah, and I was just like, David Gilmour didn't need to play that many notes, and he played the few that he did better. Like sometimes less is more. Genuinely with music. And yeah, Ringo's a good example of that.
Yeah, I think as well, like Ringo completely knew, even back in the day, he was not, in terms of songwriting and everything, he wasn't the most talented, and he knew what his strengths were, and he fucking stuck to them, which a lot of people just aren't able to do. Band egos and shit, it just doesn't work.
I'll still
That's
jam out to...
what Dave Grohl said about being in Nirvana versus Foo Fighters. He said like he didn't step on Kurt Cobain's toes because he was like, he's the guy, I'm the drummer. And that's that's kind of sad in a way, because it's almost like, well, you're more than a drummer, you're part of the band. But the logic he was going by was the same with what Ringo's was, which was like, I'm good for this band. I'm fucking good for this band. You are good for the singer-songwriter. You tell me what you're looking for, I fucking give it to you, and that is the extent of what I do, And that's what Ringo was like.
It's a vision for what the band should be, and like your place in it. Yeah.
Yeah, putting your ego on the side for a second, and just doing what's right,
Which was really big of Dave Grohl at the time when he still thought AIDS wasn't real. So just throwing that out there. I don't think he does anymore, but
no. Yeah, that was a while ago. Yeah.
It's been a couple decades.
It's been a while. Yeah.
Very weird. Very weird. Yeah, all it took was his best friend to shoot himself in the head.
So, moving on from that note, I have one more music thing, and it actually relates directly to one of your videos, Caddy.
Yeah, sure.
So, I watched your Vib Ribbon video a long time ago. It was like a bonfire night video. It was way back.
Yeah, I remember.
And that got me into the game and the soundtrack.
Yeah.
Banger tunes, amazing.
Incredible.
It's a shame
soundtrack.
it's only 6 tracks.
Yeah.
So recently I've been going to the gym. And I like to walk to music. And for those of you who don't know, dear listeners, Vib Ribbon changes pace like multiple times per song.
You can't walk to overflowing emotions. It doesn't work.
You cannot. You can't walk to roll along. You cannot walk to laugh in peace.
No, it sounds like trying to walk to prog rock. Actually, interesting enough.
So, I made the mistake of leaving those in my playlist. So, Caddy, I want you to know that you were indirectly responsible for me almost having an accident on the treadmill.
Oh, don't you? Look, it's if you take pride in that. All I would ask is that you filmed yourself running on the treadmill, and then if you did trip, that you turn into a little frog. And then you turn into a worm with a TV on its head.
And then you turn into a little policeman.
And then you turn into a little policeman. Yeah, you just like, I don't know, get a costume of Vibri and just like look like a load of wireframes. Like,
I don't know how that would be done, but I would love to see it happen.
It would be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, no, yeah. So you, I think Claw, you asked me about thrash metal. Was it you that asked me about that?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, sorry, no, it wasn't. So yeah, like going very quickly back to my dad. Yeah, so like when I found System, it was almost like, oh shit, this is my music. That was the first. I was probably 13, and I was like, oh, this is my rebellious music. This is my music. This is and I know my dad won't like this, but fuck him anyway. And then he got his claws back into my head at some point in my mid-teens, and then I stopped listening to anything that he didn't like again, because I was kind of a little. And this is one of the reasons, alongside a million other reasons, why I don't look back fondly on my older videos, because he was still in my life at that point, and shit was a little bit. I look at parts of those videos and think about parts of those videos, and I'm like, oh, I remember why I said that. It's because he said that, and
yeah.
So I gotcha.
No, fuck all that shit. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But yeah. So like, I then, after I cut him out of my life, I then started re-listening to this stuff, and now I'm going back through shit which you'd think, oh, everyone's heard this, and it's like, no, I only heard it recently. I didn't hear the albums rather. Master of Puppets, Ride the Lightning. I hadn't
Oh,
heard them
wow.
until maybe a
Wow.
year ago. Those were the first time I'd heard those albums because I was conditioned to think Metallica sucked because my
Oh,
dad
yeah.
hated them, And so
Oh,
I,
man.
sadly, as a drummer, I don't think Lars is very good. I'm just saying.
No,
Yeah.
no, not particularly.
But saying that, holy shit, fuck it, Master of Puppets and Ride of the Lightning are fucking incredible, like
Have you,
amazing.
Have you heard any of the 90s Metallica or anything newer than that?
I don't. You know what? Black Album's fine. It's not thrash. It's not my preferred Metallica, but I like Black Album. And their most recent album, which everyone's been hating on, I'm like, this is my jam. This is a load of 60-year-olds that have still fucking got it.
I haven't
Okay.
seen. I mean, I haven't seen too much hate on it. I heard some, and it was pretty okay. But yeah,
Yeah.
I
It
like
sounded. Yeah.
I like the 90s Metallica pretty well. The Load album is actually one of my preferred
Load's great.
Metallica albums.
Oh, okay. I haven't gone that far. I got to Black Album and kind of stopped because I heard about
Okay.
Saint Anger. I've heard Saint Anger.
Well,
I don't
yeah,
need to
I
hear
was
any
gonna
more.
ask. I was gonna ask you.
Saint Anger, I can't. I am. Here's the thing: I can't defend Saint Anger. It's terrible. I would not recommend listening to it. However, they have a live version of I think it's called "All Within My Hands" is the song. The
Yeah.
live version that they do now at shows is really quite good, and they've actually redeemed that one song. And also the song "Frantic" is okay, but yeah, no, I really like Load and Black Album. Reload is about half good, and then the other
Yeah.
half is like, but there's like some of my favorite Metallica songs ever on Reload, like Where the Wild Things Are and Low Man's Lyric. I don't mind when Metallica gets not thrash, I like, because I'm like, it's like we're talking about YouTube earlier, like let them do what they want to do, don't be pigeonholed into
100%.
what's normal for because
Yeah.
that's what all the fans, they're not metal anymore. Well, maybe they just want to be weird and country now
Yeah.
a little bit, let
Yeah,
them do
and it's
that.
like, yeah, you listen to because one of the complaints I saw about 72 Seasons, their most recent album, was that it wasn't like the old days. And it's like, well, first of all, they're fucking 60, like leave them alone. And secondly, like if you actually listen to like even their first, because I've just started now listening to their first album, which I think is really good as well.
Oh yeah,
And it's
great.
like,
Is that
yeah, and it's
Metal
like, yeah, no, it was supposed to be called that, wasn't it? And then it was called Kill 'Em All, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like if you read interviews or listen to their inspirations, they are obsessed with Motorhead, and then all I can hear with the new Metallica is Motorhead, but just more aggressive and faster and more thrash. And it's like that's what I would expect them to sound like now. That's exactly what I would expect, and I think it's fucking solid. But yeah, like when you're talking about when they don't go metal, like my favorite tracks from Black Album are not stuff like Enter Sandman. It's stuff like The Unforgiven, and it's stuff like
That's a good one.
yeah, and Nothing Else Matters. Those are my preferred tracks from that album because it's almost like I can see that they would but like they feel more comfortable doing that kind of song on that kind of album than something
Yeah.
like Enter Sandman,
People were saying that they were like selling out at that point because they cut their hair and everything, and it's like, I don't know, maybe they just wanted to make music like that a little bit because it's
Yeah,
clearly not
maybe.
what like was clearly not what was like super good for their fan base or whatever. I don't know.
No.
But I would say
then,
also
yeah.
their 2008 album Death Magnetic is also a favorite of mine. The direct follow up to Saint Anger, the worst thing ever. The only problem is you
Yeah.
have to specifically listen to the version that comes from Guitar Hero.
Guitar
3.
Hero, I heard this. Yeah, I heard
Yeah.
this. Yeah.
Because the original is just fucking terribly mixed, and the Guitar Hero version fixes it. So yeah, I would suggest that. Also, if you like Unforgiven, there's a sequel to it on Reload, and then a second sequel on Death Magnetic. So
Oh, nice.
I,
Okay, yeah, I'll give it a look. Yeah.
I also recommend instead of listening to Saint Anger, you should watch the documentary they made.
yeah,
I
Full
am
Venom
very
Monster
curious.
instead.
I'm very curious. Yeah.
It's
I am curious.
the album is terrible. The story behind it is really fascinating though, and it
Yeah.
actually it doesn't redeem how bad it is, but it explains it, and you're not as mad anymore after you hear it.
And
the
then
first time.
you have really funny moments like my lifestyle determines my death style. That's a good lyric.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard that one. Is that Frantic?
I'm pretty
It
sure, yeah.
is, yeah, yeah.
Oh God Almighty!
And then Saint Anger, the song contains the refrain, "You flush it out, you flesh it out," while he's singing Saint Anger, and it's just very odd. It's very odd. Yeah, not a good album.
Good shit. Good.
And
shit.
then, of course, with Megadeth, you have Dave Mustaine, who's insane and thinks that Obama is from Kenya or something. So that's always cool. But
yeah,
you know,
I
good
did.
music,
I
though.
have. Yeah, I was gonna say I did give Rust in Peace and if Peace Cells. I can't remember the name of that one, but yeah, I gave those two a try. I really like them. Really like them.
Yeah.
Oh man.
We wanna keep on going with music talk, or do a funny little question? I'm good for either.
Shall we?
honestly.
Okay, I would. Do you know the problem is I would love to keep talking. It's getting to
Yeah,
10:30 in
it's
the
kinda
morning
getting
over here.
late.
I'm happy.
it's-
I'm happy to go through questions and we can redo music shit on another thing.
I would love having you on for another time.
Oh,
Sure,
yeah.
we can start wrapping up.
I'd love to come back. It's been good fun.
It's been a lot of fun.
So-
This is
Yeah.
I didn't know what to expect. This is our first time having I guess technically what I'd say is a real guest, no offense.
Yeah, no
no
shade
offense
to
Gabe or
Hatman,
Hatman or
yeah.
but yeah, this is,
I wasn't sure what to expect. We've never had an Englishman before.
Oh,
that too.
yes.
There's a few firsts. But
Oh,
hey, I'm down for this again. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's
absolutely.
great. So,
we didn't even get to I was gonna talk about the Bored Ape people, but we might have to save that for
Yeah,
We'll do
Bored
that
Ape.
another time.
Yep.
The escapist imploding.
Their eye cancer isn't going anywhere. We'll talk about that another time.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and say, since we're about to get into some questions, there is apparently going to be a Red Dwarf sequel. So
Oh,
that's
cool.
that's how that comes back. And also, just wanted to post this image in chat.
Incredible.
Let's do some like rapid fire questions here. We got like
Yeah.
3 or 4 left.
I'll go ahead
I'll
and get
try-
mine done.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
I have a question and a comment. This is
Yeah.
direct from me. First of all, so I watched your the making of video again recently because I wanted to see if there were any good green screen shots that I could use for the thumbnail. And then you provided with the most banger of all banger, the most banger of all banger
Yeah.
pictures to use for the thumbnail. I'm
Yeah.
so glad. But I was rewatching that, and during the Family Feud mini video, you said, "Who wants to live by a river?" And I just gotta say, "Fuck you, Caddy. It's nice. I like it."
Yeah. Well, you know what? When I'm sitting on my sofa with no towels needed and no need for
Hey.
no need for water around my ankles, I'll be
He can
laughing.
have
Listen,
a basement.
I'm on
Tristan.
a hill. I'm on a hill.
Oh, well, then you're
Above
fine.
a-
You're
Yeah.
fine.
Hey.
Oh, you're fine
Yeah.
then. You're fine then. Yeah, you're fine.
You get to watch all the people drown as the tide takes them away. It's
More
fun.
better as they roll down
Yeah.
the hill on accident.
I was gonna say, I'll be nice. Yeah, I'll be
I'll
nice
roll
and
for a
comfortable.
while, but
I'll be nice and comfortable, like standing there watching you drown and eating a bowl of shredded wheat with no milk, and just
Yeah.
to rub in how dry everything is. You know.
Nice up here.
you know what?
Yeah.
Fair. All right. So my question is, if you had to redo an old video in your new style, choose.
Okay, that's actually quite easy because I'm working on 2 right now. Actually.
Oh shit.
Oh, really?
Ooh.
Well,
I'm going-
don't reveal too much. Don't reveal more than you'd like.
Nah, it's fine. I haven't gone into the depths of it, but like because most of my older videos are individual games, I'm not too fussed on going back and redoing them even in my current, because the point of my
Yeah.
current style is that if I have 1 minute of shit to say, I'll say 1 minute of shit, and if I have 10 minutes, I'll say 10
Yeah,
minutes.
and
So
your thoughts have probably changed since back then too. So.
well, and that, and also I've given much less of a fuck the closer I've got to 30. So like I don't care.
Understandable.
But
I
like
get it.
but yeah, that does mean that like when it comes to like videos, I have done individual videos on in the past, whether it be, I don't know, Tomb Raider or fucking Resident Evil or Rayman or shit like that, I would like to do complete series, kind of like I did with Spyro, kind of.
Yeah.
But the problem is that the Spyro video caused me to have a mental fucking breakdown. So I need to
I can imagine.
space them out.
Mm,
I need to
yeah.
space them out. I mean, there was a lot of pressure on that video anyway. Million sub special. I had 77 cameos in it or something crazy.
Yeah.
So like,
Yeah, you had a lot of people.
Oh,
yeah. So like that was a bit of a silly undertaking anyway. But
I mean,
like,
I think it was good. I think it was successful.
Yeah.
oh, it
Yeah.
paid off. I'm
Oh,
very
yeah, I
glad
can
it paid
watch it.
off.
I have definitely
Um,
seen some other videos that shall go unnamed that had tons and tons of cameos that were not
Yeah.
quite as...
I
Not
like
quite as
Quentin
fun.
Review's recent stuff.
I
but-
said you should go unnamed. Why
I'm
does
gonna,
it
I'm
say
gonna name
nothing?
it.
I'm not beeping that one.
Listen, I'm
Oh,
chill with
dear.
Quentin Reviews, but that was a very painful video.
It was, yeah.
It
Oh,
was.
bless.
I get what he was trying to do.
Yeah.
I mean, big
Yeah.
ups. I respect it. I respect what he's
Yeah,
trying to
it's
do.
respectable.
But yeah, so like that's what I would like. I mean, that's a kind of future kind of thing. I'm not thinking about that anytime soon. What I'm thinking about anytime soon is when in the past I've tried to kind of bridge the gap of what I'm doing now compared to what I used to be doing. So I would like to revisit PS1 cheats. Just
Oh,
a
yeah.
big fucking
Nice.
video. Just hey, here are some dumb fucking cheats. Let's laugh at them and do stupid shit. And then I had like a million ideas of how I could be out in real life and be cheated, quote unquote, and like glitch my way through the fucking real world
Well,
and shit. So I had a load of ideas.
You gotta get one of those fucking like ancient get all the tips and tricks cheat books from like a
Yes.
dollar
I have-
store or
I have
whatever.
one of
Yeah.
those.
I've
It's
got
not
a bunch
PS1
of them.
though.
I'm not
Yeah.
on any PlayStation 1 ones, but I've got a bunch of PS2 ones.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
PS2,
everyone's got
360.
yeah,
Yeah.
so many PS2 ones. But yeah, so I wanted to redo that as a concept. Just the I don't know, the cheating world of cheats. Fuck, I don't
Hell
know.
yeah.
And then the other one I wanted to revisit was Net Your Rose on PS1 as well. And I
Ooh,
wanted
yeah.
to
Cool.
because in that original video that I did it was like 13 minutes long, which was really long for me back in the day. And I did
Yeah.
66 games, and I think there were more than that. So I want to redo that video and have like every single Net Your Rose game be done. But the reason I'm going to put that on the back burner is because I own a Net Your Rose PlayStation. And
Yeah.
I want to find somebody. I don't know if I have to fish on Twitter or something, but I want to find someone that can help me make a Net Your Rose game that will work on that PlayStation.
Ooh.
Oh,
And I
that's
thought that
a
would
good
be
one.
I thought that would be a really fun way to close that video, but that would be such a fucking huge undertaking. I don't even want to think about it. But those are the two I want to
It would
come
be
back to at
interesting,
some
though.
point.
See if you can
Yeah.
get in contact with Chris of the Dead. I know he's an
Chris of the
animator.
Dead.
I'm not sure if he's been big in game development, but Chris of the Dead. He's chill, and also I do know that he animates at the very least.
Cool. Yeah, I'll have a look into it.
That sounds like a really cool project.
Mm.
That'd be
Oh, but
pretty wild.
they won't be for a while. They won't be for a while. I've got a load of other ideas in
how
between
much-
then. But yeah,
Wonder how much a Net Your Rose is for right
Oh.
now.
I think they
a lot of
decent.
money.
Yeah,
Uh,
at least 1,000.
yeah,
I'm seeing one for 800, which hey,
yeah.
Wow.
It's still
Yeah,
a
my
little
one is pretty like it came with
Oh,
with the
it-
original shrink wrap. It was pretty fucking immaculate.
yeah.
so,
This one
mine-
this one doesn't have an original controller. It does have a DualShock though, which hey,
it's not the matte black controller. You need the matte black
Yeah.
controller.
true.
Yeah, I mean,
Here's one for oh geez, 2000.
I found one 895. Yeah,
Oh
I
yeah,
should
there
I
it
shouldn't
is.
be I shouldn't be looking at these. I want one of these,
Yeah,
or at least something
same.
this wild. You know.
Having a region-free PS1 would be nice, but then again, I have
too.
DuckStation, so
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I use a region free PS2 in my living room, and I
Yeah, you
got
gotta
it
put the
on
bug on
eBay. Yeah, no, I didn't. I just got it on eBay. Someone had pre-hacked it. It was like 80 quid, and I just fucking.
Oh, so it's not the same
Right.
one that you put the mug on?
Oh, it's that one. Yeah, it's that one.
yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant. Oh, sorry. I thought you said put the bug on, as in I put the
Oh.
the
Ah.
region free thing on. No, I didn't know. No, I brought that pre-hacked. People do that and put them on
Nice.
eBay all the time.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they're really cheap.
Hey, I remember the 360 days where you could buy a JTAGG Xbox to download pirated games.
Yeah, I
Totally
currently
didn't
have
do that.
I currently have a hacked Wii U, 3DS, and definitely not a hacked Nintendo Switch. That's something I do
Yeah,
not own.
Don't know what you're referring
And not a hacked Oculus Quest either.
Oh yeah, no. Well, actually, it isn't hacked.
Yeah,
Like, at all.
mine isn't hacked either.
Oh,
I'm
Well, I
a
guess-
sucker that pays for shit.
mm.
That's the thing. I haven't. but it's not like hacked in any major way.
Yeah. I mean, I who hasn't sideloaded a whole bunch of games? Yeah, games.
Yeah, who hasn't sideloaded Resident Evil 4 VR?
Exactly.
You know, yeah.
Who hasn't completely played that like 40 hours? I don't know what you're talking about.
Resident Evil 4 VR is great.
It is really good.
Yeah, it is.
And
It is.
then,
Yeah.
Oh,
You going? No, sorry, you going?
No, I insist, Bane, please.
I don't have anything. I just was saying,
I
You
was
better
just gonna-
go before me.
I was just gonna say the last question here.
Yes.
Original Angel 666 just asks, "What's the weirdest video you've done, or what's the weirdest thing you've seen on the internet?" I think,
those are
I
two
think-
questions.
yeah, I think the second one there. What's the weirdest thing overall that you think you've found?
Okay, so well, I mean, just to very quickly, the first part of that question, I don't know because I just do what I think is funny. So whatever you think is the weirdest video is entirely down to you.
that's subjective.
Santa Claus saves the Earth.
That's a strange one. That's a strange
Yeah.
one. But yeah, so yeah, a weirdest thing I've seen on the internet. I mean, thing is, like, whatever I say couldn't hold a candle to anything that you guys have seen, but just based on the fact that what you do. So
I'm
Yeah.
actually not really that big
It's not a
into Loghouse.
competition.
I mean,
honestly,
So
it
you've
would
probably
be
seen
it
weirder
would
stuff than me.
weird stuff. I don't. Do you know what? Honestly, the weirdest stuff that I end up discovering is shit that I watch from your streams. So it's like
Nice.
like I'm still kind of an innocent little
Oh.
baby.
Okay, but
I'm still-
weirdest. I can give you
Real
one
quick,
that's pretty weird for me,
after
but-
this, I have a question.
Oh,
Yeah.
dang. I
So
will
go-
say
go
the
on.
weird stuff you found in, like, I don't know, weird fucking PS1 controllers. I think that it's a different type of weird, but you know, it makes me scratch my
Oh, yeah.
head in the same kind of way. Like the
I
Wu-Tang
still
controller.
want the Wu-Tang controllers so
Yeah.
fucking bad.
I
How much
wanted
it
it before I even got into the
Yeah.
Wu-Tang, and now I like them, and I'm like, damn.
I just want to
gotta-
put it on my wall.
Yeah.
Wu-Tang PS1 controller.
I found out after I
Yeah.
finished that video that they had a box set with that controller and the game in the box, and I didn't know they did that. I thought the
Oh.
controller was just a separate thing that you bought. So I'm gonna
Yeah.
try and hunt one of them down for a reasonable price. They're pretty pricey.
And I have bad news.
Awesome.
How much is it?
For $15.13. That's Canadian.
Yeah, huh?
Okay, well, that's probably
I'm
like
on
CA.
250.
That's
That's
like-
well,
I
that's
don't know why.
250
It's like
American.
350
Dude, that's
or
like-
something.
Dude, that's like £15. Oh my god!
Let's go eBay.
I mean,
yeah, 300.
300.
Yeah,
Tempting.
if you want it, pal, with taste the pain, it's 350, 360 actually.
Do you know what? If that's Canadian, that's cheaper than how much that controller
That's
was on its
It's
own.
US.
So
And I know it's
fuck.
like a terrible fucking controller too. So
It looks uncomfortable.
it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible.
If the Dreamcast controller can be uncomfortable to me, the way it like goes inward, that thing's gonna be hell on my hands.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Tristan, that reminds me. I have a Dreamcast controller where you can twist the fucking joystick. It's for
Oh,
like
it's-
it's for racing. It's terrible though.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Wu-Tang controller here. $300 on eBay.
Yeah, pretty
Mm.
rough.
God.
God.
You know, I thought about buying one of those PlayStation Portal controllers, but this might be more of a value proposition.
you
here.
could
It does
be-
have like a fully connected D-pad. I've never vibed with the PlayStation D-pad.
I can guarantee I could probably try Twisted Metal with this for 5 minutes.
I mean, you could probably beat all of Dark Souls with it and make a video.
Uh,
That would be nice.
But-
Fun little video. I beat Dark Souls with the Wu-Tang controller.
but yeah, I think
You know
it's
what?
all-
Now that I've been sitting here thinking about weirdest shit I've seen, do you guys remember Shay St. John? Do you remember that stuff?
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
I feel wonderful. I think that's the one.
No,
was-
that was just a robot. No, it was
Okay,
like
that's-
Yeah,
I
this
thought it
was-
it was a dark comedy series on YouTube about like a model that got into a car crash and got horribly burnt, so then had to replace all her body parts with mannequin parts or something like that.
Okay, I don't
shit.
remember that. There was like a website I think that was associated with it.
That's because I remember. But when I was younger, people used to say, "Have you seen this website, man?" And it was. But it's like I can't say it's weird because it's on purpose. So it's like, is that weird or is it like deliberately quite
Yeah.
clever?
Yeah, I get where you're coming
You
from
know,
on
it's
that.
like a David Lynch kind of possibly in Michigan kind of thing. You know, it's weird on purpose, but it's still surreal. It's kind of yeah. I think it counts.
Hell yeah.
I can't see I think the website's been taken down.
Oh damn.
Might
Oh,
be.
damn.
It's been a bit,
No, yeah, no, it's the website's been taken down.
man.
Damn.
Sad to see if it might
Rest
be
of
on
what
the
are you
Internet
doing?
Archive, but
Making it small because we might have a part 2.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm just doing some stuff in the
Thumbnail.
document.
But yeah, I think with that, that's pretty much all we really got. I'm kind of
Well, I have one more, and this is mostly Tristan's ego question.
Ooh, all right.
But I'm just curious, Caddy.
Yeah.
How did you get into Claw's content?
Oh, how did I? I'm always looking for, in the nicest possible way, I'm always looking for background noise. I'm always looking for shit that
Understandable.
I get it. I
That's
get
fair.
it.
massive long videos that do deep dives into certain people.
Yeah.
And I think because that's why I've been friends with Frederick Knudsen for years now. He's a
Yeah.
great guy, and
Oh,
like
It really is.
I've always been like, he introduced me to DSP, and I've never forgiven him for that because he's ruined my life from
Never
how
looked
much
back.
I know about. Yeah. And I can't remember. I could not tell you what the first one I would have seen was. I want to say it was probably the Family Guy rant from Dead Six. It probably was that, because
I'm
it
pretty
just
sure
seems
that's one
like,
of mine.
yeah, and I know that's relatively recent because I know you obviously
Yeah.
you've been going on for years now at this point. But then I started discovering like, oh look, you've been talking about the shit that I remember watching when I was younger
Wait.
before I started YouTube and blah 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 blah
Oh,
blah.
I swear you've done. I swear that was before then, because I remember we saw you in chat and kind of freaked out.
It
a
might
little
have,
bit over it.
yeah. I mean, maybe, but
That was like way before then. I was in my
Yeah.
was it?
old,
Was it though? Was it though? I
I
don't.
think
because
you
I
did show up on,
remember
like a Christmas stream
I
or
think it might have been
something
a.
one time. I'm
I think
not
it might have been
sure.
a
I remember,
long time. It might have
yeah.
been 2019. I don't
I remember
Oh,
know.
sending you
man.
a tweet being like,
Oh,
"Hey, do you want to
jeez.
join the server?"
It's
Oh
been a
shit!
while.
Oh fuck! Okay, do you know what then? I'm gonna have to try and find whatever, like, because I know YouTube does the whole, hey, do you want to watch this again? So maybe there's like an older video, but
Yeah.
I think that's I
yeah.
think that's because recently that's what I've been deliberately seeking out. Is because I've actually actively been looking for, you doing deep dives into certain people. Which is why
Okay.
Yeah, see,
which is not, because that's when I saw the
Yeah.
Family Guy rant one, and I was like, oh, I want to see more of this kind of thing. And then I started actively searching. So if I was there in 2019, it was probably by accident, and I just
Oh,
liked
yeah.
what I saw. But I couldn't
Nice.
remember what it was. I couldn't remember
You
what it
should,
was though.
if you
Yeah.
like that, I would definitely recommend the anything to do with Pooh's Adventures.
Pooh's
if you're not
Adventures in
familiar with
Abject
that.
Torment.
Yeah, Pooh's Adventures, where they just shove Winnie the Pooh and fucking the Weekenders and stuff into like Die Hard movie
Yeah.
scenes.
Oh
and stuff
no!
I was
Yeah.
asking because I a little bit, I want to do a little bit of a funny haha. See if a YouTuber that I really like was like caught in like the thumbnail that I made basically.
like that.
Because
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, the thumbnails are all great. That's one of the. I think that's the main reason I clicked on the Family Guy rant video. That's the main reason, because it was like, what is,
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's like what
Great
is
skills with thumbnails.
Tristan made an excellent thumbnail, and then with the sort of sequel I did like a month ago, I tried my best to do like kind of a follow up to that thumbnail, but
That was
I think it worked. But yeah, Tristan Tristan made some thumbnails for me back when I was like just starting out, and I was getting like 10 views on a video, and they were some of the best thumbnails I've had still to this day, or some of the very
Still
first
damn
ones he
great
did.
thumbnails.
Yeah, like the
Nice.
one you did. There was one that was one of my first videos was completely selling out, and it was just like
clickbait?
fucking yeah, the clickbait one where there was like fucking 400 different people in that thumbnail, and you went
let
all
me
out
let me
on it.
post that one. I still
Yeah,
have
that
all
one-
the files.
That one was like overboard in the extreme, and I love it. Yeah, no, Tristan's if anybody out there needs thumbnails for anything they're doing, you could do a lot worse than hiring Tristan
Yes, you can try doing it yourself and constantly fuck it up.
and wonder
the
why
funny-
your videos aren't succeeding.
The funniest
okay.
thing, the second I saw that image, the first thing I started looking for were tits, and then I found them.
Hey, there they are. Let's see.
Okay,
God,
okay. No,
that's
now that I'm looking
one of
through
my
the older, I'm looking through the older videos. I would have probably been around because you did a stream with Fred about Wolf's Apology, the Zoo Sadist thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I saw that.
It's like 2020 or something. Yeah.
There might have been. Oh, that was 3 years ago. Pampachu, it says I've watched that one as well.
And Pamperchu's one that I made. Yeah.
Okay, and also Linkara's webcomic as well. Maybe it was suffering
I
through
did that one,
the
yeah.
channel Awesome movies as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've probably been in and out. But now I'm like obsessively waiting for the next time that someone threatens a child on the internet and makes them want out.
Well, you missed yesterday's stream. There was a guy. Well, we looked at him a little while ago. He was raging over a person named Teen Boy 2K7 and some
Oh, no.
others.
God, what a name.
On not Roblox, VR chat, who were, as he said, never going to break his mind or his spirit. He's 28 years old and he looks like a thumb. And he yesterday we looked at one where he was in VR chat in a Banjo-Kazooie themed world, telling some 10-year-old to kill himself because the something I guess a friend of his died.
Fuck.
And apparently the 10-year-old was friends with someone who made fun of the friend who died. Turns out the friend didn't die. The guy's pretty fucked up. So yeah,
Wow,
no, there's
okay.
no end of people telling kids to all sorts of things they shouldn't be telling
It's
them.
to
On the
turn off the
internet,
Minecraft server, yes.
yeah. What was the thing John Cena said? That, yeah.
Terminate to a permanent end, yes.
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 I love that. Well, yeah, we've been going on. Let me see here.
Quite a long time.
Almost 4 hours.
4 hours.
This is our
4 hours.
longest
Holy fuck.
podcast yet, I think.
Honestly,
It did not feel
I'm-
long.
Usually,
pretty
yeah.
fun one.
Usually at around this time, I'm just like slouched over in my.
Oh
chair,
yeah,
just
if
like,
we were still talking this time, I think we'd
Yeah,
probably
I'm-
shoot each other.
Yeah.
Get that fucking Brit off! Go away!
Nah, it's been great. It's been
Really?
great.
No, it has been.
I wish we
It has
could go
been good fun.
longer, but our listeners would probably fucking hate us.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
gonna be a surprise for everyone the moment this is
Oh, yeah.
uploaded. Like
Mm,
4 hours? What the fuck?
there you go.
Well, thank you very-
Just before closing off, I had a question for you, Claw, if you don't mind, and I don't want it to
No.
sound insensitive, but
Have
I'm
a turn
very
tables.
curious.
Have a turn
Well,
tables.
foo. Go ahead.
My question is, how do you play video games?
Ah,
This is
That's
something
the
I learned.
classic.
This is something I
This
learned
is-
early.
Oh, that's the classic. Everybody, that's one of the. People have been asking me that since I almost 10 years or something now.
yeah.
And I've kind of just given up on answering it because I feel like it's out there. You can find the answer, but
Oh, okay.
no,
I can look it up.
no. It's fair.
This is
It's fair.
actually-
It's fair.
This is a good
Yeah,
one.
you're
It's a good
yes.
question. It's a good question because it is such a common one that I have kind of just stopped even acknowledging it now. I take off the hook. A lot of people think that I use the hook when I'm like holding the controller. I take it
Okay.
off and I use because my arm ends at the elbow, kind of a little past the elbow. I have a little bit of movement with the arm, so like the elbow part of the arm. So basically, I have that on my like thumbstick or whatever. I've been playing Daggerfall recently, and so I have to use like
Based.
basically the joint of my elbow for the WASD keys, and that can be kind of tricky.
Interesting.
You know, I
Wow.
tend to prefer
You-
controller stuff because, like, yeah, I can. Keyboard WASD is kind of a pain for me.
If
yeah.
you want
Wow.
me to, because I'm a lazy fuck and I usually play from my bed on my big TV. If you want to like route it so you can launch it through Steam, I can send you my controller remap file. It has a mode shift, but
Oh,
you
it's
can probably
okay.
play
It's
around
got
with it.
it's got controller stuff already in Unity. I've been
The controller stuff in Unity isn't that great. Sadly.
It's
Wow.
fine. I've been getting used to it, but no, I mean, I generally, I think for me, I mean, like, because I also play like, I play the bass as well, and I'm reasonably good at the bass, I suppose. I kind of just, it's like if I want to play something, the hardest thing I think I ever had to do was the Wii. When I got the Wii, like, there's some
Ironic.
games. Yeah, there's some games like Metroid Prime 3 I just cannot play because
Yeah.
you need to move the nunchuck and do movement stuff with that. And the way that I would play that, I would have the nunchuck like clutched behind my knee, like, in clutched in my leg basically, and then hold the remote with my hand.
God, wow.
And so like I beat Mario Galaxy that way, but there's some games that were not doable. Guitar Hero is also a favorite of mine. Weirdly, the big problem for me is oftentimes little things like fucking any game where the aim down sight button is the left, not the left trigger, but the left shoulder button.
Bumper,
Like,
yeah.
like the
Oh,
bumper.
PS3.
Because
Yeah.
I can like nudge my left trigger into my knee or something and aim that way. But with the bumper, I would have to do like in Hitman, the recent Hitman games. I have to do this whole grip where I've got my entire right hand, or only hand, I guess, over the back of the controller, so because the run button is on L1, so I have to do that and then like move the camera with my thumb, and it's just this really, it's like a claw grip kind of thing. Excuse the pun, but yeah.
Oh,
No.
right. So it's kind of like how I would look if I was fighting a boss in Dark Souls and I have to like hold the sprint but also keep the camera moving at the same time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah,
bit like
okay.
that. Yeah.
Because I usually end up using my chin to move the camera when I'm doing that.
Nice.
Oh
Dude,
man!
I feel
so,
that.
so I won't go on much longer. Was that something that you were born with, or was it an accident or something?
I was born this way. I used to tell people that I had it cut off while I was fighting Osama bin Laden or something. I don't know. I had a whole bunch of like joke answers.
Right,
People
and
would
then
be
John
like,
Cena ruined it.
Yeah,
Yep.
somebody
I think
Go
the
in and
funniest
permanently.
terminated to a permanent
The
end.
funniest one I remember is that I think it was either you or someone else said that it broke off while you were shoving your hand up, like your fist up someone's ass.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember
That's
Well,
what I'd say.
I mean, yeah, there's the classic was I don't think I ever said this to anyone because I was too chicken shit, but I probably would at some point now if somebody was like, "What happened to your arm? What happened to your face?" Da-da-da-da, start playing the Shadow the Hedgehog music.
Damn.
But no, I was born that way, and yeah, there was I hate to be all fucking inspiration man or whatever, but there was a lot of things they told me I could never do. They said that I would never be able to walk normally because of the balance, but I could. And fuck you, I'm also really good on a skateboard. I just don't now, because if I fall and break my hand, then that's a real problem
Yeah.
for me. So,
Yeah.
You only got
The
one
double
of them.
problem.
yeah, no, I think I get by reasonably well. I try not to complain too much because I will say I can't my debuff, if you want to be a fucking nerd about it, is I can't tie my shoes. Although I have learned to fucking tie knots recently, so maybe that's like maybe I
I mean,
can
hey.
now. But I've always had problems with that. But I can play a fucking bass guitar better than a lot of people with two hands. So there you go.
Okay,
Yeah.
respect.
Do you know? It's funny that you bring up shoes. These are my I'm just gonna link something in the chat. These are my airport shoes. I take these every time I travel anywhere.
Oh, shit.
They are genuinely fucking lifesavers because I always end up.
Oh, those look nice.
This looks like an
Oh, they look
unreleased
comfortable as
PlayStation
hell.
controller.
I know, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it
But
looks
it's
like
so-
the DualSense Edge.
PS5
it's
ass looking
Because
shoe.
it's like you put your foot in and it turns into a normal shoe. I
Yeah,
understand.
for anyone
Yeah.
listening, it's the Nike Go Fly Ease. This actually, fuck, I'm actually
Yeah.
tempted to just buy these for my day to day.
That's
Are they good
actually
for are they
not,
good for
not
running?
too pricey either.
Yeah, they're running shoes. That's what they are. That's the fly
Hell
the Nike Fly Ease. Fly Ease doesn't mean flying as in flights, which is what I thought it was. No, Fly Ease is they're easy to walk and run in. So
That's what it should be.
Yeah, so this is just the Fly's Go. So this is technically just the Nike Go, if you want to be technical about it. But yeah, honest to God, the amount of times I get, you get into security and everything at the airport, you just fucking hinge your foot, and it just comes straight out like a slipper. And then you put your shoes on the thing, and then you put the shoes back on the floor. Then you just step in your heel, and it just grips around your foot. It's so
That
good.
is really cool. Yeah, I've had slip-on stuff before, but
sadly, I wear a UK 10 wide.
Well,
I'm a UK 10. I'm a UK 10. I've got a white pair of these, so you can find them. They're not the easiest to find, but you can find them.
Yeah,
yeah,
they're expensive, but I mean they look worth it.
I've got just regular lace-up shoes at this point, and I still do the thing because I had them like they were tied at the store, and then I've just never had to untie them because I just slip my foot in and out. But it's been wearing out the back, like the heel of it. So getting an actual proper shoe that's meant for that would probably be better for me.
By the way, we're not paid. We're not paid by Nike.
Yeah, fuck you, Nike. Eat shit. But
yeah, see, I'm
paying a nice shoe.
I'm a men's 13 US. That's
that
12
one's not
UK.
even on here. Oh,
I'm a 13 non-wide, but
I don't. I think I'm like a 10 US.
Yeah, but looking on the United States website, they don't have any currently that's like bigger than a 7.5 American. So.
Ooh,
yeah, they're difficult. They're tricky to find. I figured out one of my I don't know if you want to call it hyperfixation or obsession or whatever,
you can call that.
I'm starting to really get into shoes like a lot, and I'm just
Caddicarus
discovering.
is a sneakerhead.
Oh no, I wouldn't say sneakerhead, but I'm discovering that there is a fucking world of shoe shit out there which I had no idea about, to the point where it's like people go to shoe conventions with like thousands of dollars in cash in their pockets and like,
that's insane.
I didn't have any, so that's why these are hard to find, because scalping on shoes is a thing, which is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, there's a website that I go to and look, but I never buy. I gotta remember to cut this out because they do sponsor people, and we're not sponsored by them, and they want to sponsor.
Yeah.
But it's called Goat, and they have a bunch of shoes, and it's like it's secondhand resellers, but it's obviously like a fucking markup,
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It sucks. Yeah. I missed out recently on some what were they? They were Nike SB. They released a candy corn edition of the shoe. It's like a high top skateboarding shoe, but it looks like I don't like candy corn, they're disgusting, but it looks like a candy corn, and the sole has got candy corn in it, and it's got like human teeth marks in the front of the shoe, and it's super fucking cool. But I had to go to StockX for that shit because people buy them like immediately, and it sucks.
Yeah, I'm looking here for resold, like the resale market for Flies in my size. Yeah, the best price is probably about $215, $254.
It wasn't that when I got my pair. Jeez, I'm sorry.
Yep. That's because I got freak feet. My fucking problem.
I have a bit of a shoe story. So I'm stupid. I'll go through this really quick. I'm stupid. For the longest time, I was wearing fucking dress shoes as everyday shoes because I'm stupid.
Oh.
So I recently got some new ones. Yeah, I recently got some new ones. By the way, I've been walking on the treadmill on those things. It's not fun.
Oh shit.
I recently got
your
some
dress
new ones.
shoes.
Dress shoes.
Yeah, dress shoes.
They're the worst fucking shoes in the world, man.
They were comfortable enough. They weren't like uncomfortable, but they were falling apart.
I worry about you, brother.
So yeah, I have real shoes now, actual shoes. But the first pair that I got, 11 wide, and they were like Bob's Fitness or something by Skechers. And they were vegan shoes, and I was like, haha, funny vegan shoe. Well, they fit best, so I'll go with that.
Yeah.
The back of the shoe, like just above the heel, was like, it felt like it was crumpled paper inside there instead of a pad.
Oof.
Oh wow.
That sounds comfy.
Yeah, it was awful. It was horrible. So I went back and got new shoes, and if you look in the chat, that sticker's on my new shoes. So, I traded vegan shoes for terrifying Howie Long.
Fucking staring into my eyes like creepy pasta Howie Long.
They fit nice though.
By the way, the cheapest shoes I could find at size 13 on this app is these pair of Mater clogs.
Get them!
Yeah!
Get them!
Oh, good God.
$106.
Holy shit!
Claw,
It's worth every
I
penny.
take it back. I take it back. You don't want to look for the flyes. You need to look for the Mater Crocs. Like, those are the
Yes.
ones you want.
Mater Crocs, please sponsor us.
It looks like when Bender transforms into a car in that one Futurama episode.
Good thing.
I
Good
might
thing
buy
about
this.
them though. Good thing about them though is that they'd get dirty and nobody would know.
Exactly.
That's
You can
true.
never tell.
In fact,
Yeah.
if you could, even if you could tell, it's in character.
Yes.
It's in character for those Crocs to be dirty.
Yes,
Oh.
it is. It is.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
out of stock on the main website of Crocs.com,
Damn.
which is a real
No.
website still.
I do also happen to know that Ringo Starr wears Skechers all the time. So he likes them.
Hmm. Oh shit.
Yeah,
Nice.
I mean, the ones I got, I'm not going to name the exact brand because fuck you, Skechers, pay me. They fit well. They're really nice.
There you go.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
Ringo Starr and Loud equals funny. Get on it.
Yes.
of course.
Approved.
Give that collaboration.
Well, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I think
Yeah.
that brings us to the end. Thank you very much, Caddicarus, for gracing us with your time today. And so much of it
worries.
too.
Yeah.
Ah, it's fine. I'm
Yes.
I'm used to, like, fucking last video I did 2 all-nighters in a row. I'm used to this shit. It's fine.
Fuck, yeah,
It's fine.
You were telling us about how you were making that, and I was like, man, I hope he's okay.
Oh, I'm fine. I just, like, after the videos get uploaded, I just fucking shut myself away from life for 2 days. just to,
Real?
like,
I feel that.
yeah. But
I mean,
yeah,
hey,
no,
it's-
it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for inviting me on, and I think I might have said this to Claw when I just started talking to him as well, but it's always been, I said this to Fred when I first started talking to him as well, it's always been one of my, like, recurring fever nightmares of one day I become the subject of one of these kinds of streams or videos, you know?
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
yeah,
like,
no,
as
what
long-
you do for April Fool's Claw.
Yeah.
As long as as long as I'm not reaching that level, I'm considering I'm doing my job correct. That's all I worry about.
You're
So,
doing
yeah.
a good job, and
Yeah, you do
got
your
Jamie
job and you do it well.
Wonderfully.
No, thank you so much, guys. It's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. It's been great fun, and I do want to come back and talk about music as well.
hell
Oh,
yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
it's been
absolutely.
great having you on, and shit, we can schedule something right now after we stop recording.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna sleep, but you guys do that.
Understand.
Yeah, of course.
Like, get some rest. Take it easy. This has been episode 24. Yeah, holy shit.
24 episodes down in the can in the poo-poo hole.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Remember to use code LOUD25 at cushydreams.com for 25% off of your order and the chance to win $150 in product.
Yep.
And also check out our patreon.com/loud_funny, and our site, which you can find at loudequalsfunny.com, and then go to the
Yes.
store.
Which I
And
will
if
remember
for-
to update before this goes public completely.
If for
Hell
some
yeah.
reason you don't know about Caddicarus's channel, go check
Yeah,
that out.
yeah.
After all
Caddicarus,
this
shout
time at
yourself
4
out.
hours, you know,
Yep.
check, it's in the thing there. Check
Where
it
can,
out.
where can
You know,
people
if-
find it?
Dude, if these people are okay watching 4 hours of a podcast, they'll be okay watching a 4-hour video of mine. It's fine.
100%.
Exactly.
4 1-hour videos.
I will also say, just before I head off as well, I will speak on behalf of your weed company, because I live in the UK where it's not legal, and so the shit we get here is toxic. It's
Yeah.
terrible. It stinks to high heaven. So I can at least guarantee that whoever this company is and whatever you decide to get from them, at least the weed is not going to be weed 50% mixed with 30% poo and
Maybe some
and-
oregano.
and 20%
Rag-
pubes.
raspberries.
No, pube.
Green painted
Yeah.
pubes.
Not loud because funny. Cushy Dreams certified, no pubes.
No
Yes.
pubes, no poo. There you go.
I've smoked much from Cushy Dreams, and I have not gotten a taste of poo or a taste of pube.
Same
There
here.
you go.
And you
It's-
can
it-
smell
it-
burning hair. Believe me.
It's
Although
not real.
whenever Amaranth decides to do her weed company, then maybe
You-
the pubes and poo might be
Hey,
involved.
you know,
Selling point.
I mean,
Yeah.
hey, it's possible. Vagina beer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I'll
sell
also
my.
say-
I'm gonna sell bottles of my Gamer Poo water.
You know,
Yeah.
Bear Grylls will be down to buy Gamer Poo water.
Buy some gamer Jenkum right now.
So I will say, Cushy Dreams, it ain't real stuff, but it goes down smoother. I'll tell you
It's-
what.
It's better than a lot of dealers I've dealt with. Trust me. That's
Yeah. No
Ooh,
fuss.
there
They'll
you
ship
go.
it to your home and give you a little card saying why it's legal.
exactly.
Just in case you needed that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I still have mine. It's in my sock drawer.
In case you're in public and you
Aw.
need to
Right
rub
here.
it in a cop's face.
You know, it-
Yeah, you
If
never
people
know.
get if people get paranoid when they smoke it, at least they've got a little card that reminds them that everything's chill.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So, remind,
Yeah.
it'll just keep you
It's
cushy.
your come down card, yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna head off, guys. Thank you so much again.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
dude, yeah.
And before you go, thank you everybody for listening. Can we all get a big penis?
Oh yes.
Penis.
Policeman.
There you go. Take
Yeah.
it easy, folks.
Bye bye.
Alright.
Peace.
Bye.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.